The World After the Fall. Chapter 101, Catastrophe, 2. There were 3 overseers watching them. Each one of them had power similar to that of higher-ranking greater generals. No need to fight them. They are not our enemies, Changhe mentioned. He had faced them 900 years ago. So, you wish to travel to the... A voice came from an overseer with an adult-sized body covered with silver metal. Humans. Very brave. Another overseer spoke. This one was small like a child with its body covered in a bronze-colored metal. Bah! Still a human. What spoke next was a woman-shaped overseer. This one too had its body covered in a metal-like skin. Then, they turned to Jaewan. So. It's you. It was as if they had been waiting for him. Come. The administrator is waiting. Jaewan walked in with Changhe and Carlton. Everyone wanted to come in, but the overseers denied everyone else's access, in which Jaewan forced to make them accept taking a few along. Damn it! Carlton! Don't leave us! People shouted at the entrance, and when they turned, Cayman was looking at them. Changhe asked, "Why isn't Cayman coming along?" The overseers said it's okay. Hey kid, do you know anything? Jaewan did not answer. Changhe then realized that Jaewan wasn't talking about something. Hey? What is it you're hiding? There's something only he can do. Cayman. Yeah, only him. Changhe asked back, what is th? However, the voice was overwhelmed by the sound of machine clattering as they walked to a place where machines were creating horned monsters. It's amazing. I never imagined horned monsters were created in such a way. They had arrived at third stage area where almost finished horned monsters were being fine-tuned. The giant garnet that Jaewan fought had been taken in there. Small unicorns began gathering near the garnet to fix it from different sides. The garnet was glaring at Jaewan. Visitor. Strong. In a while. The small overseer spoke to Jaewan at that moment. My product name. Johnyak. You. Jaewan. I. Johnyak. You. Jaewan. It seemed like his name was Johnyak. Johnyak then turned toward the Garnik and spoke. Garniku. Valuable. Don't. Destroy. Create. 1. In 10 years. The Garnik's name was Garniku. You make one of them every 10 years. 10 years. Hard to make. Jaewan understood. But if that was the case, there should have been a lot of these monsters lurking around. There weren't enough strong people in who could fight these monsters, let alone kill them. Johnyak answered. Half-dead man. Attack. Garniku. Dead. Half-dead man. They. Attack. Factory. Jaewan asked, have you fought them too? Yes. We. Won. It seemed that the forces of the remaining Golden Sky clan had reached this place. Jaewan looked at Johnyak. He was weaker than Saman Garam, but stronger than other 2 greater generals. Carlton then asked, I did hear they were disciples of God in the, but they are more than what I imagined. Blonde. You. No. Us. A bit, yes. What? You. No. Aren't you the disciples of the god of machinery, Deus? Ha, so has some smart ones these days. It was the other woman-type overseer who spoke. Oh, and I think I know you. Aren't you the one who came 900 years ago? She then asked Changhe. He frowned. Wow, you've been through that and you still want to try to go up. It was then that the leading overseer spoke in a cold voice. Don't be rude to the administrator's guest, IAs. What I thought only he was the guest. They are included for now. IAs closed her mouth. It seemed the one in the front was the highest rank of them all. That's when Jaewan saw something on the backs of their necks. On the neck of the man overseer were the letters Edsak. Edsak. The other overseers had it too. Ias had the word Ias on it, while Johnyak had the word Johnyak. It was as if they were written there to show the product name. That's weird. They seem like more machines than those other monsters. Jaewan asked, "Where are we going?" "To the administrator." Edsak answered. "So, he's probably the fourth one." There were 4 overseers according to the record of the depth. But there were only 3 with them right now. "We're here." Edsak spoke at the front of a giant gate. Eniak the administrator. The giant figure that was covered in golden metal introduced himself. "So, it is you who opened the creation." He spoke politely. In fact, he used many gestures and expressions that really made him look like a human. "Eniak." Jaewan thought for a second and asked, "Do you know the planet called Earth?" Eniak stopped. "Earth, you say? It's my home world. It's called World 294 in this place." Eniak's expression shifted. It seemed like he was even smiling. "And why is it that you are asking?" Eniak, Edsak, Ias, Johnyak. Jaewan thought these names were familiar. And now he remembered. He had learned these names when he was studying computers. Eniak. The name of the first computer ever to be created on Earth. That's why Jaewan thought that they had some kind of connection. The God who created us came from the remote place in the dimension. Maybe that remote place was called Earth. God. Yes, God. Jaewan became confused and Eniak asked. "Do you not know about the depth?" Jaewan did manage to get a few pieces of information, but he didn't have a lot of information yet. "Maybe I can have them explained to me." Jaewan did not answer and Eniak spoke. "I see that you do not. To put it simply, is the land of the gods." Land of the gods. If the are ruled by lords, the is ruled by the gods. There are a lot of gods that control the region and rule over them. So, they are like lords. Similar, but also different. Lords are adapters. Gods are different from them. Jaewan analyzed what he heard and asked again, "So, what is a god?" "If you ask me what? That is a hard question." Eniak became silent. Jaewan then added, "In my world, God was the word to describe the being that is almighty and all-knowing." Eniak laughed. "That is quite fascinating. So, the gods here aren't like that?" "No, not at all. You can get close to it, however." Eniak then continued. "So, Jaewan. I do not have the exact word or definition to describe what gods are, but I know what kind of beings are called gods." He looked straight at Jaewan and spoke. "It is one such as you." Jaewan. Chapter 102, Catastrophe, 3. "I'm a god." "Yes, you are." "Why?" "Because you opened a creation. An awakener who created the world. Master of one distinct world. Awakeners who open creation are referred to as gods and they can even be considered somewhat higher than gods in some instances. Power beyond that of the gods. Unlike them, an awakener does not require a vicegerent to do their bidding. A vicegerent. At that moment, a memory from the record of the depth was unlocked, giving him more information. As he read the memory, he also listened to Eniak's words. Yes. All gods of the depth require a vicegerent as they cannot work alone. They exist because they lend their world to their vicegerent or their followers. Jaewan continued listening. The more followers they have, the more powerful they are. It is very rare for a human spirit like you to become a god. Then, how were the other gods born? Most gods represent the outcome of higher entities that obtained enough karma over a long period of time. Higher entity. You must know the beings that are called cultivators in the. Of course, Jaewan knew. They were the demons or angels that cultivated products within towers. Jaewan then remembered they called themselves higher entities. They acquire karma through cultivation. You may think of it as public service points. If they have enough karma points, they can be permitted by to be independent and receive their own world. Jaewan then realized why Beast Lane was working so hard. He then realized that he had not asked an important question. He heard it from time to time, but he never cared to ask. Big Brother. An entity that can permit one to become a god. Even the record of the depth did not have entries about Big Brother. What is? All overseers flinched at the question. The one that broke the silence was not them. As far as I know, they are the organization that protects the system, Carlton answered. That's how I know it too, but it's awkward. Are we wrong? Chungha spoke as he looked around at the overseers. ENIAC smiled bitterly. You can consider it that way. To most humans, is certainly that. Jaewan then thought Carlton and Chungha had not really informed Bin about the Big Brother, hence their calmness. Gods, but God among the gods. Guardian of the system. That is. But I do not want to go deeper than that. ENIAC spoke, but it seemed like he was sad after he said that. It was an unanswered question, but Jaewan decided to not ask any further. But then, Big Brother Scary Man. A song was heard. It was Johnny-ack who was singing. Hide away or you will be found. Keep quiet, Johnny-ack. Edsak smacked Johnny-ack's head and he became silent. It was short, but there was a hint hidden within the song. What if? Jaewan then realized why they were so sensitive about Big Brother. Johnny-ack. ENIAC sighed. Jaewan asked, did Big Brother kill your gods? Is that the reason why you all are staying in? You sure have good insight. Johnny-ack walked up to ENIAC, and ENIAC rubbed Johnny-ack's head and spoke. Yes. We lost our god to Big Brother and were expelled from the. That is why we are here. Then the memory was unlocked. ENIAC's words had triggered some part of the Malak's memory. Jaewan closed his eyes to concentrate on the voices from the memory. We lost our god. But our power was still useful, so we contracted Big Brother. At the price of our lives, we were sent to protect the living. It was ENIAC from Malak's memory. If we had the giant golem machina, we wouldn't have had to. Malak, please. If you can, find our machina. The voice was cut off from there. Jaewan then opened his eyes. Hey! Let's stop chatting and cut to the chase. Right, right. Iaz was annoyed and ENIAC nodded. Jaewan, I called you for one reason. Jaewan then realized what's to come was the real reason why they had called him up. What is it? You must give up on going to the. Give it up? What are you talking about? It was Chungha who spoke instead. Carlton also added, please, explain to us. ENIAC nodded. To tell you the truth, you cannot go to the right now. Chungha then shouted in anger, what? Who are you to decide? Human, if you think your insolence can. Iaz, back off. ENIAC stopped Iaz and spoke again. You are right. It is not for us to decide. But the ones who can decide will not accept you. The one who can decide on who can enter the. There was only one being throughout all of. The Soul King will not let us. Chungha asked. Oh, he will do more than just not allow you. Chungha stopped talking. If you are thinking of 900 years ago, things have changed. You know it as well. The king did not fight you seriously back then. Chungha's eyes shook. ENIAC then added, besides, you had him that time. Malak Armalt. He was the reason why they managed to get past the king. Malak did not defeat Catastrophe however. He made a deal. Chungha remembered. He did not know the details, but Malak made a deal with the Soul King. Why will he block us? Jaewan asked. Eniak turned to Jaewan again. It's because of you. Me. He is angry at you. Angry? What did he do? Jaewan then remembered what he had been involved in with the Soul King. He fought him directly at Gorgon Keep and Is it about that extra-large dead man? Eniak nodded. Yes. Magritte was one of his favorite servants. So the situation was simple. The only one who could open the path to the was Soul King Catastrophe. However, he was mad at Jaewan for killing one of his favorite pets. So, the angered king would not open the way for Jaewan. Is that right? The wording makes it seem like the situation is less serious than it actually is, but yes. You are right. Jaewan nodded. Eniak then smiled. It seemed Jaewan had understood. If he gave up. Open the door then. Yes. Open the door to the king. I don't think you understand. No, I do. Jaewan was determined. I'll settle the score with him directly, so relax and open it. The overseers were shocked and IAs shouted angrily. What the heck? Did you even hear what we said? Chungha was cackling while holding his sides. Eniak then spoke coldly. I cannot do that. Really? Then we have no choice. The air around them became tense as Jaewan began letting out the energy from his body. IAs also let out her energy while shouting. We should have done this from the beginning. Chungha and Carlton braced themselves and Eniak also began focusing his energy. He couldn't dare to open the door to the Dead Man Palace. It was better to fight Jaewan to stop him from going in, rather than risking to open the door to the place. Before the fight broke loose, Jaewan spoke. Giant Golem, Machina. The air suddenly froze. Eniak was shocked to hear the unexpected name from Jaewan. How did you learn? But what came next was even more surprising. If you open the door, I will find the lost golem and bring it to you. How did you know about Machina? No one knew about giant golem Machina but Jaewan had no intention of explaining where he had learned about it. Will you open or not? Eniak turned back to the gate. On the wall of the giant room was a keyhole. Eniak looked down. His finger was shaped like the key. It was the key to the door of disaster itself. Chapter 103, Catastrophe, 4. The corridor was pitch dark. Jaewan only relied on the sound of Eniak's footsteps coming from the front to walk. They probably have come by now. I don't have much time. Jaewan was concerned, but he did not express his concerns. Eniak then spoke. I have never seen a human like you. I hear that a lot. Eniak laughed. You really think you can persuade the Soul King? Jaewan did not answer. He was not sure at all. However, he was never sure about anything for all the things he had done until now. I'll see when I try it. He also had his reasons for doing this. Record of the depth. After he came across the memory, he had planned for this. The memory had nothing about Big Brother, but there was a lot of information about the Soul King. I wish you luck. Thank you. Within the corridor, there were a lot of horned monsters, even if they weren't visible. Some growled, but some seemed to be friendly toward Jaewan. It was because of his serpent tattoo, or the sign that he was the master of Gorgon. You don't utilize your seal of Deus. If you activate that from now on, you will never be attacked by horned monsters. Eniak explained. We gave that seal to the humans. We gave 7 horned guardian monsters along with it, but it seems that your guardian horn has disappeared. I am not sure where or why it's gone. Jaewan remembered that when he was given the seal, the previous master wasn't in the best state to do such a thing. It seemed that had resulted in an imperfect transfer. Eniak examined the seal and repaired it. If you find any of our disciples hiding within the depth, this seal will help you get their help. They walked. And after a long time, Eniak stopped. You will have to go alone from here. His voice was shaking. It was a sign of fear. I will be back. Please come back within an hour. If you cannot come within that time frame, I will have to seal the door. Jaewon nodded and walked forward. And after a while, he arrived at the door. It was made out of horns of horned monsters. Then he realized that the entire corridor was made out of the same material. So, these stopped dead men from coming out. Jaewon opened the door and walked in. The power inside immediately swept up to him. Beyond him was a giant palace. There were a lot of large dead men, and within them were extra large dead men. There were 2 of them that were as powerful as Magritte, and about 10 others who were a bit less powerful. And there were countless large dead men at the level of 7th stage adapters. But these weren't the real enemy. It's coming. Jaewon shivered. After he had reached the 4th step, theory, he could now understand. This being was a god. Chaos itself. Finally, you have come. One sentence. It was just a voice, but blood spat out from Jaewon. He realized he had no chance against this power. He then remembered the factory as well as its corridors and the gates. Was it made to seal this being inside? It was not possible. How could one seal such a being? You have come to die, human awakener. Jaewon felt like he would choke even by just being watched, but he barely spoke. I'm not here to die. He raised his head to see, or tried to see. Catastrophe asked. Then? Are you here to defeat me again? Jaewon felt his insides being damaged again as he spat out blood, which turned into silvery powder. Damn it, I can't even speak well. Jaewon talked again. I'm here to make a deal. Silence fell. In the next moment, laughter filled the dead man palace. Every dead man was laughing. Jaewon took a deep breath and spoke again. First awakener, Catastrophe, the king of the chaos. Once god, but now a king. It was the information he read from the memory. Jaewon then knew there was no going back after saying this. His plan that he thought up after getting the memory from Record of the Depth required him to overcome this moment. You, the once best god in the depth, is now the mere gatekeeper. How ironic! The laughter stopped immediately. The surrounding energy began to spike and all dead men began to breathe heavily. It was the anger from their master being shared to them. Jaewon could barely fight back his fear. Jaewon added, Catastrophe, do you not wish to get revenge? Revenge? To the one who kicked you out of the and sealed you into this cursed place. The power loosened a bit at once, and Jaewon continued. I know the promise you made with Malak 900 years ago. The atmosphere had been altered to a point where Jaewon could feel it too. How do you know? A deal made 900 years ago. The deal that was never made. Jaewon spoke to him. I will fulfill that promise. I'll be Malak's successor. Human, do you know what it means? Jaewon then realized his gamble was moving in his favor. Yes. Catastrophe, I will bring you to the end of the... At the same time, outside of the factory, the one who was sleeping woke up. Are you awake? Sirwen Armelt opened her eyes and frowned at the bright daylight. She moaned as she tried to get up, and the man next to her helped her up. Sirwen glanced around. There was a forest to the north, a desert to the east, and plains to the west. To the south was a giant factory. Sirwen was confused. Was she back in? You've been sleeping for too long. Sirwen then realized it was Yuren who was beside her. Where are we? We are in front of the Void Factory. You've been sleeping for 2 weeks. Sirwen then relaxed. She wasn't at the uncanny. She had finished squeeze. I see. The Void Factory. She then realized the weird scenery of the place. This was the center of Void Factory. Sirwen was then struck cold. If they were at the factory, they were now right before. That meant Jaewon. Where is he? Oh, he is. Sir Wen became pale as she heard where Jaewan was. It has been 2 hours since he entered the factory. I have to go. He should be stopped. What are you? Yuren was confused by Sir Wen's panic, but before he could do anything, a member who was scouting the area came running to him. We're doomed. People turned to the man who was running and panting, but nobody was worried. This was the group of the most powerful fighters in. Whatever happened was not going to be much of a problem. Kong Wang, who was bored of waiting, stood up immediately. What are you? But at that moment, the man froze and disappeared into silvery powder. Everyone stood up in shock. No one had sensed any sign of attacks. What? In the next moment, a figure appeared through the desert dust. But there were more. Someone moaned. And no. This was the power that they knew well. They hate and feared this power. There were hundreds of such, and in front of them, all 5 of them were greater than any of the others. No. The has made a move already? But how? Sir Wen was shocked as well as she checked the face of the person who first appeared. She knew him well. He was the most feared commander of the 9th region. Bring Jaewan. Nobody could hear her voice. It was the beginning of the massacre. Chapter 104, Catastrophe, 5. After an hour passed after Jaewan and Eniac left for the Dead Man Palace, Chungha and Carlton felt the presence at the same time an earthquake powerful enough to shake the whole factory. What's going on? The overseers seemed to be surprised. Humans, are they bored? This is a bit much to be considered in that way. Another explosion was heard. Edsak turned to Joniak. Joniak, connect to the outside. Joniak closed his eyes, and energy rose from him and flew out. It was his skill. Joniak shook. Scary. Men. A lot. He was afraid. They. Scary. Joniak then frowned in pain. It seemed the horned monster that he connected to had been killed. Chungha and Carlton looked at each other. Hey, stop! IAs shouted, but Chungha and Carlton quickly ran out toward the entrance. It's them. It was obvious. Doctor, this is... Damn it. So the kid was right. Before they arrived at the factory, Jaewan did warn them of this situation. Most of them thought he was too concerned with it. They didn't think generals would kill themselves to come all this way. They want more than just Jaewan. Was now a valuable place. It was a place where powerful beings that were as powerful as lesser generals were being born, thanks to the tower created by Jaewan and Michael. If left alone, it was apparent that would grow strong enough to compete against the. That's why they acted to destroy and pillage as they always did. It won't be easy this time. Was different now. They had Jaewan. That fact made Chungha feel relieved. How many have come? I don't think they will have more than 50. But as they neared the entrance, they realized they were wrong. It was hard to count as the spirit energies were stacked against each other, but it didn't feel good. How many have come? As they opened the door, their question was answered in most horrible way possible. The scene was horrible enough to resemble the disaster from 900 years ago. Chungha glanced around. Leaders were almost on the verge of dying, with some awakeners already dead. And Cayman. Cayman was dangling as a commander was holding him by the neck. 100 generals. It was too large of a force to move to just capture a product. Samanhoon smiled bitterly. The would now face chaotic times. Jaewan, was it? You do not know what you have done. The destruction of place of reincarnation was that severe. The current prince of the palace at the 9th region was out of luck. If it was any of the other lords, things would have been much worse. Well, we were almost out of fruits too. I guess it was necessary. Samanhoon glanced around. There were a lot of depth expedition team members lying around, barely alive. Samanhun's men tried not to kill them if possible. They will be my offerings. I can't let them die here. Samanhun smiled. Hey, how long are we doing this? Shouldn't we enter now? Samanhun frowned. I'm the one in charge this time. You should stay back. I know. But it's too boring. The one spoke was the commander from the Green family, the commander who is at the 13th stage of adaptation. He was the second commander, Green Chundo. Damn these green insects! Not all generals that joined this time were from the 9th region. Out of the 100 generals, there were 59th region generals, and the other 50 were from other regions and families. 20 from the Saman family, 20 from the Green family, and 10 from the 7th region. They all had different reasons for joining. The members of the Saman family were called by Samanhun himself, but the Green family said that Jaewan had killed one of their members. The problem is those 7th region fools. There were 10 generals, with 3 of them at the greater general level. Their leader was Greater General Nishimoto, the one who had power similar to Saman Garam. We heard about the palace. Shouldn't we finish it before the other lords find out? We wish to help. That was the message sent by the 7th region, but it was more of a threat. If the news of the destruction of palace spread, the one who would be responsible was the Lord of Darkness who was in charge of protecting the palace at the time. I can't let the other lords find out what happened yet. Samanhun quickly decided and accepted their offer. It will be our chance. Samanhun realized that even if they had failed in invading through the Golden Sky clan, the product had now become much more than any of that. I just need to capture him, and I will take the Tower of Awakeners from him. There was the Awakener who opened the creation, and the tower created from such an Awakener. Samanhun, is it true that there are more fruits? It was Saman Yuha, the 4th commander of the Saman family, who sent the whisper to Samanhun. She was one of the 5 commanders Samanhun had brought over, and the strongest. She was even stronger than Samanhun himself. Yes, sister. I had to die because of you. I don't know how many fruits there are, but you must give a portion to the Saman family. Remember that you are the prince of Saman before you are commander of the 9th region. I know, sister. Samanhun scoffed inside. Fruits, ha! The reason why the other generals had joined in this fight was because of the fruits that Samanhun had. Before he started this plan, he messaged the generals that he had the leftover fruits and all would be supplied to those who joined. It was a lie. He did not have such fruits. But, he did not care. I'll get one if there aren't any. From where? There was only one place that had fruits, the end of the. But I don't have to go to the end to get it. Samanhun and a few people knew that the beings that ruled the were gods. And there were some of them who had ways of getting those fruits. The only problem was that they were really powerful and vicious. So if the opponent was powerful, what did you need to do to acquire an item from them? A trade. Until now, it was impossible to trade with those gods. They were the gods of the depth after all. What would they need? Until now. What if I offer them an awakener? The one that the gods of the depth wanted the most was a powerful awakener. It was the reason why these gods made deals with the cultivators to get products. A product was a potential vicegerent that they could take into their world. A product was one who had talent and had not yet adapted to the system. An awakener was the best candidate. However, awakeners were rare and mysterious. Until now. I will create awakeners and sell to them in exchange for fruits. And with the fruits, he could create a new palace of reincarnation solely for the 9th region. That was Samanhun's plan. With that, only the 9th region would have generals who did not fear death. And the dead generals would have to surrender to the 9th region to be revived. The will soon be ruled by the 9th region. Chapter 105, Catastrophe, 6. Samanhun glanced around. It's time for me to clean it up. The group of people with a middle-aged man in the front were holding off well even after a lot of them had been subdued. Was it Cayman? It was very interesting to see an awakener fighting against many lesser generals. Saemanhoon then picked up a sword from the ground. He then walked toward him and threw it. It was just one sword, but it made everyone turn silent for a second. Then came the scream. Arg! Yang screamed in pain as he lost 2 eyes, Kong Wang moaned with his one arm cut off, Mukuk fell down with his leg cut off, and Yuran knelt as he held onto his waist. Saemanhoon then glanced at Sir Wen. She shook in fear. Humph! So, the nightmare girl was here too. Nightmares who betrayed darkness even if they were rare beings and were protected by the Union, he couldn't let her live. Saeman focused his energy, but Cayman blocked her. Hey! He was heavily injured and barely standing, but his eyes were clear. You are brave. I like you. Saemanhoon walked up to Cayman. This is the power of a commander. Cayman felt terror striking him as he felt the energy becoming greater as Saemanhoon walked over. He bit his lips. He had tried so hard for so long. Yet he was still too far behind. Where is Jaewan? He asked. Tell me, and I will let you live. Cayman couldn't do anything. The only thing he could do was lift him up. He befits the title general better than that fool, Leica. Saemanhoon was astonished, but that was it. If men like these were left alive, they would pose a potential threat to kill me. An awakener was a valuable asset, but he didn't need all awakeners. He didn't need one who was going to fight to the end like this one. I'll make him an example. Saemanhoon raised his sword and Cayman saw it coming. I'm sorry, master. Then came the voice. Cayman. 2 figures came rushing against Saemanhoon's sword. Chungha and Carlton's swords both broke. Even both of them combined weren't enough to fight off a commander's sword, but it was enough to twist its direction, which allowed them to take Cayman away. Chungha bit his lips as he felt the power coming from Saemanhoon. Cayman, how did you manage to fight that monster? Even Jaewan wasn't that terrifying. Doctor. Where is? He's not back yet. Cayman looked disturbed. 2 hours have passed, did he? We do not know yet. Cayman mumbled. He then looked to the back. Overseers. There were 3 figures that appeared from inside of the factory. Saemanhoon? What is the meaning of this? It was Edsak who spoke first. He glanced around at the silvery powder of the dead people and horned monsters. Long time no see. I asked, what is the meaning of this? Saemanhoon frowned. They were too arrogant. They were weak and arrogant. Saemanhoon couldn't accept it. However, generals and lords weren't allowed to touch overseers. It was because they were holding the Soul King back. For the most powerful god, 12 lords and Big Brother had to join forces to seal it away. Saemanhoon spoke. I'm looking for the product. I will return once I find it. The product? Are you talking about a human? Saemanhoon did not answer. You people do not change even after thousands of years. You consider a living being as a thing. Saemanhoon was shocked to hear that. He was being lectured by a machine. Anyway, open the door. And for what reason? I cannot do that at the moment. It seems that my product has run off inside. Edsak replied sternly. As I said, that is not possible at the moment. Not possible? You don't understand. Saemanhoon then removed his smile for the first time. Open the F*CK up, you worthless piece of scraps. Saemanhoon let out powerful energy which even cracked the side wall of the factory. How dare you? Ia's arm shook and changed its shape into a blade. The overseers were ready to fight. Saemanhoon glared at them. I don't know how strong that Soul King is. Soul King catastrophe. There were a lot of rumors about him. A long time ago, the lords of the 12 regions were much weaker than they are now. And Saemanhoon's power was much stronger than that of those lords from the past. He knew he was more powerful. He was not afraid of some fallen god. That was why he was here. He quickly cut off Ia's limbs and cut down Johnny Ak's waist. Ed Sak's head was sliced off. Chung Ho looked at the sight grimly. No way. We cannot defeat him. Chung Ho then felt someone grabbing him from behind. Doctor, what's going on? Can we win? It was Yang who was bleeding from his both eyes. Doctor, please. Tell me. Chung Ho then realized that he couldn't see. He didn't see the terror in front of them. Where's Master? Chung Ho then thought of Jaewan. Jaewan went to face Soul King Catastrophe. Chung Ho knew that being was much more powerful than Saman Hoon. However, Chung Ho also knew that Jaewan would have remained as Jaewan even against such being. Maybe he might have died by now. However, he would not have given up. You are always ahead of us. Chung Ho then felt his fear being lifted. Yang. Master has not come yet. He spoke calmly, and we have not lost yet either. He did not give up hope. We can still fight. Jaewan wasn't here. But so what? Was that a problem? I see. Chung Ho took Yang's hand and helped him get up. He couldn't see, but he still rose to stand. The other members slowly rose at once. Kong Wang without his left arm, Mukuk without his right leg, and Yuren with a huge cut on his waist, they helped each other stand up. They were. I can't believe this. Saman Hoon looked at them in astonishment. He had shown them the power beyond imagination. Power enough to make them cower in fear. But why? Why were they trying to fight? Why were they looking at him like that? Saman Hoon was astonished, and he came to fear them at the same time. If all awakeners born with the tower are like this, could he really sell them to they? I'll kill them all and just return with the product. He could always create awakeners again. What's important was the product and the tower that was made by the product. The others were irrelevant. Saman Hoon then unleashed his energy. From his back, bluish pure energy came out from his body, formed a giant blue lion and charged forward. One slash threw Chung Ho and Carlton away. The other members who were barely standing were covered by the giant shadow. The shadow of death. It was the last, but they weren't wrong. There was no miracle. The world did not change. Even then, their efforts weren't in vain. That's why they did not close their eyes. They faced their death. Yet because they did not close their eyes, they saw it. Ah! The lonely sword that fought against despair. Bolts sparked up as the sword clashed against the claws. And through it came the man. I'm sorry. I'm late. Jaewan was here. Chapter 106, Catastrophe, 7. Stay here. Jaewan spoke to Kamen as he swung his sword to make the blue lion back off. It's you. Saman Hoon looked at Jaewan, barely standing. There was corruption seeping out from his body. This mere product brought this. Because of him, the cultivation failed, the years of work put into overtaking failed, and the palace of reincarnation was destroyed. Moreover, the 9th region lost many generals. And now, over hundreds of generals and 5 commander had to die to come into. So, is it him? We came all the way here because of him. 5th Commander Migata and 6th Commander Saram began expressing their complaints. They were weaker than Saman Hoon, but they were still one of the strongest in the. Saman Yuha even added, did you really need me? They couldn't understand needing to come all the way here because of one product. I know, but it was necessary, Saman Hoon answered, smiling bitterly. He had to prepare for the unexpected. For example, Saman Hoon glanced over at the factory. But that's not possible. At that moment, Jaewan began unleashing his energy. It was the power that killed Saman Garam. His world began to unfold in front of the commanders. So, he opened the creation. Still weak though. Chundo of the Green spat as he watched. Saman Hoon couldn't disagree. He had faced many awakeners throughout his 5,000 years of life with very few who were at the fourth step. Jaewan was weaker than those people. Jaewan's unique world unfolded. On the top of the tree of imagery was Eye of Azura with crows flying around. Corpses were strewn all over the place. What the hell is this place? Saman Yuha spoke, and the commanders were surprised as well. The eye. Does that symbolize the first nightmare? Maybe it's... What are those? Crows. I like how he sees humans as corpses. They all had different comments, but they had one same thought. He's crazy. No one feared Jaewan's world. No matter how unique it was, the world did not materialize fully. The creation was just the beginning of the step. There were a few more steps to take after the world was formed, but Jaewan did not have anything other than the way to see his world. So, he was their hope? They fought because of him. Samanhun scoffed. He was disappointed at what those people trusted. Then what you will now see is despair. Jaewan began to walk and unleashed his world stab. A few of the lesser generals perished as they charged toward Jaewan. The commanders just scoffed. What a puny attack! With just a few swings, world stab disappeared. May I? Fifth Commander Migata asked. He was the weakest of the commanders, so it was natural. But Samanhun shook his head. No, I'm going to fight him. Oh? You will do it yourself. Chundo the Green cautiously requested, let me join then. No, I will do it alone. Bah! Chundo backed away as Samanhun glared at him. The Green family had skills that enabled them to control the opponent's spirit and minds. There was a chance that he might steal the product right in front of their eyes. Samanhun thought Jaewan was very weak at the moment, but there was a chance for him to get stronger. No, maybe. Considering the time it took for him to grow, there was a chance for Jaewan to become even stronger. Maybe he could grow to the point of becoming a lord. He then began unleashing his energy. It wasn't spirit power, however. It was more powerful, as the energy was from the system itself. Jaewan's unique world diminished as the power from Samanhun pushed it out. It didn't change the world, but it had made a space that trapped themselves. I see. Jaewan then realized the difference between awakening and adaptation. If awakeners made the world use its power, then adapters used the current world and its power. Come. Let me see your best, Samanhun taunted. He's strong, Jaewan thought as he looked at the power coming from Samanhun. Then he drew another sword, the fall from his belt, and charged. The blue lion appeared and struck against Jaewan. Jaewan was struck, and made a counter-attack. The lion writhed in pain as it was damaged from the attack, and Jaewan's body bleeding. Good. I see how you defeated Garam. Jaewan knew, however, that man was not using his best. The attack from the lion was getting harder and harder to block. The claws ripped his thighs off and the fang pierced through his stomach. Did you really think you got everything after you opened the creation? Samanhun asked. Had he beaten this severely after he came into the chaos? Jaewan began to shiver as he was being overwhelmed by the corruption. His ears, nose, and mouth were letting out dark smoke-like substances. Samanhun laughed. Your spirit is corrupted. Have you faced the Soul King? It's disappointing how the king let you go alive. Jaewan then laid down his sword. He realized that the attack that was being made was very powerful, but it was never meant to kill him. If it was, he should have died earlier. What do you want from me? Surrender. And join the 9th region. It was an expected offer. Jaewan asked, is that it? And bring the tower that you created. That was also expected. Awakeners were very rare. If his tower was able to create a lot of awakeners in a short amount of time, it was obvious that it would be sought over. What if I refuse? Humph. Refuse. Samanhun smiled. Let's see if you refuse even after seeing this. With the snap of a finger, the ceiling of the space changed shape and began showing a video. It was an unfamiliar palace. Everything was covered in black, so Jaewan guessed it was the land of the darkness. The video was shaky as if it was being recorded by a handheld camera. Then the video captured a glass showcase. Inside were books, cartoons, computers, and a lot of other objects that were very familiar to Jaewan. Wait! It was unexpected, to say the least. The body, breathing shallowly without a word, was in deep sleep. It was the body that embodied his spirit for 20 years on Earth. You can still relive your life. Life? Jaewan couldn't believe what he was hearing. I will make you the 8th commander. The 8th commander's seat. It was too much of an offer to even consider for a being that was a product until a few months ago. It's not only that. Saemin-hoon continued, I will rewind your time. And with that, the video changed. It was now showing a place with many high-story buildings, with crowds walking below. It was strange. He never imagined he would feel this way with that distinct sound. Jaewan knew where this place was. Earth. And the small country, Korea. It was his home. Chapter 107, Catastrophe, 8. Saemin-hoon said to Jaewan, I do not know why you hate this world. But I know one thing. That you hate going back in time. Saemin-hoon had been gathering a lot of information about Jaewan. After numerous bribes and threats against the Nightmares of the Union, he was able to obtain interesting videos from the Tower of Nightmares. It was the sight of Jaewan refusing to go back in time to start the game again. So that's why Saemin-hoon knew Jaewan was going to say this. You know that and you still offer me this. Yeah, I thought you would say that. Saemin-hoon laughed. I'm not offering for you to go back in time. I'm a commander of the, but even I can't control time. The demon once told me that too. Saemin-hoon laughed. Yes, of course. I am not trying to give you your past. It is different. He continued, going back in time won't make all the horrors and nightmares you faced disappear. Isn't that right? Jaewan did not answer, but he was right. You will still have traces. Scars. And all the memories that you had faced even if you go back in time. But you cannot forget it either. All of that shapes who you are. It's you. Jaewan couldn't object. He even agreed to his words. This enemy knew more than anyone else in this world. So, what I'm offering to give you is not the past. It's the present. Present. Yes. Saemin-hoon nodded, I looked at what you did, what you had to choose in order to stay in the present. It was a noble deed, but I had a question. Was this the present you really wanted? Saemin-hoon asked as he glanced around, answer me. Is this place, the present you really wanted to protect? Jaewan also looked around. Unfamiliar world, unfamiliar people. These were people who did not know him from his days on Earth. And Saemin-hoon added, I am sure that this isn't your present. Saemin-hoon then pointed at the video on the ceiling. The time that you deserve or the one that you lost. The present you seek is not here. Jaewan looked up. The people of Earth and the ordinary life within it. Become the 9th commander, and you will be able to go there anytime you want. Jaewan understood what he was offering. He was really offering Jaewan a chance to go back to his world in the present. Of course, you will find your family too. Then the video showed a woman. She organized the bookshelves and took out the book titled, The Little Prince. She smiled as she looked over the cover page silently. Jaewan knew who she was. For the first time, there was sadness on his face. Saemin-hoon smiled. He knew humans well. He too was a descendant of humans. All humans had longings, or the feeling of something that had been lost. Even Saemin-hoon felt a certain emptiness when Saemin-garam had died. He wasn't too bothered as he had lost human traits a long time ago. But these humans were in a remote region, especially the ones who just got out of product stage, were different. Saemanhoon had been preparing for this moment. He knew Jaewon would not reject the offer. Jaewon asked, "Let me ask you again. What if I reject?" He still was asking of that. What an amazing product! Then you will lose your present forever. It was something that could be interpreted in many ways. Whichever it wasn't good. What do you think? I think you have every reason to join us. And even if you go to you will not get what you want there. Besides, you do not have proof that you will reach the end. Jaewon fell silent. He then asked, "What will become of them?" Them. Saemanhoon looked up. The people were in the direction that Jaewon was looking toward. Are you talking about those corpses? Those who died? Losers who adapted to living in this world called. Saemanhoon looked at the people shouting at Jaewon even though no sound was coming through, and then spoke. They will die. No matter the choice. I see. So they will die. Jaewon then glanced at the video of a woman and closed his eyes. I'm sorry. His swords began to unleash the power and wield the flame of the fall. Saemanhoon narrowed his eyes. What are you doing? Jaewon declared, I'm not going back. I'm going up. Saemanhoon couldn't understand. Why? Do you not want to go back to your home? Do you not wish to see your family? Will you throw your present at a trash can? Trash can? Jaewon smiled. Maybe he was right. I was in the trash can already. What are you? Saemanhoon also began to wield himself with the blue energy. Jaewon wanted to go back. He wanted to see his family. But past, future, present, it doesn't matter in this world. Jaewon added, I might be happy if I return, but then what? He swung his sword at Saemanhoon's right arm. It sparked with blue fire, and Jaewon took several steps back from the impact. But he did not give up. You will come back again and start the dam cultivation. Maybe he could protect it for a while. Maybe the earth might be saved from cultivation for as long as Jaewon lives. But that was it. Nothing will change. Saemanhoon said, you cannot stop cultivation. It is the natural way of the world. Yeah, at least in this world. Jaewon knew. In this world, cultivation was the law of the world. It wasn't anyone's fault. It wasn't Sirwen who was born to make the world, or angels, or demons who participated in cultivation. It was the world that did not specify it as a problem. So, I will destroy this world. Fool! Everything you love is a part of the world. Will you destroy all that you love? All that you consider valuable? There is no system. It cannot be destroyed. It is nature itself. Jaewon did not answer and instead swung his swords. Saemanhoon then gave up on persuading. You will give up. The video disappeared. His cold voice filled the space. You shall die in your present. The energy was formed into a blue lion again. He's connected with his body anyway. If he dies, his spirit will find its way back to his body. Saemanhoon knew Jaewon had escaped to the tree of imagery without finishing his tutorial, so he was still living. It meant Saemanhoon could drive him out to the and think about it later. His spirit will take some damage, but I have no choice. The blue lion roared and Jaewon's ear began to bleed, which then turned to silvery powder. He felt pain throughout his whole body. Jaewon then saw the lion's fangs drawing closer and closed his eyes. I have no choice. And no. Kid, no. Chungha became pale as he saw Jaewon putting his hand into his cloth with his eyes closed. What came out was a dark stone, the one called the Stone of the Forgotten Spirit. Jaewon then ate it. The blue fire then overwhelmed Jaewon and he disappeared into the flame. No. Chungha did guess Jaewon was up to something. So, was that why you didn't consume horns? Jaewon had no other way. There were enemies at bay that were too powerful. And Jaewan had no time to prepare. There was only one thing he could do, borrow power from stronger being. However, it was the price that had to be paid that was the problem. Chungha charged at the barrier and began swinging his sword. Kid! Stop! Listen to me! Please! Stop! The barrier was not even damaged, but Chungha did not stop. Then, the commanders came forward. Get off, insect! Commander Saram kicked Chungha away, but Chungha did not take his eyes off. The spirit power was growing into something that was unimaginable. Saram stopped cackling and Megata frowned. Chundo also asked seriously, "What is that?" It was Yuha who spoke first. "Hoon! Open the barrier. We cannot let him continue. He is." But she couldn't continue as the barrier began to crack and, with an explosion, the space was destroyed. There was something terrifying inside. Some fainted even by sensing the presence and some peed on themselves out of fear. Everyone shook. A man walked through the explosion. It looked like Jaewan, but it was no longer Jaewan. It was the one king who was above all in this world. Long time no see. It was Soul King Catastrophe. Chapter 108, Catastrophe, 9. The 5 commanders each faced the king's dissension with different reactions. Commander Saram seemed to be confused. He had been told by Samanhoon that there was the possibility of fighting against Soul King Catastrophe if things didn't turn out as planned. Soul King Catastrophe was one of the 3 ancient gods. However, the king didn't seem as powerful as he had imagined. He sure looked powerful, but it wasn't as much as he imagined. Isn't it enough to have a fight against? Saram spoke and turned around. But he had to change what he was thinking right away. Commander Majita was shaking severely as if he was having a seizure. He was barely standing with bubbles coming out of his mouth. How pitiful! Saram then turned to the voice. He thought it was toward Megata, but the king was looking at Saram directly. An insect cannot even see the true power. What? Saram then unleashed his energy. No! Stop! Saman Yuha quickly stopped him. Do you not see that? She too was shaking severely in fear. Saram was puzzled. What are you talking about? Then, horrifying laughter came from the king. You have the 11th stage as a commander? Fools! Saram was the only commander who had not reached 12th stage adaptation. Hence, he did not have the ability to see the king's true power, just like how Jaewan couldn't see his true body clearly. Humph! There's one that's quick to understand. Catastrophe spoke as he glanced over the direction where Chundo the Green was standing. He was already a mile away from where they were. Chundo thought, impossible. Soul King. He regretted he had come. If he knew this was a possibility, he would not have joined the fight. They had 100 generals with 5 commanders, but it was no use. No one could resist the disaster. The Green. I see, the fools that created the spirit stones by peeking into my world. Then, the huge shadow appeared behind him and reached out, extracting the time and space. At that moment, Chundo's body was held by the grasp of the shadow, and from the distorted space, Chundo's body was crushed. Wug! All commanders froze in place. The 3rd rank of the Green family. 13th stage adapter. The powerful commander was now lying in front of them. Then, they turned to the same place. The place where Soul King had appeared from. The place where their only hope existed. They looked toward the commander who brought them here, and the most powerful among the 5 commanders. There, they saw despair. Samanhoon, with his remaining eye and badly injured body, was looking at Catastrophe. He was mumbling with disbelief as he barely stood. But how, the lords of 12 regions sealed you? He gathered all the information, even the about Catastrophe. It clearly said that the lords had sealed Catastrophe and he could not leave the Void Factory. King looked at Saemanhoon. Lords of 12 regions. He spoke with a laugh. They sealed me. The laughter shook the earth, and the sky trembled. The world was laughing at him. Saemanhoon felt as if his spirit was melting away. Then he realized it. I see. That was a lie. There was no way that lords from the past, who were only about at today's commander level, could have managed to seal off the king. The king spoke. They didn't do anything. They were busy running away. Saemanhoon then thought. He needed to get out of this crisis for now. They did not know what Catastrophe was up to, so the best solution was to talk things out. Catastrophe bowed and spoke. Oh, the great king! We have no intention of fighting you. Is that so? The king smiled. The only thing we want is that product you used to come down to us. This one? Then I cannot let you have it. Saemanhoon then asked, wasn't it promised that you would not meddle with the chaos? I believe you made the promise with. Do not bring that name up ever again. Saemanhoon flinched. I see. So, it was Big Brother. How strong is Big Brother then? Saemanhoon had lived long, but he did not know much about who or what Big Brother was. But that wasn't important for now. I'm sorry. Anyway, I acknowledge that you do not have a vicegerent because of that. Catastrophe then scoffed. This one is not my vicegerent. Pardon? Saemanhoon asked back in shock. Not a vicegerent. Then how? Then he realized something wasn't right. Gods didn't descend themselves in usual cases. They just let their vicegerents borrow the power. But this Jaewan had fully lost control over his body. This one said he will never give up his world. Being a vicegerent meant the awakener needed to accept the god's world. Jaewan refused it, however. Then you came because we made a deal. Deal? What is the deal? You do not need to know. What you do need to know is that you will all die. Then, all of began to shake. Storms came from the desert and waves came from the southern sea. The northern forest land was in flames and from the west came the dead men. Saemanhoon gritted his teeth. And by that, I assume you are not keeping the promise with. Catastrophe was angered. A mere insect, threatening the king? But a promise was a promise. It was his responsibility to answer it. No, the promise is still intact. What? The power is mine, but the will is not. And the world began coming down on the commanders. Saemanhoon then realized it was Jaewan who called upon Catastrophe to create this disaster. He also learned that Jaewan's body was in a very unstable state. It's imperfect dissension. It won't take long to finish. The dissension would not take too long. Jaewan's spirit was too small to hold the Soul King in place. Everyone, gather up. Saemanhoon whispered to the commanders. We have to hold for a few minutes. Then we will win. The world was falling down at them. Generals were powerful beings who could fight against thousands of enemies. But even then, they were used to fight against individuals, not nature itself. Saemanhoon then shouted, stay alive. 10 minutes. No, in 5 minutes, victory will be ours. And at that moment, Sarim, who charged at Catastrophe, blew up. It was just one blow. Then, Magita screamed as he charged at Catastrophe. He also ended up dead after getting crushed against an unknown force. Saemanhuha also ran to fight against the king. She resisted the landslide, fought the sandstorm and hail of the southern ocean. And after she made it through all that, she disappeared into silvery dust just a few steps short of Catastrophe. The last one to die was Chundo the Green. After losing his 2 arms, he tried to bring up insects from his mouth. He was going to let out poisonous insects, enough to kill everyone in the area. It wasn't possible to kill the king, but it should have been able to damage the body. But before he could manage to do so, a transparent sword penetrated his stomach. Don't take out that filth. It was the Void Sword, the most powerful sword that would make all beings perish. Chundo's spirit became corrupted immediately and he turned to the dead man, pledging allegiance to the king. However, Catastrophe scowled and spoke. Explode. And he did explode to his death. Saemanhoon couldn't bring himself up together. The world had turned to silver with everyone dying from left and right. Then, after a certain time, it became silent. Saemanhoon looked around, but there was no one. Someone was walking toward him. It only took 5 minutes for all generals to be killed to be wiped out. It was this day where Jaewon's later gained the nickname, Commander Slayer. You've won, Saemanhoon thought as he watched the god of disaster. Chapter 109, Catastrophe, 10. Jaewon felt the power surging within him. This is the power of the Soul King. It was power he was experiencing through his own body, but he didn't feel that it was realistic. It wasn't at the level of just destroying the lands and the world. It was controlling the world itself. That was the power of the Master of Chaos. Jaewon knew that this power was the goal he had to strive for. This is crazy. What's more important was that this power wasn't everything Catastrophe had. And even then, he lost to Big Brother and was sealed away. How strong do I need to become? Jaewon thought he had opened a possibility after he overcame the 4th step. But today, he saw impossible. Then, as he thought, the fight was almost over. He felt Soul King's spirit waning away, with his voice coming to him. You can only call me with the stone 3 times. You used it once this time, so remaining is 2. You will need me when you meet, so that means you have only 1 chance. You have to thank your friend, or else your spirit could have only called me 2 times. And the voice was gone. Then Jaewon felt horrible pain gripping him. He knew his spirit was at the limit. He also saw darkness grasping him and tentacles coming out of him. He was becoming a dead man. He felt the memories fading away. He was losing himself. He then wished if something could be there to kill him before he loses himself. Then he heard something touching him. Something that felt like a brush was tickling him. Then he realized that it was that brush that made him stay. Memories were coming back. He then saw Jaewon talking to Chungha long time ago, when he first fought Chungha at the training ground. Then, the other memories came back. Some were distant while some were embarrassing. They die because the ocean exists, right? I guess so. Then I will wipe out the ocean. Jaewon was really embarrassed at seeing himself answering against the question of righteousness. I was a fool. Reckless, foolish, and childish. He had no respect or compassion. He was a child. But even then, Chungha never hated him. Then Jaewon felt something within him, happiness. It was as if he was accepted by a world. Kid. Kid. Wake up. He felt pain searing through his body. Kid. There was a voice. It was the doctor. Kid. Kid, how long will you call me a kid? Jaewon. Jaewon smiled. He opened his eyes and there was a 1200-year-old man looking down at him with teary eyes. You did it, old man. He still felt corruption within him, but since Catastrophe wasn't hostile against him, it wasn't doing anything from within. Why did you become a dead man? Do you even know what you were putting yourself into? Chungha shouted, but Jaewon smiled. I trusted you. Jaewon had made up his plan with Chungha in mind. With his dead man slash, Jaewon thought there was a chance for Chungha to reverse him from becoming a dead man. He then saw Saemanhoon panting. It seems the king had left him before giving him a final blow that allowed him to survive. But his spirit was destroyed severely, so he was going to die at any second. Jaewon looked around. There were no generals anymore. It's done. Everything was done now. The lords would not care about the chaos anymore, as they would be busy rebuilding what they had lost. But something is weird. The expedition team members weren't too happy. Jaewan then turned to where Saemanhoon last was. Inside the space that he created earlier were the particles that showed video. It was now stuck on the ground, each particle showing the same video that was shown to Jaewan again and again. Everyone was watching the video of Jaewan's body now. Saemanhoon looked up. "You will be left alone." The members looked weird as they watched it. It wasn't the excitement of victory that grasped them, but a different emotion. Saemanhoon knew what it was. Betrayal. "Master." It was the North Gatekeeper Captain James who spoke first. "What is that video?" he asked. "I had heard of the rumor, that you are not dead, but alive. I thought it was a false rumor." Wait. What are you talking about? The master is not dead. He is not one of us. People began to mumble and Cayman spoke. "Hey, it's not important." "It's very important," James replied coldly. Cayman couldn't understand. Why did it matter if Jaewan was dead or not? Cayman then looked around at other members, but they too seemed to think the same thing. Some even asked this. "Come to think of it, didn't you acquire the fruits when you got to the Palace of Reincarnation? What did you do with all those fruits?" "Wait. Are you accusing the master of reviving back through the fruit?" Cayman shouted angrily. "Then how can you prove that video? He did not eat the fruit." Then where are those fruits?" Cayman couldn't say. He couldn't explain that he destroyed every remaining fruit. "I see." He then realized why they were becoming angered. They did not trust Jaewan. They did not join the expedition team to change the world. It wasn't a noble idea that drove them. All they wanted from the beginning was only one thing. The fruits. That was the only thing they wanted. But what if their leader was one who did not want such thing at all? What if their leader was an entirely different being who did not share their pain? Cayman looked at Jaewan. Suspicion began to turn into rage and began spreading among the people. Saemanhoon smiled ominously from the distance. The reason why people's emotion changed so quickly was also because of his top-grade skill, derange. But the skill only worked when there was a spark. It was people's darkness. It was their distrust against Jaewan that brought this. Chapter 110, Catastrophe, 11. "Master, did you come here through the narrow door? Are you working with any of renowned families or lords?" Yuren tried to explain, but it wasn't easy. There were too many stories to unfold to explain everything. "Right, that is your limitation." Saemanhoon then used his final powers to control the video to deliver a final blow. This. Impossible. People shouted angrily. They were raged. Some even ran directly at the person that was shown in the video. "Cayman. What is that? What have you done?" Cayman glanced at the video as people started grabbing him. He knew the scene very well. It was showing the Palace of Reincarnation where Cayman destroyed all remaining fruits. "Why did you do that?" There was no way to calm the crowds. Even Yuren and the other clan leaders seemed to be in shock. Nobody knew what had happened at the palace, but it was too late to explain. If he explained that he destroyed it because it would fuel an unnecessary fight over the fruits, would they believe him? "It's done." Cayman closed his eyes. Maybe it wasn't because of lords that their expedition failed 900 years ago. It was because they were human. He. Saemanhoon smiled silently. His plan failed, but at least one thing was a success. He had successfully destroyed. But then, "I ordered him to destroy it." Someone spoke up. "I ordered Cayman to destroy those fruits." People turned at the voice. Cayman quickly whispered to Jaewan. "Master. What are you?" But it was too late. "What is that? Why?" People began to shout in protest. James then asked, "Is it, because you are alive?" Silence fell. It was short but had enough impact to be transferred to everyone. Then, it was followed by a question. He is alive. He does not need the fruit. Then why? Master, what is your real purpose of going to the... Chungha closed his eyes and Carlton bit his lips. Cayman clenched his fists. They knew the answer to that. That's why they wished Jaewan would not answer the question. They knew people will not accept his answer. Fortunately, Jaewan did not answer. Then came another question. Why? Why did you give the order to destroy the fruits? Jaewan did not answer. He couldn't answer. He silently raised his sword and a few members backed away in fear. But what Jaewan was after wasn't them. The darkness began reaching out from him and his unique world filled the area. What is the meaning of this? People then realized they were inside Jaewan's unique world. What was he up to? People looked around frantically. But Jaewan was looking from the top. Soon, people too saw something above Jaewan faintly. Wait, is that? There was a thin line on top of his head. The link that was connected to somewhere. Connector. Sir Wen spoke in shock and people began their rage. But the rage turned into shock at Jaewan's action. His sword moved against the connector. And with it, the link was broken. With that, on the video, they saw Jaewan's body inside the video losing life. What did he just do? How could a human do that? Jaewan then put his sword away and spoke. This is the real life. The spirit freed from the life defined by the system. The spirit spoke. I am going to protect this life. Silence fell. Unexpectedly, a man who broke the silence with his laughter. Ha 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 ha. You are crazy, you are mad. Saemanhoon was laughing like a maniac. Everyone turned to look at him in shock. Was he still alive? But his spirit was now fading away into a silvery powder. He was at his last breath. I see. So, you have, even death. And he disappeared. People then lost energy to stand and slumped down. Mental shock struck them. Their minds calmed down as Saemanhoon's skill was deactivated and they realized what they just had done. Jaewan looked at each and one of them. Everyone was silent. No one dared to speak up. Some were even shaking. They couldn't bear to even look at the man who had just give up on his way back to move on to the... Jaewan turned back and began walking, limping from the damage he acquired through becoming a dead man. But no one dared to run up and help him. They now knew that it was the way that only a free spirit could walk. Soon, a few members stood and followed Jaewan. It was those who were not suspicious of Jaewan from the start. Chungha was the first, then came Carlton. Sir Wen then glanced around and quickly followed Jaewan at last. Then they saw the door of the void factory becoming distorted. Inside, was darkness. Catastrophe had accepted their entry to the... Clan leaders lowered their head and Yuren bit his lips in sadness. Jaewan was now being helped by Chunghoon and Carlton. Yuren smiled. At least you are not alone now. Cayman also watched them walk away. He wanted to go with them badly, but he couldn't. Jaewan had asked him to do something else. And when Jaewan took a step inside a voice came from behind. My king. It was Yuren. He was kneeling down, toward Jaewan. And with that, beginning with Cayman, the other leaders started kneeling. The leaders were Yang who had lost 2 eyes, Kong Wang who had lost an arm, Mukuk, who had lost his right leg, Isa the master of Dryad, and even Huidan, the master of Garuda. They couldn't follow the path they were walking toward, but they knew how noble it was to walk and be admired. Was kneeling down to him. Farewell, our last king. He did not invade, so he couldn't rule. He did not rule, so he wasn't worshipped. But even then, he was the king of... the last king that accepted. The king had now left. Chapter 111, Kind of a Fall, 1. We still remember him. Yuren Chiver, Chancellor of Carpe Diem Fortress. A woman was dreaming. It was when she was still a product. Countless people died around her as they fought against monsters rushing in. You witch! You killed us all! You lured those monsters! Hidden skill lure. Her cursed passive skill made people around her dangerous. She didn't want the skill, but there was no use. Life didn't change even after she arrived at it. Why do I have to go through this? She thought countless times of killing herself and she really did die eventually. She just didn't know there was another life after it. Why am I here? What did I do wrong? And after 10 long years of training to become a third-stage adapter, she finally found out. The world was twisted. Becoming more powerful didn't help her at all. It was during the day when she woke up. Warm sunlight touched her through the window and she felt numb. I should get up. She tried hard to get up from her bed. She felt like she would not get another chance to get up next. She began to feel the pain and the first part she felt was from the right hand. She thought she was going to cry. She had been waiting for this feeling, the feeling of movement. Then she felt something weird. There was something in her right hand. It was the feeling of a cold, durable object. A stone. She felt something familiar, but a longing feeling overwhelmed her. In the next moment, when the door to the room opened, people rushed in. Doctor! Doctor! She's awake! And with the excited shouts, the machine made an announcement. Treatment is now complete. Corruption level below 1%. And her heart began to pound. She began to remember all that had happened. When all doctors nearby rushed into the room, the windows to the room were opened. You're awake. She was sitting on her bed. Mino. With her long strands of hair moving about on the breeze coming through the window, her beautiful eyes turned from the window to the doctor. Where am I? It had been 3 months since Jaewan left Chaos. The first woman he met when he arrived had finally opened her eyes. A few moments later, Mino was allowed to leave the hospital. It was Claire, her assigned guardian, waiting for her outside the hospital. Are you kidding me? No, I'm not. You are the head of the finance department. How many times do I have to tell you? Claire sighed. Mino had been sleeping for over 6 months. What has been going on? Ugh, so. It was hard for Claire to explain all that had happened. What do you mean? There's a king in now. Yet. Claire regretted bringing that up to begin with. Who's the king? Upon hearing the answer, Mino looked at Claire dumbfoundedly and began to laugh. You think I'm a fool? He is the king. He was the king. Not anymore. Ha ha ha. Why don't you just say dead man and horned monsters are now our friends? That would be more believable. Mino laughed but Claire sighed. In next moment, Mino suddenly stopped. See Claire? WWH, what is that doing here? Mino began to shake. She seemed terrified and Claire looked at the direction where she was looking. There was monster walking calmly through the city. It was a monster with 7 horns. Mino was beyond terrified. She was within the fortress and it was under bright daylight. How was a dead man walking in the city like it was nothing? Whoa, relax. The one-armed man who was dragging the horned monster quickly caressed the 7-horned monster a few times as if it was his pet. Mino couldn't believe what she was seeing. Claire. Tell me I'm looking at an illusion. Am I being drugged? But it was only the start. After the monster disappeared, Mino then found tentacle monsters following her from behind. She felt like she was going to faint now. Dead man. The tentacle then touched her left cheek and hours after she woke up, she fainted again. 2 hours later, Mino was sitting down on an outside bench and was talking with Claire. So, tell me if I understand this correctly. Yet. A man destroyed the Palace of Reincarnation 3 months ago. Right. And the 4 fortresses of Gorgon were united. Right. And the United then built a new fortress at the place of the old Void Factory. Mino then looked around the streets and continued, the name of the fortress is Carpe Diem, which is here. And in this place, there were dead men, horned monsters, and humans. Some excited dead men were giving high fives to passing humans. Mino continued, humans, horned monsters, and dead men are living together in harmony. Like their friends. Right, you got everything right. Claire nodded and Mino became silent. Then she stood up and yelled, that's not even possible. And it took her a day to understand it was exactly how she understood it. Was now an entirely different place. With the Carpe Diem fortress as its symbol, the three races of chaos were now united under one. It was all thanks to the treaty between the King of Humans, the Overseer of the Void Factory, and the Soul King Catastrophe. Three races will undergo a peace treaty until our war against the Lords is finished. And between all that was the man in the center. What have you done? Mino thought as she looked at the statue at the center of the fortress. It was a statue of Jaewan with raising his sword up into the sky. The statue was created by the vice-chief of Twilight's Fall. The man had become stronger than all those clan leaders, masters of fortresses, and even killed the generals of and became the king of. You're now stabbing at the sky. Mino smiled. There was some writing beneath the statue. The last king of chaos. There were no more kings in. Chancellors of Carpe Diem, Uran, and Cayman refused to appoint a new king. To all of the people, the only king was the one who left. Some even started calling him a soul king. Wasn't that supposed to mean catastrophe? It isn't anymore. It means him now. Chapter 112, Kind of a Fall, 2. During 3 months after Jaewan left, a lot of things changed outside of also. As Carpe Diem grew in strength, there were forces that opposed Carpe Diem. These were the generals and underlings of the Lords of the. Mino was shocked to hear this. Isn't that a problem? How can we beat them? They are at least 4th stage adapters. We can beat them now. Mino understood why Claire was so certain after she saw the Tower of Awakeners. That tower had the same name as the fortress. People were training day and night within the tower. Most people did not walk the path of becoming an adapter anymore. Awakening. It was the present that the king had left for. And we can even fight 9th stage adapters. Yet. She thought ones at the 5th or 6th level were untouchable, and now the 9th were considered like they were nothing. She couldn't even guess what kind of power it was. We can't defeat any adapters though. The 9th is just a start. There are a lot of generals who are over the 9th stage in. Some are coming over even now. After Jaewan killed hundreds of generals, the 9th region was now in a fierce war, due to the destroyed power balance. There were hundreds and thousands of dead spirits transferring over to. Some were great generals. What stage are they? Great generals. 10th or sometimes 11th stage. How strong are they? I heard they can destroy a mountain in one strike. God. Mino became pale. What if they attack this place? We can't defeat them. Yeah, at least the humans can't. Mino flinched. It seemed she was too calm for saying that it was impossible. Impossible for humans. It seemed like someone other than humans was helping them. Then she realized something was off. It had been 3 months since Jaewan left. It was enough time for those generals to attack this place. But how was this fortress still safe? You know the place where the generals are sent to when they die is different, right? A bit. I heard they are summoned into the Palace of Reincarnation. Higher stage adapters were summoned to the palace so they could be revived quickly. Claire nodded. Right. You knew. What about it? Well, the overseers of Void Factory fixed it. The place that they get called into is different now. Was that something that could be changed? But. Where to? Here. Hey. Generals are called to Carpe Diem when they die. Mino screamed in shock. Here. Yet. But. We can't fight them. They're too strong. Mino became pale, but Claire didn't seem to be concerned at all. Well, it's further inside to be exact. Claire was pointing toward the inside of the fortress, deep within. Deep inside Carpe Diem, a summoning circle shined brightly and a naked man appeared from within. He looked around as he was confused, and then nodded. Damn it! So I was killed. It was one of the lesser generals of the 9th region. See, I told you it was no use being loyal. The general was surprised by another voice and turned around. It was one of his comrades who was on the battlefield until while ago. Wow, you're dead too, Jake. You're dead too, Drake. What would make me different? Drake frowned. It has been 400 years since he lived as a general of 9th region. He fought and fought for the darkness, but he was abandoned like a dog in the end. Maybe I should go to the 5th region next time. As he was thinking, Jake opened up. By the way, where is this place? I'm not sure. Drake mumbled as he looked around. This place wasn't familiar. I thought we were summoned to the Palace of Reincarnation. It doesn't look like it. Drake nodded. So the rumor was true. The palace is no more. There was a recent rumor that a powerful force had appeared within and destroyed the Palace of Reincarnation. Drake did not believe the rumor to be true. But even then, couldn't have defeated the generals of the palace. I guess those generals fought against each other for the fruit or something. I heard it almost ran out. Drake stretched himself and spoke to Jake. Jake, so what will you? But he couldn't talk any longer. Jake's face wasn't there anymore. Instead, blood was pouring out from his neck like a fountain. Jake. Drake was so terrified he couldn't even make a move. An insect is here again. A voice came to him with a power that beyond anything he had felt before. Explode. And that was the last word he heard. After a week, Mino made up her mind. Claire was looking at her with a concerned look. Are you really going in? Yeah. You might go mad and die. Mino shrugged. She was looking at the Tower of Awakeners. I'm ready. The tower wasn't big or tall. It was small and crude compared to the real Tower of Nightmares. But Mino wasn't concerned. She then looked at the people going into the tower. She heard that the training inside was like hell, but the people didn't seem to be worried at all. I want to know too. Claire understood, even if she didn't specify what she wanted to know. All right, go ahead. You damn girl. Claire turned back. But her back was shaking a bit and Mino smiled. I'm sorry, Claire. Then she took a step toward the tower. As she joined the people going into the tower, she reached into her pocket and felt the stone. She knew what it was. Returning stone. Claire said that Jaewan visited her before he left for the Void Factory and gave the stone in her hand. Why did he save? It was one question that was not answered. Jaewan, as she knew him, was cold and uncaring. He didn't seem like he liked humans very much. But he saved the world. He saved the world of dead men that he wasn't related to. Mino remembered her last words before she fainted a long time ago. Please don't give up on this world. Mino then shook her head. I doubt it. Then she stopped at the entrance of the tower. She felt something filling her heart. She realized why the expression on people's faces wasn't dark as they entered. It was hope. There was hope that there was something in this world, something she could do. She smiled. The man who was trying to make this world fall left hope in this world. Then she thought. Maybe, just maybe. This too was kind of a fall in itself. She then looked up to the sky. Beyond the sky, at the Jaewan was surely somewhere, fighting against the world. Maybe. I can see the same world as you. She couldn't understand the kind of world Jaewan pictured, but she could imagine. And within her imagination, the world was a small tree, a lone tree with no leaves or land to grab onto. But Mino didn't think the tree was lonely. Even if the whole world turned its back on it, the man was surely beside it to protect it. It was the world that the one man protected and will protect. It was the world after the fall. Chapter 113, Naked God, 1. Have you become a new god? Congratulations! You are in the top 0.0000001% of all beings. Sorry to spoil you though, but there's bad news. There are just too many like you in the. Most are losers who are out of competitions and idiots who can lose divinity at any time. Hey? Are you afraid that you'll become one of them? Don't worry. If you are reading my message, that means the blessing of the goddess of fortune, Minerva, is upon you. If you heed my advice, you will not have a hard time in. I guess you have a lot of things in mind that you want to do. Maybe you want to show off your newly created world, or work on settings or want to collect parts in your world. Settings. Parts. That's all good. But before you go for those luxuries, there's one important thing you must focus on. What is that, you ask? It's to collect followers. It's very important, so I used 2 exclamation marks. You, who are a newbie god, might not know why it's important. Why do you need followers? That is a foolish question. I remember saying this to a newbie god once, when I was asked the same question. Hey, what do you think a god is? Pierre, the god of coquetry. From the 101 tips for newbie gods. Which was the most dangerous site within? Gods of the once had a heated debate on the topic. These were gods who lived tens of thousands of years, so they needed topics to debate about. Some said that the first site where Big Brother was located it was the most dangerous, while some said the 4th site where the mad god existed was dangerous. These 2 sites were definitely dangerous. The first site was off limits for most and the mad god was a disaster for ordinary gods to even have the chance to meet. There were easier ways to get to the place where there was more realistic danger. It was the 8th site, Caspian. Caspian was nicknamed as the Forbidden Blue Grasslands. It was the place where all people, vicegerents and followers alike hated to be, had visitors. Through the deep bushes, a boy appeared. At around the age of 17 or 18, he had exquisite beautiful facial features that some would mistake him as a girl. He glanced around and sighed multiple times before he spoke. Goddess. It was strange. He was alone, but it didn't seem like he was just calling out to some random god. Goddess, can you answer me please? Then, from nothing, a voice came. What? It sounded like an angry girl. Is it really here? It is. But, there's nothing here. I don't think there's a fishing spot around here. There were only trees and grass. And the atmosphere, each time the bush shook with the wind, the boy flinched in fear. Can I get out of here, please? I'm really scared. What if the lost ones appear? Don't start that again. The girl voice, who was called a goddess, sighed. Ronald, lost ones aren't that common. It's been tens of thousands of years since the 3 ancient gods have fallen. They did have a lot of followers, but they are probably all dead by now. And besides, you don't need to worry one bit even if they appear. Why is that? It's obvious. You got me. You. Yet. If I, the naked Anderson, am with you, you are 100% safe. Ronald sighed. Wait, why are you sighing? It's nothing. Ronald just thought instead. To think it was she who appointed me. It had been 3 years since he arrived at the. After barely clearing the Tower of Nightmares, the cultivator of his tower spoke to him. You are not going to the. What? I don't know the reason, but a certain goddess said she will buy you. You will become her vicegerent in the. A god, not the Lord, appointed him. Ronald was excited. However, the excitement faded as soon as he realized the goddess who purchased him was the lower rank god, the most common type of god within the goddess. I don't think there will be any fishing spots around here. Ronald spoke again. Even if there were, no spirit who comes up to can survive. Do you really have to come all the way here to get the followers? That was the start of the tragedy. It all started because of the followers. Followers, or spirits who believed in God. All gods of the required followers. Unlike vicegerents, who were enough with just one, the number of followers the god had contributed to their power. The more followers, the more power the god obtained. It allowed them to make a more powerful world, or use rare setting or parts into its world. Followers are power. The word was famous among gods. Because of this competition, all spirits within the were all followers. In this heavy competition, weaker gods had only two choices to gain followers. First, lure the followers of other gods. This method, also known as headhunting, was widely utilized by mid to higher ranking gods. It was done by offering followers better conditions to take it away. But it was difficult for weaker gods to use as they had nothing to offer, and there was the possibility of making the opponent gods become angry and start a war. The lower ranking gods were then given one remaining option. The second option was to find a fishing spot and fish up a follower. This was what Ronald and low-ranking god Anderson was trying to do. Who told you that there was a fishing spot here? Hey? Goddess, tell me. Who was it that fooled you? The problem was, it wasn't going too well. Come on. Tell me. Minerva. Anderson spoke with a squeamish voice. Minerva. Ronald became scary immediately. Are you talking about that damn goddess of fortune who issues the magazine? It's her. Yet. Ronald began shouting angrily. Anderson quickly began defending herself. But Minerva said it. Today's lucky point was the west-north-north of Caspian, blue, forest, and water. This is the only place with blue forest which is northwest of Caspian. And the water should indicate that it's the fishing spot. And so what did that damn goddess say? She said I will meet an important person if I go there. And you think that important person is a follower? Right. Ronald stopped suddenly. Silence fell between them. Goddess. Yet. Will you apologize? I am sorry. Will return. Yet. Ronald sighed and turned back. He seemed tired as he walked through the bush. Anderson was also silent as if she was saddened. Chapter 114, Naked God, 2. Maybe I overdid it. Ronald felt a bit sorry for Anderson. I'm the only one she has. Other than her vicegerent, no one in that followed Anderson. Having just one follower meant that Anderson's world could disappear at any moment. Goddess, are you there? Anderson was quick-tempered and picky, but Ronald liked her. Her voice made him remember his lost younger sister. Anderson's voice was very similar to his sister's. This was why Ronald did not betray the low-ranking god Anderson. She was now the only family he had. Oh well. I'll play along a bit more. Ronald then asked, Goddess, should we look around for a bit more? Hey? Really? Anderson's voice brightened up and Ronald smiled bitterly. Anderson was still a god. But gods required followers. She, too, would want to become stronger. And the rumors said that she used to be a high-ranking god of the depth. It was through betrayal that she was dragged down to where she was now. But she wouldn't have picked me if she was at a high rank. Ronald was somewhat thankful for Anderson's unfortunate turn of events. And it might be good if we have one more, the goddess should be less sad. Then, Ronald smelled something. He first thought he was mistaken. But as he tried again, it wasn't mistaken at all. Hey! What is it? Goddess, do you smell water nearby? I don't have the nose to smell it. Ronald ignored her and began searching around. They neared where the smell was coming and Anderson quietly watched. And after a while, they found a small open space in the forest. Ronald screamed as he looked at the center of it. "Tth, there it is! Goddess! It's really there! Wo!" There was a small silvery pond at the center. It was the place called fishing spot where spirits could be fished up. They had found the place. Most famous fishing spots that had tens of spirits fished up the day had already occupied high-ranking gods. Lower-ranking gods were then forced to use public fishing spots. These spots had maybe one spirit throughout a few days, and even those were competed against amongst the gods. Ronald and Anderson had found a new fishing spot. Maybe we can really get a follower. What should I do if we do get it? Anderson also seemed to be excited. It was known that newly found fishing spots had good energy in them, so lost spirits were drawn to it. That was why a lot of lower-ranking gods and their vicegerents searched for new fishing spots. Most of them had to either return empty-handed or get killed. Maybe we can fish up a lot. What should we do? I'll get a lot of followers and change setting and buy parts. Settings? You know you have to change my setting first, right? Of course. And don't forget my personal parts. Heck yeah. Two of them were already dreaming about living among the high-ranking gods. I can be more powerful and go up the ranks, and become top rank too. After a while of daydreaming, Ronald realized it had been an hour since he started fishing. Goddess, does it usually take this long? After 3 hours. Nothing's coming up. Let's wait. I heard spirit fishing is like fishing time itself. Where did you learn that? It was from the monthly fortune. 5 hours. Goddess. And after a day, they decided something wasn't right. Why? How come nothing's coming up? Ugh. That damn Minerva. Goddess. Let's go beat her up. She's a top-ranking god. I don't even have a chance. I know. Ronald became sad. They finally found a new fishing spot, but they weren't catching a mere fish. Maybe this fishing spot was found a long time ago, but was abandoned as nothing could be fished. Ronald. Yeah. Didn't that move just now? Ronald then turned to the fishing pole. And at that moment, the pole suddenly moved and Ronald felt something heavy pulling the pole. Hey! Something was caught. It was caught, but... Gee goddess! I think I caught something really big. Most spirits were fished up the moment they were caught, but this spirit didn't look normal. Where did it come from? Is it from that Murim? The spirits of the had a difference in power depending on where it came from. Spirits from Murim were especially powerful and were hard fish up. Something's wrong. Anderson also felt something off and began using Ronald as a conduit to exercise her world power. This spirit isn't from the... What? Where's it coming from then? What do you mean? A spirit was being fished up from the fishing spot when they were coming from? Ronald had never heard of such a thing. There's no time. Take off your clothes. Ugh. Ronald sighed and held the fishing pole on his mouth and began to unclothe himself. His scrawny body was revealed. You're still as scrawny as ever. Ugh, hurry up with the setting. And as his setting, naked, was activated, Ronald's scrawny body turned to that of a muscled man. But even then it wasn't easy to pull up. What have we got? Ronald used all his might to pull it up. After a while of heavy pulling, something was dragged outside. Gods! It was an unconscious man. He had dark hair, with wounds all over the body and blood turning into a silver powder. He was entirely naked and he has a sword. There was a sword in his right hand, a scabbard on his left hand. Is he from Murim? Ronald swallowed his throat. He was weak, but he still was a vicegerent. Ronald felt the power from within the man. He has a world. Ronald became shocked and quickly asked, what have we fished up? Goddess, is he a vicegerent? That was impossible. There was no vicegerent in. Anderson answered. He's not a vicegerent. Hey? Then. Anderson became silent for a while. It was when Ronald realized the silence wasn't a good sign that Anderson spoke. Her voice was shaking. Ronald. We have fished up a god. Chapter 115, Naked God, 3. He is a god. I'm sure of it. That's impossible. No, he is. At least something close to it. You should trust your god sometimes. Are you serious? Ronald turned to the man. The naked man was still lying on the ground unconscious. He was very well built with his muscular body. He has a beautiful spirit. The body wasn't built just through exercise. Having a well-built body was the result of a trained spirit. However, Ronald had never seen a man with such a balanced build until now. This also was proof that this man cannot be a god. He can never be a god. No god has a spirit body. Gods did not have spirit bodies. This was the truth of the. All gods exist in presence and only becomes themselves through vicegerents. Isn't this the basic rule of the? Anderson was shocked by the sudden logical explanation. Ronald, are you trying to show off what you know? You taught me this. It was simple actually. It just meant no god could use their power without a vicegerent. This was a fact for everyone who lived in. Was it? Anderson said, are you kidding me? You told me that the first day I came here. God, a being that has achieved its status as the higher being ascended from their original self. These gods needed vicegerent to use their power. There was no exception in this. Gods existed through vicegerent. They had a tremendous amount of power, but were never allowed to use it on their own. This was what Ronald knew. So, with that said, he cannot be a god. Maybe he's a follower or a vicegerent. I can send his world power too. That's when Ronald stopped. His face frowned and Anderson asked. Oh, so now you see. What is this man? Didn't you say that he must be a follower or a vicegerent? No, that can't be. He's from. There's no god in chaos. The only place where gods existed was in. And this man was from. It didn't make sense for him to be a follower or a vicegerent where there was no god. But Anderson had a different idea. Well, there is one in actually. There was one, terrifying god within. One that might be stronger and more terrifying than any of the top-ranking gods from. But Anderson decided not to spill that part of the information. I doubt he would make a vicegerent. As far as Anderson knew, that god was tied to through an unknown condition and never made a vicegerent. So, with that put aside, there was no way that this man could be a vicegerent or a follower. Ronald continued, did you say he's a god because of that? Because he's not a vicegerent nor a follower. Well, that was part of it. But that's just a wild guess. You don't even have a logic that befits a god. Ronald, you learned well in insulting your own god. Your logic is like this. There's an animal that looks like a rat, but it isn't. That what is this? A new animal? Then let's name this animal. This animal is now a cat. So rat is a vicegerent and a god is a cat? What a pitiful parable. Goddess, isn't it about time to tell me now? Hey? What? You said he was a god right the moment you saw him. You know something that I don't, right? A god was still a god. They were beings that had knowledge and information that no human could possibly obtain. If that god was certain, then there must be a reason, even if it was hard to explain. Ronald, have you heard the story called the Strong Mouse story? What? Ronald asked confusingly. Strong Mouse story. What is that? Once upon a time, there was a mouse. He was a strange one. But as the title said, he was a strong mouse. He didn't scavenge leftover food, but he went out to hunt. After hunting and eating, he became really strong. He was a mouse, but he refused to stay as a mouse and became something more. Ronald concentrated on Andersen's story. After a while, he was now strong enough to even fight against a cat. He also realized that other mice were afraid of him. He then saw it was those cats who saw him as equals, not the other mice. That's when finally realized. What? Ronald asked. Andersen continued in a dreamy voice. Oh. I'm not a mouse anymore. Ronald became silent. You just made that up right now, didn't you? Andersen didn't answer, but Ronald realized something. This wasn't just some old fairytale. Wait, goddess. The story right now. I call these mice awakeners. Awakener. Ronald felt a sudden jolt. He knew awakeners very well. Rupture, the infamous terrorist group who opposed the Lords of the, was comprised of awakeners. Those beings broke their limits as humans and became gods. They created their own worlds and became the vicegerent of their own worlds. These are mice that, through their hard work, had allowed them to even hunt the cats. It all made sense now. One that had its spirit body but also was a god. Only awakeners were able to do that. Is he an awakener then? Probably. And besides, if he's from... Andersen remembered what she heard from the network that awakeners were appearing in. She thought it was a hoax, but it seemed like it was true. Ronald asked with a shaky voice, maybe he's from Rupture. No, those ones never travel alone. He can't be from Rupture. The appearance of unaffiliated awakener. Ronald wasn't sure what change it would bring to. So, what are we going to do with him? I don't know. It depends on if he is a god or not. Depends. Either he will become our ally or... Then Ronald felt weird sensation coming up. It was similar to the urge to eat. After spending a long time with Andersen, Ronald understood where this feeling came from. Vicegerents were beings who understood their gods best. They understood them so well that they were influenced by their gods' feelings. Goddess? Ronald asked. And she answered. Ronald, there's a way to make sure whether he will be our ally or not. Ronald didn't want to know how, and she didn't care. Let's eat him. Chapter 116, Naked God, 4. 10 minutes later. Damn it. Ronald was topless and full of sweat as he hugged the naked man. It was a weird sight, but there was no other way. This way was the only way that his goddess, Naked Andersen, could eat this man. Eating is a weird word to use. What it was actually doing was just diving into his spirit. Ronald knew why Andersen made this horrible, to Ronald of course, choice very well. If this man was a real god, then that was good. There were other ways for gods to increase their power rather than gathering followers. If gods had more parts or had better settings, it would allow them to use another method. It was to eat other gods. This was forbidden in many sites, but it was openly done on many illegal sites. Even there were a lot of vicegerents lurking who did this god-eating. Ronald watched the man's face and mumbled, I hope you are not a god. If Andersen determines that this man was a god, she would start eating up his spirit right away. There was no better prey than an unconscious one. Ronald hoped to not lose the chance of gaining another follower. He had been lonely through his time with only his goddess. No. But you won't become a follower so. With such world power, the spirit would become Andersen's new vicegerent instead. There were rare cases where a god would have two vicegerents, but that was for those high-ranking gods. Andersen wasn't one of them. It's okay. Ronald thought it would still be okay even if he was degraded into a follower. If this made his goddess Andersen happy, then that was good enough. Aren't I a good follower? Ronald smiled as he spoke. But it was the next moment when he realized something wasn't right. Hey! Something connected had been cut off, and Ronald knew what this was. Goddess! Andersen's link that was connected to Ronald was cut off suddenly. Ronald felt lonely for a second. It made sense for Anderson to become excited, but why cut off the link so suddenly? So, he wasn't a god. If the link was broken, then it meant his goddess had found a new vicegerent. Anderson probably decided to make this man her new vicegerent. But... goddess. Something wasn't right. This wasn't just the link being cut off. This. She vanished. He couldn't feel Anderson at all. It was as if she had been swallowed up by something. Goddess. However, Ronald didn't know. There was a bigger problem than Anderson's vanishment lurking in. There was vicious energy spreading out from where they were lying down. It was unlucky. That was the only way Jaewan could describe the situation. It was fine until he defeated those generals and got help from Catastrophe to enter. It was also good that he had Chung-ha, Carlton, and Sir Wen with him. Two of them were trustworthy and one was good enough. It was a shame that he couldn't take Cayman with him, but that was for the best. It was Jaewan who ordered Cayman to stay behind in. Still needed someone to lead them and Jaewan thought Cayman was the best candidate. It was all good up to this point. The problem in was solved and the entrance to was open. He wasn't in a good state, but he had Chung-ha so it wasn't going to be much of an issue. He just needed to head to now. Follow the path, and you will be it. As he heard Catastrophe's voice, Jaewan became a bit excited as he watched the entrance to all the work he had done up until now coming to fruition. But when he arrived at the entrance, a voice came to them. Stop right there. He knew the voice. Jaewan then realized it was the woman who joined the tournament a while ago. Jaewan knew who she was now as Chung-ha told him before. Rupture. Oh, so you know about us now? The old man told you. Chung-ha then stepped forward. Sir Ha. Why are you here? Second captain of Rupture, you Sir Ha. That was her name. She was also infamous with her nickname, Early Dawn. Sir Wen, who knew her by the name, frowned. She is at least a commander. Captains of Rupture were at the level of commanders. They were not as powerful as lords, but there was no telling how much stronger they might get through time. Oh, I'm not here to talk to you. Let me talk to him. And with that, a young boy's voice came from behind her. Captain, the firewall installation is finished. It was a boy with headphones and a black hooded sweatshirt with a moon drawing on it. As he fiddled with the small machine, Jaewan then realized Catastrophe's voice had disappeared. He turned back and he couldn't find his friends either. Some kind of barrier was trapping him. This won't long. We're up against the Soul King. Okay, it will be done quickly. Sir Ha waved the boy off and turned to Jaewan. I saw what you did. I was curious about your intention and. Whoa, it sure was amazing. I mean, I wasn't too keen when you united all those clan leaders and masters of the fortresses. But fighting against those generals, that was something. Even we wouldn't plan such a thing so easily. It made me reconsider you. What is your point? I mean, I couldn't even find a word to describe the massacre out here with the generals. We never thought of doing that, you know? Bringing Catastrophe into it. How did you even get the idea? I asked, what is your point? Jaewan knew Sir Ha wasn't friendly when she had set this barrier around them. If she was coming in friendly, she wouldn't have forced it upon them like this. Wow, you sure are impatient. I'm not done with my story, so hear me out, will ya? Anyway, it was all good up to that point. I mean, I thought we could just leave you be like this. It's not what we usually do, but I felt your goal isn't too different from us. As you know, this world is really F***ed. Don't you think so? Jaewan did not answer. But the last skill you used. Now that was problematic. Jaewan thought about what skills he did use for a moment. Where did you learn Perishing Slice? Perishing, what? The skill that you used to cut the link. We call it perishing slice. It's the skill only captains and the leader of rupture uses. Is it? Jaewan was surprised. He wasn't surprised by the name, but that there were others who can use the skill. That is a dangerous skill. It perishes spirits. It's not something that awakeners who aren't from rupture should be allowed to use. I made that skill myself. I'm sure you don't have a patent on it or something. I'm serious. Surha then began to move. Jaewan realized she was opening up her own unique world. It was the power of creation. This woman was either equal to or more powerful than Jaewan. Now, do you know why I'm here? Are you going to kill me? Surha smiled. That's an option, but I have a different idea. Jaewan then realized why this woman had come all the way here. Join Rupture. Chapter 117, Naked God, 5. Would it have changed if he had accepted Surha's offer? Jaewan didn't know. No. With that said, Jaewan and Rupture's relationship was decided. Second Captain Surha raised her scythe weapon named Thundering Imp and the fight began. The fight was intense. The pathway to was destroyed through it. After Jaewan experienced the power of catastrophe, his spirit gained more power. It wasn't enough to have him move on to the next step, but he was now able to utilize the power of creation at will. If I was in my best condition. With his heavily wounded body, he wasn't able to fight against Surha. Jaewan had to use his last resort. The skill that Rupture named as Perishing Slice. Surha couldn't attack easily after that. She too had the linkage. If Jaewan managed to cut her ties, she might be trapped in this part of the world. You'll regret this. Jaewan's gamble eventually paid off. After time passed, the barrier was lifted and Surha disappeared. But the problem was still there. Ah, damn it! Jaewan thought as he looked around the area that was now pitch black. The path is closed. He couldn't find Chungha, Carlton, or Sir Wen. It seemed they probably had moved on to already. If they were in, he would soon meet them again. That wasn't a problem then. The problem was Jaewan himself. If the path closes before you go through, follow the closest light. If you are lucky, you might get out of that way. It won't be a pleasant experience, however. Jaewan didn't know what that meant, but he had no choice. He swam through the darkness looking for the light. It was completely dark, so he didn't even know where he was going. Nothing's easy. He was too exhausted from the multiple battles and he was now losing energy. He tried to stay awake but it was no use. After a while, something changed. The surrounding air turned into water and he felt his skin turning into scales. He began breathing through gills like a fish. As he breathed, he constantly swam. It was then that the light appeared from above. The fish, Jaewan, realized he should move towards it. I must go there. Nobody ordered him to go, and Jaewan wasn't fully conscious, but he followed his instincts. And then, he finally reached the light. He felt he was being dragged up and writhed in pain. So, this was the experience. The feeling of becoming a fish wasn't pleasant at all. And being fished up was another. Jaewan thought it wasn't a pleasant experience before he fully lost his conscience. Some time later, Jaewan realized someone was calling him. A small hand was shaking his body. Hey! A voice. Wake up! Hey! It was the voice of a girl. Jaewan opened his eyes. There was a young girl wearing a white one-piece skirt without shoes, crying, and wailing. She was shaking Jaewan, panicking. Jaewan wasn't sure what was going on. What is it? What is it? Is that all you have to say to me? Jaewan frowned. He looked around and only found darkness. But it wasn't like the darkness from the path to. After he checked the eye of Azura in the sky, he realized he was inside of his unique world, but then another question arose. Who is this girl? It was strange. No being was allowed to come into his unique world without his permission. Yet this girl was standing there as if she belonged there from the start. What the heck are you talking about? You ate me. Ate you. Yet. Do something. He wasn't sure what she was talking about, but it seemed like he did something bad to her. Jaewan asked, "What do you want me to do?" The girl then flung onto him. Save. Save. Save what? Save my only follower. Oh, goddess. He should have run when he realized someone was approaching. Ronald looked at enemies in front of him. They emerged from the bushes. They had a dark cape and tattoos all over their face. Ronald knew he was in danger. You're a fool to walk around the forbidden sites alone, kid. Ronald knew who they were. Forbidden sites of Caspian weren't only dangerous because of the ancient gods' lost ones. The lost ones were definitely dangerous, but there were more realistic dangers lurking around. Hunters. Hunters were those who lurked forbidden sites to hunt newbie vicegerents. Hey, kid. Ronald then realized their elbows were twisted weirdly, like those of a mantis. Followers of Belkan. Mid-ranking god Belkan the Furious Talon. All of his followers were infamous for being vicious and evil. Ronald heard they had moved their base to Caspian, but he didn't realize it was at this blue forest site. Kid, you here? Why yes. What were you doing? Ronald grew anxious. He was against hunters and followers of a mid-ranking god. If they found out what he was going through, he would be killed instantly. I was just examining the new fishing spot I found. Ronald thought up a quick lie. Fishing spot? Yet. It's the one that my goddess and I found. Do you want to see it? The new fishing spot was very valuable to Ronald and Anderson. It held tremendous value, but nothing was more important than their lives. The men became excited. Whoa, it's really a fishing spot. And it's an unregistered one. It's a bit small but God Belkan will be pleased. The three men looked around the pond and soon, one who looked like he was the leader came up to Ronald. Kid, did you tell anyone else that you found this place? No, not yet. Only me and my goddess know about it. I see. Ronald then realized greed was filling the man's eyes and he quickly explained, if it's all right, I will have you take this fishing spot. My goddess tells me to do so too. Oh? Did she? Who is your goddess anyway? It's Anderson. Anderson. The man became confused and turned to his friends. Hey, you know who Anderson is? Anderson? What's that? Bah, there are so many of those no-names. Ronald blushed with embarrassment. But it was a common sight and it was sometimes better this way to be ashamed by someone who didn't know then. Wait, are we talking about that naked Anderson? Ronald frowned. Naked? Oh? You mean the one who was dropped to the lowest rank? Ha ha ha. So she still had followers. The men cackled while Ronald silently rose up. I better get going then. Ronald then picked up the naked black-haired man and thought, at least we got him. He couldn't feel Anderson's presence, but it wasn't certain that she had disappeared until this man woke up. If Anderson was safe, then it wouldn't be bad to just get out of this situation safely. In the end, Anderson was going to get another follower. That was good enough. Wait. But things weren't going to end up like that so easily. Ronald flinched at the voice. Put that down. What? Hey? Don't pretend you didn't hear it. Put it down. That's ours now. The follower was directly pointing at the naked man. Chapter 118, Naked God, 6. But we fished him out. Hey? This fishing spot now belongs to our god Belkan. Any spirit coming from it is now a follower of Belkan. Isn't that right? It was absurd. Drop it and get lost, kid. Consider it lucky that we are letting you go. Ronald looked at the man's face. He couldn't give up on this man yet. His goddess was probably still with him. If he was taken away, then Ronald was going to lose Anderson too. Then I will become like those lost ones too. Ones who lost gods by force would lose their consciousness and become monsters if they don't find a new god to serve quickly. This was terrifying. But what Ronald worried about the most wasn't becoming a lost one. I don't want to lose her. He didn't want to lose Anderson. She was the only goddess he had, and Ronald was her only vicegerent. I said, drop it and go. Ronald carefully put down the man, but he did not make a move. His legs shook and his heart began to pound. Can I do it? He wasn't sure, but Ronald still readied himself. Oh, look at him. He's trying to fight us. Haha, it was going to be boring if he didn't want to fight. The men began approaching and Ronald shouted, I'm a vicegerent. I will not abandon the follower of my goddess. This was the best threat Ronald could make, but it didn't have any effect. You are a vicegerent? Haha. Good. We'll see the setting of the naked goddess then. Ronald quickly checked on their faces. Fortunately, these people weren't vicegerents. It was lucky that vicegerent, who were able to utilize 90% of his god's power, wasn't here, but followers were still powerful. Followers too, depending on their powers, were allowed to use 30 to 70% of a god's power. If Ronald could wield Anderson's power, they were easy to deal with. However, he wasn't able to use the power right now. Belkin's followers kicked Ronald away. He was getting ready for the attack, but he couldn't block it. What? Why are you so weak? Are you really a vicegerent? Ronald stood up and there was a fist in front of him. He gasped. Haha. So weak. Kid, start using setting. Or else you will die. Ronald couldn't use setting as his link between Anderson had been broken. Ronald felt pain from his organs as he kept getting kicked. But then they stopped suddenly. Hey, take off his clothes. Clothes? Why? I heard Anderson's followers become strong when they take off their clothes. I think that's their setting. Really? Ronald then screamed, and no. Ha, stay still. Ronald couldn't resist the force coming from the three men, especially when they had the setting that made them increase their strength. Soon, Ronald was lying on the ground naked like a frog. The followers began to laugh. He's butt naked and still weak. That's weird. I heard Anderson's followers increase in their muscle sizes when they get naked. Isn't this already increased? Ha ha ha. One of the followers laughed as he poked Ronald's body. Ronald cried in shame. He had never been so humiliated. Even if this was and he was a vicegerent of a low-ranking god, this was too much. Ah! Goddess! That's when men looked at each other with a different idea. Hey, why don't we take him with us? It's hard to get new followers these days. That's a good idea. Yeah. Hey kid! Abandon your goddess and we will let you live. Ronald gritted his teeth. They were telling him to abandon his only goddess, Anderson. Ronald stood up. Betray his goddess? That was impossible. Ronald still remembered the moment when he first met Anderson in. It was through her warm, unique world that Anderson showed him, that made him decide to stay in. Ronald was young, but he was old enough to choose the most valuable thing to him. Without that world, there was no Ronald. He knew this very well. I won't betray my goddess. It was almost an outcry, but the men scoffed. So, the naked goddess trained her vicegerent well. Then we will beat you up until you change your mind. A man then threw his cape and revealed a blade from his elbow. Ronald realized it was Belkin's setting. Scythe of Belkin. It was the symbol of mid-ranking god Belkin. It was a common setting amongst strengthening types as it was just the mixture of an increase in muscle strength and change of skins, but it was still a huge threat to Ronald right now. The ground and trees around were destroyed as the attack was unleashed. Ronald closed his eyes, thinking it might be good to rather die. The only thing that was sad was that he couldn't see Anderson's face yet. If he was a stronger vicegerent, maybe he could have seen her face. Goddess! Ronald curled himself, preparing for the incoming pain. But he couldn't feel any pain even after a while. When he opened his eyes, he saw something unbelievable. He also heard the screams of those followers. What are you? Arg! The entire forest was being blown up and men were being thrown away with naked bodies. This man! There was a naked man standing in front of him. He was covered in muscles and Ronald knew what the setting was. Naked. It was surely Anderson's setting. Ronald stood up. Was he dreaming? Was it like the fairytale that Anderson always told him? God! He then saw the world power shining from within the man. The man's face wasn't the one Ronald was waiting for, but the man did look like the naked god that Anderson told in her story. She had told him before. What? You want to know how I made the naked setting? It's not my own actually. Then where did you get it? I got it from some weird god. He was one of the ancient ones. Very powerful. Weird. Why was he weird? Well, he was violent and unmerciful. But he hated clothes. He always said the beauty lies within the bare body. So anyone standing in front of him was unclothed. They had to run with their clothes in their hands. So people screamed, "The naked god has appeared," whenever he was there. Ronald thought the cloth could have been some kind of a symbol, but he shook his head and asked. Isn't he just a pervert? Well, he had his reasons. He just truly believed that the clothes were just a fake image. Like a mask. He said the most important thing starts when you throw away everything else. Ronald couldn't understand what it meant back then. But now, he thought maybe he kind of understood. Something was stirring inside him as he stared. The naked god was in front of him. The god looked at his body and mumbled. Damn it! I don't even have any clothes this time. At least I had a rag in chaos. The man ranted for a second, flexed, and then turned to Ronald. Are you the follower of a girl named Anderson? The man was clearly annoyed. Please, get her out of my head. Chapter 119, Naked God, 7. Jaewan looked at his muscles. I feel like I've gotten stronger. His muscles seemed to be at least 10 times more powerful than he remembered what he was like back in. He knew that such power existed through Malak's memory, but seeing it in front of his eyes was a different thing. It's as he said. There's no more spirit power, Jaewan thought as he realized the spirit power that permeated the air around was no more. That was an entirely different place from. Unlike where spirit power allowed one to use skills and powers, had very limited resources. It was only through the unique world that borrowed the world's power that one was able to use a skill. That was. Jaewan looked at his body again. After using suspicion, he realized the world power was forming a complicated formula. This power was called setting in. It was through setting that the world power was allowed to form. Increased muscle strength, so is this the nakedness something setting? Then, a noisy voice came to him. It's called naked. Jaewan remembered it was Anderson's voice. You should get the name right. Jaewan ignored what she said but she continued shouting. Listen to me. Are you listening? He felt like he was getting a headache. This girl who was hell-bent on accusing him of eating her or something didn't seem to want to leave his head. But there was another problem. God. God. Jaewan had to peel the boy off him by grabbing his head as he kept trying to hang on to him. God. Why are you refusing me? I told you, I'm not your god. You are now. Jaewan was confused. Ugh, what have I been put into now? Jaewan sighed as he glanced at Ronald. Ronald was astonished by the new god's grandeur posture. Big and beautiful. Powerful world power was coming from the naked body, and he had the power to wipe out the mid-ranking god's followers with one strike. As far as he knew, that power was beyond the Anderson's limit. The new god said his name was Jayawan. So Ronald decided how to call this new god with the name God Jayawan. I said, I'm not a god. Please let me be your follower. Jayawan became frustrated and a voice came from his head. Ronald. I'm disappointed. He just said he wouldn't betray me and look at him now. The goddess will agree on me being your vicegerent. I will never do that. I'm sure of it. God Jayawan, you are one with Goddess Anderson now. I can see it since you can use the naked setting. So it's not betraying my goddess to follow you. Hey, never take him as your follower, you hear? Jayawan was frustrated by Ronald on the outside and Anderson from the inside. Hey you two, cut it out. Ronald and Anderson became silent as strong world power swept over them. Ronald began to hiccup as he was surprised. Jayawan spoke. Let's start from the basics. If the were owned by lords, the was owned by gods. The only difference was that gods were more detailed in their control over their regions. These regions were called sites. The size differed from very large ones to those small ones that were usually equaled the size of a small village. There was a total of 8 large sites each with different names. The ones that owned these sites were top-ranking gods. Medium sites were controlled by high-ranking gods, and small sites by mid-ranking gods. Low-ranking gods had their own sites, but they were too small to be even considered as sites. Jayawan then stopped hearing things and asked, so, the site is like the land? A land? No. It's different. Different. Do you not know much about? I heard some, but I don't know much. Jayawan's knowledge of was from Malak's memory, so there were a lot of missing pieces. But he couldn't explain everything to this boy. Sites aren't just divided up by regions. It's like a divine region or divine region. Like you said, sites are kind of like land for the gods. But it becomes something else for the high-ranking gods. They can materialize their unique worlds onto the sites. The site is like the weapon itself for them. Jayawan then remembered catastrophe from that description. I see. So was his site. It was clear to him that catastrophe using almighty power within the. But that means there are some who can use power like him in this place. Jayawan's question was quickly answered by Ronald's explanation. However, using world power throughout the entire site is a bit hassle even for high-ranking gods, so they use setting instead. Naked, the one you used, is one of those settings. Burdening. Then I guess there aren't much that like catastrophe. Jayawan was now re-evaluating this boy who was thinking of him as a king. He's useful. At first, he thought the kid was a coward, but he was very knowledgeable and knew how to talk. He used the right words to explain to Jayawan, who didn't know much about it. Jayawan still couldn't decide if he should take Ronald with him. He had experience of getting into trouble for making a company in. I don't want to make things more complicated. As his thoughts grew complicated, Ronald stopped and asked, God Jayawan. Take out the God part. Mr. Jayawan. What? Is Goddess Anderson okay? As Jayawan looked at his eyes, he felt a weird sensation grabbing him. He realized that this boy wasn't just a cowardly innocent boy. You hear her voice, right? Yeah. Then. What? You're not going to kill her or anything like that, right? Jayawan then realized his guess was correct. This boy had been saying that he decided to serve him, but all he did was actually for his goddess, Anderson. Ronald was afraid of losing his goddess, but Jayawan knew the outcome. This boy would lose her. You will kill me, right? Anderson spoke. Jayawan tried to reply, but he decided not to. Besides, Anderson knew what Jaewan was thinking even if Jaewan didn't say anything. Yeah, I expected as much. I felt it when I came into you. To think you were the infamous General Slayer. Jaewan now shared part of his memory with Anderson. Anderson saw Jaewan's memory and so did he. That was how he found out some things. And few of them were some things that he couldn't let go. Thousands, or maybe tens of thousands of years of memories. Through that, Jaewan had read part of it clearly. You were a cultivator. Chapter 120, Naked God, 8. Before Anderson had yet to become a higher being, this part of history was all the same for all gods. It was a nightmarish time that required them to put a countless number of products into a tower. Anderson admitted to the fact. Yeah, I was a cultivator. All gods are. Everyone doing it doesn't make you less guilty of it. I know. Anderson did not deny her wrongdoing. I don't intend on justifying what I did to become a god. Her voice did not have the slightest hint of guilt. Jaewan grew angry, but he knew it was no use. He once read the following memory from Malak. There are spirits who are born with one purpose. Demons and angels are like that. These unfortunate higher beings are born to become only cultivators and nothing else. And unlike humans, they live solely for the purpose and are required to live for that purpose. The choice is not given to them. So, in some sense, Jaewan knew that there wasn't anything Anderson could do. And Jaewan had let Sirwen, a nightmare, live for similar purposes. He knew it wasn't right to press moral issues on these beings and realized it was the system that was the problem. But knowing it didn't make him less angry. Jaewan was human. He was a human who was once a product that was cultivated. He couldn't understand why he was angrier against Anderson than Sirwen. Maybe it was due to the interaction he had with the cultivator that made him more angry at them than the creator of the tower itself. Anderson continued. I won't ask you to understand me. But, don't let the fact that I was once a cultivator cloud your view on my relationship with my follower. Maybe it's weird for you to see an ex-cultivator that was once so close to the product. That was the most confusing part for Jaewan. He could clearly feel her feelings toward Ronald as he became one with Anderson. How was this feeling possible? Anderson wasn't lying. The feeling was strong enough to shake Jaewan's view on them. Anderson considered Ronald as a very important person to her, and she valued him more than herself. You can kill me, but don't say that my feeling is a lie. That made Jaewan hesitate. He knew he could kill Anderson anytime, but he couldn't do it. He knew that it would be very painful for the boy in front of him. Ug, arg. That's when Ronald began to twist and scream in pain. Jaewan quickly grabbed Ronald and found the world power within him storming around. What is wrong with him? Already? No. Ronald. Anderson's memory quickly seeped into Jaewan, and Jaewan knew what was going on. He's becoming a lost one. Lost one. After losing their gods, they would turn into monsters. Jaewan had heard about them from ENIAC from the Void Factory. Overseers were, in fact, those lost ones. Only the ones who have a conscience as Deus followers are us. Most became monsters. You'll meet them once you go to. The lost ones felt extreme despair through the loss of their world and their gods. Jaewan knew that this boy would turn into a monster. I see, because his link between his god is broken. Save him. Please. Anderson quickly begged him. You can kill me if you want. Just save him. Why should I? You're a human. Please. That was weird. A goddess who was once a cultivator was reminding him that he was human, but Jaewan repeated that question to himself. Am I still a human? Is it really okay, to consider myself a human? What do I need to do? Take him as your follower. And what do I get? I'll get out of your head. Jaewan knew what this meant and nodded. Okay. Jaewan then followed Anderson's explanation to accept a new follower. A faint line between Jaewan and Ronald was drawn, and through it, Jaewan felt Anderson's presence fading away. Followers were allowed to see the unique world of their gods with their own eyes. Depending on how the gods saw their world, their followers were forced to share their view. When Ronald came back to his senses, he knew he was inside a new world. New world, is this the god Jaewan's world? Ronald felt the linkage and looked around. The only world he knew was Anderson's fairytale-like world. What would be the new world? Young Ronald looked around in excitement, and he was shocked. Ei! There was a gigantic bloody eye watching down from the sky. It was the Eye of Azura. Black crows circled around it, screeching eerily. Ronald grabbed himself in fear. But it wasn't the end. He looked around and found something else. See corpses. There were corpses with maggots all over their bodies, flinching while slowly moving toward Ronald. They cackled maniacally as they walked. Impossible. And in the new world, Ronald the follower fainted. Anderson spoke as she watched Ronald faint right after he woke up. Gosh, what have you shown him? It's his fault for coming into my world. Eye of Azura, crows, and corpses, nobody will want to come in. Jaewan smiled bitterly. He remembered hearing once that his world wouldn't be popular. I didn't ask him to become my follower. Silence fell. Jaewan grabbed Ronald and picked him up. Anderson also saw everything through Jaewan's eyes. Her relief was shared with Jaewan, along with her frustration. Why did you stop me from perishing? Prove yourself. What? Prove that I don't need to kill you. Anderson became silent, but particles of complicated feelings stormed within Jaewan's head. Appreciation? Excitement? It was hard to describe. Anderson then spoke with a small voice. I will prove it. Jaewan began to walk as if he didn't hear it. He felt like he could see a crying girl in front of his eyes as walked forward. Chapter 121, God and Follower, 1. There was a common mistake that most newbie gods who just created their unique worlds made. It was to create a lot of settings. This hit its peak in the second year that those new gods arrived in. We're not talking about other gods. It's about you. Let's be honest here. Don't you have all these things going on in your head, like having Superman-like powers, or a magical universe like Harry Potter? No, maybe you already have created them. I will offer my condolences for the shame you will face 2 years later. In 2 years, you will know that there are about 214 settings that are related to having superhuman powers and about 753 of them that are vaguely similar. This information is from the unofficial setting record from the and your unimaginative invention of the world of Harry Potter will be the 754th similar magic world. And then, you will realize what you have done during the past years, and blame your vicegerent while you watch other gods scoff and smirk at you, asking why your vicegerent did not stop you. Then, you will change. It is because you have learned a lot during those 2 years. During that time, you probably have learned that your few followers are not enough to create a setting that is powerful enough, and the number of followers is everything in this damned world. You will become a low-ranking god who yearns to increase your followers. You will lose your innovative mind. You will aim to create safe, proven settings rather than create a unique one, and choose something that will appeal to general followers rather than something that will show your own traits. After that, you will spend time and more time, creating the same settings just like the other gods, waiting to have more followers. Then, maybe, after a long time, you might realize that there might have been something more important than this. But, by then, it is too late. Imagination, dreams, and purpose. They will never come back. They will have left you, forever. It is the way of a god. To be a god in the God of Mischief, Pierre. Episode 100 God and Follower. At the 84th gate of at the border of blue grass forbidden area and red depth desert, a naked man and a boy were standing in front of the portal of the gate. The man looked down at his naked body and asked with suspicion. Are you really sure that no one will become suspicious? Don't worry. The respects differences. It's a personal choice. Even though I'm naked. Jaewan was staring at Ronald doubtfully. Jaewan wasn't really fond of any kind of gate. Even when he was it, he had gotten into a fight with the gatekeeper. But if Carlton was here, he would have told him this. Wasn't it you who started the fight? You breached Gorgon law, chapter 27. Carlton must be here in somewhere. Perhaps he was reciting those damn laws even now. Jaewan spoke as he shook away the thought of Carlton's perfectly handsome face. In my world, walking around naked was enough to cause suspicion. What? What's wrong with being naked? It's okay. Don't worry. Trust me. As he heard both the voices of the boy and girl, Jaewan mumbled to himself that they did seem different and shook away his thoughts. Surely, it was wrong to think that the gods would have the same perspective as humans. Jaewan decided to confidently enter the gate with Ronald. Moments later, Jaewan was arrested by the gatekeeper. In the detention center of the 84th gate of the gatekeeper captain, and a follower of the high-ranking god Valabar glanced between Jaewan and Ronald and spoke grumpily. It's suspicious enough to be naked, and what? A setting that makes you stronger the more you're naked? Who uses that kind of setting these days? As Jaewan listened to the gatekeeper lecture on, he mumbled quietly. I'm going to have a talk with you later. That's weird. It's only natural. I think that captain is just stuck up. You're useless. Don't worry. Just wait. Then, a soldier came to the captain in distress. Captain, I think what he says is right. There was a goddess named Anderson, who registered the naked setting about 8,241 years ago. The captain's eyebrow was raised. Are you sure? Yes, sir. I heard a rumor of such a goddess too. You heard? Yes, sir. I heard of a setting that makes your muscles grow stronger when you take off your clothes, but... The soldier then glanced at Jaewan before whispering to the captain. She was once a high-ranking god? I see. It was easy to guess what they were talking about. The captain then read through the document that the soldier brought to him and scoffed. Isn't that weird though? Why such a strange setting? Jaewan wanted to ask the same question. Naked Anderson, eh? So you're her vicegerent and the boy next to you is her follower. Right. Jaewan wanted to answer no. Say that he's right. It will cause trouble if you don't. However, he had to change what he was going to say because of Anderson. Right. The captain seemed uncomfortable from Jaewan's confident, arrogant to his eyes, attitude. He was the follower of a high-ranking god and there was an unofficial caste system between followers, depending on whose god they served was higher in rank. With that said, Jaewan had to be polite with the captain. The captain cleared his throat. Humph. But this is different from the recording. The pattern of the world power is different and according to the record. Anderson only has one follower. Oh, our goddess increased her followers recently. We now have two. It was Ronald who quickly intervened. Vicegerent, isn't it exciting? We can now create a new setting. Like a Superman-ish powers or something. We have two followers now. Jaewan wasn't sure why Ronald was being this overly excited. However, when the captain heard the word Superman-ish, his eyes narrowed weirdly. Ronald turned to the captain and continued. Captain, you must have had days like us, right? Hey? Oh, haha. Yeah, of course. Was it because of Ronald's cute look or his innocent question? The captain didn't seem to be bothered at all from the sudden change of subject. Superman, hey? Yeah, I used to want one of those powers. I was foolish. Captain, How was it like back then? Haha, well, when I was your age. The captain then began to recount his story as his mind traveled back to the time of his youth. It seemed that he thought Ronald was a new follower. Half of the captain's story was his own feats and the other half was unneeded advice. Maybe he was once the follower of a low-ranking god. As he heard the captain's boring stories, Jaewan turned to Ronald. Ronald was eagerly responding to every detail of the captain's stories. Jaewan was surprised. This boy knew how to deal with adults. And after a while, the captain finished telling his stories and stood up with a bright smile on his face. Humph! I will let you go this time, so don't forget to update your records. Thank you, Captain. Yet. The captain smiled at Ronald and turned to Jaewan with a cold expression. Don't walk around naked next time. Enjoy your setting in your own unique world. Don't taint these innocent kids. Chapter 122, God and Follower, 2. The door of the gate closed in front of them, and Jaewan and Ronald stared at it silently. After a while, Ronald spoke. Ha, stuck up. Jaewan raised his eyebrow curiously from the sudden change in Ronald's attitude. Adults are all like that. They can't live their own life properly, and they still want to lecture you. What's up with all that lecturing? Do this, don't do that. Maybe he doesn't know that those kinds of lectures are forcing his unique world on others. Those were very sarcastic words to be coming from a 14 or 15-year-old boy. Jaewan looked at Ronald silently, and Ronald thought that he had made a big mistake and looked down as his face darkened. I'm sorry. I didn't know the captain would be like that. It's common knowledge not to mess with other gods' settings in. Don't mind it. Ronald brightened up a little. Oh, and you know how to talk. Hee, thank you. But, you don't know how to talk, do you? Jaewan then felt he would have no chance of winning by talking to this boy. He also thought that the boy would at least do his part through his talking skill. Oh, but I still have a useless one. You haven't proved that you're useful, have you? What? You got through the gate, thanks to me. Hey! Let's make it clear. It was because of you that I almost couldn't go through the gate. Hell no. If it wasn't because of me, you would have ended up in jail. With Anderson's words, the main gate of the portal opened. It was another door from the small door Jaewan and Ronald had walked out of. There were lines of people walking through the portal, but they had cuffs on their hands and were escorted by gatekeepers. Why put me in jail? There are countless reasons that they can put you in jail. For example, your unique world. What about my unique world? It's bad. Anderson's voice came from the sky. Jaewan turned towards the voice, and in the sky where there had been nothing, something was there. It was only in Jaewan's sky. That eye. The eye of Azura, in the middle of the. Anderson was pointing at the eye. What about the eye? That's supposed to be, right? Jaewan looked at the eye. His world wasn't created with any kind of meaning. It was his consciousness and his will that created it. He didn't even know the existence of when he created this world after all. Anything that makes fun of, or contains complaints about, is forbidden. They are like gods among gods. The emperor of gods. And you just made them out to be a disgusting eyeball. It's crazy. It seemed that respect for differences wasn't much after all. There was no freedom of speech here. But that's not the only problem. What now? You are an illegal god. Illegal god. It's what we call a god who is not recorded in S records. You usually automatically get recorded once you become a god, but you're different. The gods of never accepts your kind to be a god. Did not accept his kind to be a god? Jaewan couldn't understand what Anderson was talking about. He wanted to ask further, but a group of people walked past Jaewan. Move. Quickly. The gods are waiting. Move or I'll send you to the labor camp. People were being whipped as they walked hopelessly, and Jaewan met eyes with one of them. In that second, Jaewan felt shocked as he read the feelings of that man. Fear. It wasn't the fear of death or the unclear future that lay ahead. It was a fear that Jaewan was familiar with. Fear of being alone. Jaewan once read this from Ronald's eyes a while ago. But it wasn't because of the fear that made Jaewan shocked. As the man walked together with the group, Jaewan stared at him for a long time. It had been a long time since he was this shocked. But how? He even forgot what he was talking about with Anderson. At that moment, Jaewan was barely able to open his mouth to ask. What are they? Who? Oh, them, Ronald answered, I think they are from a fishing spot. It must have been a large fishing spot, especially with that many people. They are being put into a prison cell until they get sold in the auction house. It was a casual explanation, as if it was a common occurrence. Jaewan asked again. Fishing spot? Yet. Ronald explained how a fishing spot worked. Fishing was a way to increase the number of followers. Anderson jumped in. Hey, I know it might sound inhumane to you, but there's no other way. These new spirits that were just fished out, need to find a god. Anderson continued carefully as she checked to see if Jaewan was upset. If we don't do that, they go crazy and become the lost ones. The isn't a place to be without a god. Anderson knew that Jaewan still had a human heart and that humans reacted sensitively to the treatment of their own. She was afraid that Jaewan would be angry at the treatment his fellow humans were receiving. However, he wasn't angry. He asked something different. The fishing spot, where is it connected to? No, the mostly. I think it's linked directly to the. They are all from there. There aren't any that come from like you. What kind of spirits are fished up, mostly? Most are wandering spirits from the. And sometimes there are spirits who died in the Tower of Nightmares. Tower of Nightmares. Jaewan's mouth opened and closed. Anderson asked as she felt Jaewan's mind was shaken. Why? Is there a problem? The man who was dragged away. Jaewan knew his face. He was not to be found here. It was when Jaewan was in the Tower of Nightmares. He had a friend who followed him to the end. The man who faked going back to the past so Jaewan could leave him without guilt. The man who was so hopeful and bright, that he got the nickname, Smile Knight. Jaewan still remembered his name. Why are you here, Yunwan? Chapter 123, God and Follower, 3. As the lines of people disappeared into the prison building, the door closed. The gatekeepers joked with each other as they finished their work and passed by Jaewan. What do you think? They're all weaklings. Most will end up in the labor camp. I don't see any fighters in there. Yet. Well, they couldn't even clear the tower after all. After Jaewan watched the gatekeepers disappear, he spoke. Anderson. Anderson grew tense as his voice seemed to contain a faint hint of anger. Yet. How many followers can you take? In the dark, swampy insides of the jail, moans were heard everywhere. Yunwan looked around to check, there were people mumbling to each other. Where are we? You're from the Dark Clans. Where did you bring me? Are we on the continent of Astrium? Please, someone tell me. I'm from Pangaea. The spirits began to cry and as a few of them grew too noisy, the prison guards came and punished them. After a monk who screamed clans fainted, everyone became silent. This isn't Murim, Pangaea, nor Astrium. So, shut up and stay quiet if you want to live. That was all that was explained by the one called the warden. But with those words, people no longer talked. After that, guards sent the spirits to their rooms. Yunwan was also placed in a room. What is going on? He couldn't understand what was going on. It had been a week since he was dragged into this unknown place. Just a week ago, it was his parents who greeted him when he came back to his senses. His parents told him that he had been unconscious for a month. "Yunwan, are you okay?" He answered that he was okay. However, he really wasn't sure. There was one question he had when he saw his parents. Didn't the world collapse? He wasn't sure why he had that question, as he felt like his head was being crushed. As he tried to remember, his memories became even more blurry. Then, he remembered a name. Jaewan. He didn't know who that was. He didn't know anyone named Jaewan. It felt weird. "You really don't remember anything? We expected a bit more since you were the last to be awakened." People asked him various questions, but there was nothing that Yunwan could answer. He had brief memories, but if he tried to explain, he would feel excruciating pain, so he couldn't. He heard many things from the investigation team sent by the government. Months ago, over 700,000 people around the world fell unconscious, and they only began to wake up starting a week ago. They said that some became crazy and committed suicide, while others shouted, "I've returned. I've returned to the past," as they become delusional and were taken to mental institutes. As far as we know, you are the last. It seems that it has something to do with the tower that was in the sky until a few days ago. As he heard the word tower, Yunwan felt a chill. It was weird as he had no memory related to the tower. But, why? Why was he crying? "Oh, I'm sorry. We'll come back tomorrow." The investigative team left him alone as they figured there was a reason behind his tears. Yunwan then began to search the internet to find out what happened. There was a lot of information on the web about the Tower of Nightmares, or the tower that disappeared a week ago. People created all kinds of rumors regarding the tower. The return of the Illuminati, a new military weapon from China, and so on. Yunwan might have joined in on the conspiracies if it was before, but it all felt so pointless now. He instinctively knew that they were all wrong. The tower is connected to something greater that no one can imagine. Yunwan wanted to say that to them and he knew he was right, but he couldn't find any reasoning behind his thoughts. That made him more confused. Why did he know such a thing? That's when they came to him. Before he could resist, they snatched him. And in the next moment, Yunwan realized his spirit had been taken away from his body. All he heard was a short conversation. "Do we really have to do this?" He wasn't even in the real game. He won't remember anything. The Union said we have to be prepared for the worst. That General Slayer destroyed the tower as he moved up the tree of imagery, so there are rumors that the memory seal might not have worked correctly because of it. Wow, so the rumors of the General Slayer were true? That's crazy. How did he even think of destroying the tower and climbing up from there? Anyway, so that's why we have to manually collect those with impaired memory seals. Ugh, does the Union think we apprentices are like cleaners? What choice do we have? Ugh. So, how is the cultivation going to be in this place? They are discarding the tower. This world is lucky. People in this world should thank the General Slayer for that. But, isn't it good for us too? World 294 has a lot of fun things. Talking about that, should we stop by the PC Bang after this one is done while we are here? I'm down. And then, silence. When Yunwan came back to his senses, he was in a place called. He looked at the people in the room, and they all seemed to have empty expressions. There was a woman who looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen her. It's cold. The cold became more severe right after he arrived at. It was getting colder as time went by and Yunwan realized that it wasn't just the temperature. He felt a corner of his world being destroyed. He also felt anxiety, as if his entire world would just be crushed, and it would squish him like an insect. Yunwan then crossed his hands together to pray. However, he couldn't find someone to pray to. Maybe it wasn't a coincidence that he remembered the name again. Jaewan. Yunwan mumbled as if that was the name of a god, again and again. Then he felt warmth seeping into a corner of his heart. It was just a bit, but enough to protect him. He began to remember the familiar back of a man. 294-163134. And then, his thoughts dissipated. 294-163134. Yunwan realized that they were calling him. The warden was standing outside the cell. 294-163134. A god is here to take you in. Chapter 124, God and Follower, 4. Yunwan looked up. God? There was a man with grey hair standing next to the warden. Is it him? The one from the Tower of A Master? Yes. The nightmares from the Union assured it. The warden smiled. He couldn't clear it, but he reached the 98th floor. He also got past all the traps that the master installed there. Any others? There's a woman. Just like this one, she too is from Malak's Tower of Regret. Oh, there she is. She made it up to the 76th floor, I heard. The warden commented as he scrutinized the woman in the corner of the room. 76th. That's a bit disappointing. Yes, but she is a beauty. She might not be fit to be a fighter, but... The grey-haired man seemed to be thinking as he stared at the woman. Is that everyone? I thought there should be more. The Union didn't send any others. These two are the only ones who had problems with their memory seals. The man then nodded. Okay, I'll take them both. And the payment? I'll pay with spirit stones. The man then handed a few stones to the warden. He counted the number and checked the quality, then smiled. That's about right. As he opened the door, he spoke. Oh, and I know I've reminded you of this many times, but if word gets out that I sold these spirits before they are taken to the auction house. Don't worry. It's not like this is the first time. Right, right. Of course. As Yunwan and the woman walked out of the cell, the warden locked the cell and disappeared into the darkness. Yunwan looked up to the grey-haired man. Let's go. With that word, a light shone upon Yunwan's world. His god was in front of him. I see. So, you want to save that friend? That was the first thing Anderson asked as she peeked into a part of Jaewan's memory. As he nodded, Anderson continued. Let me answer your initial question. There is no limit to the number of followers. Including your friend, I can take as many followers I want. Anderson then asked Jaewan. Wait, where are you going? Jaewan did not answer and began to move. However, there was no hesitation or fear in his walk. When Anderson realized where he was heading, she screamed. No. Don't do that. You can't do that. She shouted frantically, but Jaewan asked back grumpily, why? You're going to destroy the prison, right? No, I'm just going to destroy the front gate and save my friend. That's the same thing. We're done for if we do that. Vicegerents of high-ranking gods will come right for us. If it under normal circumstances, Jaewan wouldn't even care. Vicegerents of high-ranking gods? Since when did Jaewan care about such things? He didn't care about all those generals. But this time, the one he was trying to stop wasn't going to give up easily. Did you forget what happened by being reckless like that in? Anderson began trying to logically persuade Jaewan after reading bits of his many memories. You wasted 3 months because of that. If it wasn't for you being so reckless, you could have found a way to get into within a month. And without attracting needless attention from the lords. Jaewan became silent for a moment. Was he that reckless? I think you are trying to do something to Big Brother, but if you act like what you are trying to do right now, you will die before even getting a glimpse of him. There are so many vicegerents out there who are more powerful than Saman Hoon. What she was saying wasn't a lie. She even showed a portion of her thousands of years of memory to Jaewan. See? Can you fight like them? Can you defeat them? As Jaewan saw glimpses of the memories of those vicegerents fighting in a war, he felt something different. He knew how powerful they were, but he couldn't feel anything. It seemed like the fights in this place had something more than just pure strength going on. So, you don't need to just bust in there if you're trying to save your friend. Don't do that. How can I save him then? We can use the auction house. Anderson then began to explain the auction house system of the spirits fished out from are placed in the detention center until they are taken to the auction house in the city to be sold. Meaning, we don't have to do any illegal stuff. We can just go to the auction house and buy your friend. If the warden just saw this and knew about what change this caused to the, Anderson might have received the. I see. Then we'll go to the auction house. As things seemed to work out easier than he expected, Jaewan felt a bit better. Unfortunately, Jaewan had no idea. The trial that he was to face an hour later, was in some way, much worse than all of the trials he faced in combined. And about an hour later, Jaewan was standing in the entrance to the auction house, but naked. F***CK. Chapter 125, God and Follower, 5. I am sorry. I forgot my official God authentication expired. Anderson quickly said to Jaewan. Exactly 30 minutes ago, Jaewan was forbidden from entering the auction house by the employees. I'm sorry, but you will need valid God authentication to enter the auction house. Jaewan learned that there was such a thing called official God authentication, and a God without it was not allowed to enter public facilities such as the auction house. The bigger problem was that it would take a month for the authentication to be renewed. The law was amended a while ago, so if you can prove that you have 5 or more followers, we will issue a temporary authentication for you to use. At least 5 followers. That was the least number of followers needed to prove that the God's world was safe to. Ugh, these top-ranking gods and their nonsense. Shut up. Sorry. So now, Jaewan, Anderson, and Ronald were looking for followers outside the auction house. But naked, with a few parts dangling helplessly. What was relieving was that Ronald was actually rather excited. It seemed that he was excited at the thought of getting a new follower. Accepting followers. We welcome everyone. Partial payment for the penalty given, settings will be at 200% for newcomers. As Jaewan looked at Ronald holding up a hologram panel with the above written on it, and he was a bit impressed. He's good. Hey. Lady. Please check our unique world. Oh. Mister. Can you please check our settings? It's one of a kind. I promise. However, even with Ronald's overly enthusiastic recruitment efforts, there weren't any followers volunteers. It was obvious why, but it was still disappointing to have no one even take an interest. Is it usually this hard to collect followers? We used to have some who would have some interest at least, why isn't there anyone now? Ronald asked as he looked down at Jaewan and himself. Is it because we're naked? Probably. What? No way. My settings are perfect. I think you'll be popular among girls. It was then that a man approached them. Oh, is it a new unique world? It was their first customer. He didn't look special, and he was obviously a follower of a not particularly strong god. He did look a little suspicious, but he was still a potential customer. Ronald quickly ran up to him and brought him to Jaewan. Right. It's a new world. If you join us as a follower, you will be high-ranking and various. But why is this vicegerent naked? Is he? That's not important. We have a cool world. You'll be impressed when you see it. Really? What is it? Oh, and what settings do you have? That's... Ronald became silent. How should he explain the world? What about the setting? As he looked up to the sky, Ronald's face became pale. He then turned to Jaewan. Jaewan answered first. It's better he sees it for himself. And after a moment, the man who was eager to see a new world became terrified. As he pointed toward the sky with trembling hands, his eyes rolled backward and he fell. Heeek. As Ronald explained it, he was so impressed that he passed out. A few more spirits went by like that. Their reactions all differed as they witnessed Jaewan's world. However, they mostly involved passing out for a brief moment, and then leaving while cursing. You know, we'll never gain any followers at this rate. Anderson mumbled in despair. Followers living in the have a hard life. They live paycheck to paycheck and your world is too dark and gloomy. Do you think they will want to see that when their own life is already as hard as it is? How about you change it to something brighter? I can let you borrow my world. What is your world? It's called Naked World. It's a wonderful place where all followers are naked. The only downside is that some perverts join just to get a peek, but still. Didn't you say your world is like a fairy tale? Yeah. But an R-rated type. Jaewan turned to Ronald, who was still working hard on recruitment. So, was he an adult? He remembered Ronald jabbering about Anderson's fairy tale-like world savaging him and all. You really don't want to? I'm not forcing you, but we'll never gain a follower in this rate. I'm not changing it. Are you sure? I'll wait for a bit and if it doesn't work, I'm breaking in. It was a casual but determined tone. Anderson felt as if she wanted to go meet Minerva, the goddess of fortune, for help. Isn't it better to just put some flowers and trees, so it will look beautiful? If we spice it up, there will be a lot of followers. It was then two women walked towards the auction house. They were beautiful girls, with lavish-looking equipment. Anderson spoke grumpily. Give up. I can see that they are followers of high-ranking god. But Ronald had already went after them. The girls cackled at Ronald and spoke. Hee, you're cute. Are you asking us to transfer our world? Yeah. It's really amazing. You'll faint if you see it. Really? I guess taking a look won't hurt. They followed Ronald towards Jaewan. It was the blonde girl who spoke first. Oh, you dressed quite extraordinarily. Like nothing. Are you a vicegerent? Right. Can you show me your world, then? She smiled as she checked out Jaewan's entire body. The short-haired girl standing next to the blonde girl also looked him over thoroughly, and stayed at bottom portion of his body as she spoke. That's disappointing. Jaewan had lived for 2,000 years. He didn't mind sexual harassment, so he didn't hide his body. He spoke as he stood confidently. You can't just take a look for fun. If you are not interested in joining us, then I won't show you. Anderson had to ask herself if Jaewan was sane and the blonde girl seemed to be surprised. I don't want to waste my time on someone who's not interested in joining. Oh, so you knew. Haha. The blonde girl grinned. I can see that you're a vicegerent of a low-ranking god. Aren't you a bit arrogant? How great of a setting makes you so arrogant? Jaewan could see that the blonde girl was looking down on him. The short-haired girl interrupted, Hey, aren't you a bit rude? No, I'm not. It's him who's being rude if he wants us to buy a product without letting us see it first. With that, Anderson, who had been keeping silent, raged. A product? Does that girl think that a world is just created like a factory doll or something? Anderson, who had been secretly planting flowers in the world, pulled the flowers out and shouted. I can't stand it anymore. Hey, show that girl your world. Make her faint. It was the first time Anderson had the same opinion as Jaewan. Jaewan nodded. I'll show you if you want it so badly. And then his world was unleashed. It was even more tainted and distorted than usual. With the sounds of crows and dead bodies mindlessly walking up, the short-haired girl screamed in terror as she looked up to the sky and saw the giant, bloodshot eye. Kai. And with that she fell to the ground, unconscious. The blonde girl also seemed shocked as she looked up to the sky. However, she did not faint and spoke. Hey! Why are you showing such thing to a girl? Didn't you want to see it? I didn't ask you to show me this hideous thing. Ronald then shouted from behind, hideous thing. Apologize. Shut up, kid. You dare to sell this hideous thing and? The blonde girl then pulled out a weapon from her waist. It was sharp rapier, pointed at Jaewan. There was an engraving of a green leaf, a symbol of goddess Artemis, on the weapon. Get it back into you. It feels like I'm going crazy. What if I don't want to? Then I'll make you. The world power of Artemis began to concentrate around the blonde girl. It was Artemis's one fatal strike setting that shone brightly from her rapier. Anderson, who didn't think that a fight would break out, panicked. Wait, are you going to fight? They were against the followers of a high-ranking god. She wasn't a vicegerent, but just by serving a high-ranking god was enough to make her a formidable enemy. No. We can't win just with the naked setting. Our setting is weak against hers. Settings between gods have had a power balance that worked like rock, paper, and scissors. Law settings were strong against strength settings, and strength settings were strong against kinetic settings, and kinetic settings were strong against law settings. Anderson's naked setting was a law setting. However, even if naked was a strength type, this fight had to be avoided. High-ranking gods usually had more than 5,000 followers. The difference in world power between high and low-ranking gods was large enough to trump the power balance of setting types. Just as a pair of scissors made out of diamond would cut a rock made out of dirt. And that's when Jaewan took out something from his unique world. Anderson flinched. It wasn't the power of naked. Anderson then realized that she never asked what kind of settings Jaewan had. He was a god after all. He must have had his own settings in place. And in the next moment, Anderson screamed in panic as she witnessed Jaewan hold up a sword burning with dark flames. What is that sword? It was the first power Jaewan acquired after he opened up creation. It was the dark sword that contained everything Jaewan had. Fall. The sword that could destroy the world was now revealed in Chapter 126, God and Follower, 6. What kind of setting is that? Anderson was shocked by the world power she felt from Jaewan. She knew that Jaewan had lost a part of his memory and fought against the generals of the inn. But, she thought he managed to do all that with pure luck. In fact, he even borrowed power from someone else when he faced those commanders. What is this power then? As Jaewan pulled out the sword from the world, his world power increased by a great amount. The power that equaled a vicegerent of a low-ranking god changed to one of a high-ranking god. Fall. Anderson gasped as she looked at the name shown above the sword. If it had a name like that, she was certain that it was a setting, but that world power didn't seem normal. Why, this can't be. This is unfair. What type is it? All settings within were divided into types. Even if some god wanted to create a setting that might make him twice as powerful as his enemy, it still wasn't possible because of the type. Even with strong power, there was a weakness to it. There was no setting without weakness, and stronger powers had huge penalties. There were no settings that would allow a low-ranking god to have the power that equaled a high-ranking god's. Yet, that was now happening in front of Anderson's eyes. The blonde girl who felt Jaewan's power paled. His power that easily trumped her own terrified her. This is impossible. He is a vicegerent of a low-ranking god. The blonde girl shook as she thought that, and in the next moment, charged at Jaewan. It was as if a mouse, who was cornered, was charging at the cat. The rapier containing Artemis setting one fatal strike turned her sword into a giant arrow as she charged. Jaewan's face grew cold. He didn't intend to fight. He just thought pulling out Fall would be enough of a threat for her to back off. But it didn't work. So, it's come down to this again. Jaewan was disappointed. When he first came to and met with Anderson and Ronald, he was a bit excited. If what they said was right, respected all kinds of worlds. Many followers lived in various unique worlds and enjoyed their own. It even seemed like what Jaewan had been looking for, a world where there was no discrimination and everyone interacted with each other on even grounds. If that was the case, Jaewan thought that there might be some kind of a possibility. However, it didn't take him long to realize that was another version of or the after all. Weak worlds were looked down upon, and weak gods were discriminated. There were right answers to things and people only cared for efficiency. As Jaewan looked at the arrow and its green world power, he heard something from deep within him. It was the voices he heard when he opened creation. There were the voices of the countless Jaewans who agreed with Jaewan's creation. They were ordering him. Destroy that world. You are born only to destroy worlds. His sword that wielded the power of fall ripped that world. The green arrow began to decompose the moment it touched the power of fall. As it dissipated entirely, the blonde girl backed off. How? Her setting was losing power. The world was leaving her, as if someone had ripped her world apart from her. She felt terrible fear. It was the fear of world loss, and she had never felt that after she became a follower of Artemis. She even heard Artemis' voice for the first time ever. Who are you? How did you manage to pull me away from my kid? You dare! And with that, her presence disappeared completely from her. As if she had been struck on the head, she felt her vision turning white. The god wasn't a spirit, but a concept. How could a concept be damaged? She had never heard of a setting that could do such a thing. Jaewan approached with his sword and her arrogance completely fled. And no. I'll die. She couldn't understand. It was just like any other normal day. She only wanted to take a look at the world, that was all. No. She gripped her rapier tightly. But she knew it was a futile effort. The sword would come to her, and cut her head off at any second. Please, wait. A voice interrupted them. Jaewan turned to the man who had spoken. He had very thick facial lines and a well-built body. He seemed to have been well trained. As he stood in front of Jaewan, he looked back to the blonde girl. You should stop too, Benya. What have you done? Yes sir, but... You just experienced that and you still don't get it. Benya gritted her teeth. But he is a low-ranking gods. Are you still talking about ranks? I guess it was pointless to send you to Artemis. The man spoke as he pulled the girl up to stand. Jaewan narrowed his eyes as he looked at the man who didn't seem to be bothered by his world. Chapter 127, God and Follower, 7. This man. The man was looking around Jaewan's unique world as if he didn't mind that Jaewan was staring at him. That wasn't normal behavior for a person when another had a sword in front of him. Anyway, this really is one of a kind. As the man looked carefully from side to side, Jaewan's expression changed. He felt something similar when he clashed with Samangaram back then. But this felt more powerful. If he felt that Samangaram received understanding from him, this man seemed like he just understood Jaewan. The face of a man in front of delicious food. As the man stood looking around for a while, he finally let out a deep breath. Your world has a very familiar smell. There were gods with worlds like this, a long time ago. Gods who existed before came to this world, before the monster named system appeared. The man closed his eyes and continued talking, seemingly impressed. They didn't need vicegerents or followers. They created their own world, represented their world by themselves, and never forced their world upon others. They believed in their own world, and died alone. Your world is just like the world of those ancient gods. A god without vicegerents or followers. Jaewan was interested in what he had to say and decided to let him continue. However, it's a shame. This doesn't fit the current trend. It would be really good if you fixed a few things. The man then opened his eyes. His golden eyes met Jaewan's, and after a few moments, he spoke again. If you feel like it, how about you join our Federation of Worlds? You'll be respected within our ranks. We'll help you with fixing your world too. A world of this much value is worthy of respect. Whatever it was, Jaewan could not stop feeling disappointed after he heard everything. Jaewan withdrew his sword as the man didn't seem like he was going to fight. I'm not interested. Really? That's a shame. The man seemed really disappointed, but he also didn't have the intention to force his offer on Jaewan. Benya, don't stand there like an idiot, apologize. I asked you to go to the auction house first, but instead, you caused trouble. I am sorry, Sir Myad. You should apologize to that gentleman, not me. I'm SOR. The blonde girl bowed with a reddened face and Jaewan felt something was familiar. It wasn't because of her apology, it was the name that he just heard. Myad? He thought that he heard the name somewhere before. As he remembered, Anderson spoke in shock. Myad? Myad van Deklan. Myad van Deklan. The owner of Myad Federation, the third Federation of Worlds, and one of the most powerful vicegerents in. Because of his many feats and achievements, he gained nicknames such as Owner of the Third World, and many others. But most people in the referred to him with this nickname. The Star Seeker. The reason for that name was because his world had a blue star in the sky, but more because of a very dangerous reason. At the 274th Grand Crusade, he once declared the following in front of many high-ranking gods. You can reach the stars even if you have short hands. The gods were shocked. The sky had no stars. The only star it could mean was one. Myad was one of few vicegerents who did not give up on challenging. Saman Garam told me to look for him. Jaewan remembered that as he glanced at Myad explaining about the auction house. Saman Garam had told him once that when Jaewan got to look for Myad. Star Seeker, maybe his purpose is similar to mine. I didn't imagine one such to have had encountered such problems. There are needless and complicated rules in. But if you join the Myad Federation. I am not joining. Haha, you should consider it. Myad decided to help Jaewan gain entry to the auction house to apologize for what the blonde girl did to Jaewan. It seemed that the authentication of a high-ranking god was enough in place of a regular god authentication. Be careful. You never know what he might be thinking. There's not much information about him. I don't even know what god he serves. Jaewan did not need to heed Anderson's advice, as he didn't intend on sharing much with Myad anyway. It was good that he helped them enter the auction house, but that alone wasn't enough to warrant trust. Beside, Saman Garam, who recommended him, was one of those evil generals after all. And this man knows I'm an awakener. That was the most concerning issue. He had been under the guise of the vicegerent of Anderson to others, but Myad seemed to have realized that Jaewan's unique world was his own. It was as if he had known about Jaewan. I see. So, you are traveling with him? Yes. And you are not afraid of his world? I am. But it's not just afraid. Like, isn't it scarier when you can't see it? Oh, you know something, don't you? It seemed two girls following them had befriended Runeld. The blonde girl was Benya, and the short-haired girl was Sinya. They were followers of goddess Aphrodite who were accompanying Myad to the auction house. I have to find Yunwan. As he walked at the front, together with Myad, Jaewan was using his suspicion to scan the area. He remembered seeing Yunwan's face an hour ago at the gate. It was definitely Yunwan. He seemed to be sick and fatigued, but Jaewan was certain. Jaewan knew that Yunwan would not remember him. All products who had not cleared the tutorial had their memories wiped. Jaewan knew this from Beast Lane's explanation a long time ago. However, it didn't matter if Yunwan didn't remember him. He was already prepared for this. That's when Jaewan scanned a few powerful beings with his skill. They were at least as strong as greater generals, or even commanders. They glanced towards Jaewan and then distanced themselves. Are you looking for something? Your presence is quite vicious. Jaewan then quickly stopped using suspicion after Myad's words. This man had noticed Jaewan using his skill. Jaewan changed subjects. Is the auction house always this crowded? Oh, no. It's more crowded than usual. I think it's because of the rumors. Rumors. I heard the parts used by ancient gods, or the three divine objects, are being sold today. Chapter 128, God and Follower, 8. Ancient Gods. Jaewan casually asked in reply. Mayad smiled and responded, So, you don't know much about them? I guess it's natural since they are beings from eons ago. Before appeared, there were three powerful gods who were considered to be at the top of. They were legendary gods who had become the most powerful without anyone's help. No gods dared to disobey or oppose them. They were called the ancient three divinities. Godslayer Catastrophe. Gestalt the illusion breaker. Dyaus the destroyer of the odds. Jaewan's mouth twitched as he heard those familiar names. Catastrophe, so he is famous in two. He knew this from the record of the depths, but it felt different to hear it from locals. Apparently, it was normal for catastrophe to be considered a natural disaster. He was the one who had become the best in where powerful beings were aplenty. Myad continued, as you know, equipment that has been wielded by a god for a long time will embody the god's setting. This is what we call a part. Jaewan understood what Myad said. So, those are the equipment that the ancient gods used to use. You are right. He nodded as he added, actually, their equipment is so famous that everyone knows about them. According to Myad, the ancient three divinities had left behind one equipment each after they were wiped out by. The equipment was as follows. The Void Sword of Catastrophe. The Eye of Gestalt. The Deus's Machina. Myad then paused a moment before he added, I heard that the giant robot, Machina, is going to be up on auction today. Jaewan then stopped. Machina. He once spoke about that particular object with the followers of Deus, back in the Void Factory. It was a promise he had made to the overseers, that he would find the Machina, and thus they opened the seal for him in the first place. Machina is a treasure to us followers of Deus. It is an object with tremendous power. It will be hard to find though. If there's any chance, it would be within at the border of the 8th and 4th site, but, there are no followers who have ever come back alive after venturing into that place. They had talked about it so much that Jaewan thought it would be much later that he might come across the Machina. But for it to appear at an auction house? Jaewan felt that something was suspicious. That machine thing. When is it coming up? Oh, you're interested in it too? I guess it's only natural. After all, it is the most powerful of Gigantes in. I'm not interested. But I was asked. Myad seemed interested in that, but he didn't ask Jaewan what he was asked to do. Are you interested in bidding for the machine? Bid. It was an unexpected question. If he could acquire the machine, it would be a good thing as he did promise those followers to return the Machina to them. Besides, he was sure it would help him greatly in his future ventures if he acquired such a powerful part. No way. We can't even buy the cheapest part there is with the spirit stones we have. Forget it. Anderson quickly added. Jaewan also agreed with Anderson. Whatever the case, he needed spirit stones, which were the form of currency to join the auction, but Jaewan didn't have any. Just then, Ronald interrupted. We should try. I have spirit stones here. You have spirit stones? What? He didn't have any before. Don't you remember? When we beat those followers of Belkan. Jaewan then remembered what happened back in the forest. It meant that Ronald's spirit stones were from those followers. Myad then asked, you defeated Belkan's followers? yet he did it in one strike. 1. Belkin is a middle-ranking god, right? My ad didn't seem surprised at all. Rather, it was a confirmation of what he knew. Jaewon received the spirit stones from Ronald. Then, Anderson spoke to him. No way. I think there's about 30. That will barely get us a middle-grade part, at best. Anderson was probably correct. It was foolish to even think about purchasing a legendary part with the number of spirit stones that the followers of a middle-ranking god carried. How about, we just buy middle-grade parts? It's really different to have one, or not. Anderson's voice seemed to be dragging. Jaewon nodded. Okay. Anderson's evaluation helped Jaewon decide. His goal at the moment wasn't to get Machina, but to rescue Yunwan. Anderson spoke again. Ugh, this place is strange. Is it because there are too many high-ranking gods? I feel drowsy. Jaewon, be careful. Machina, don't. And as she fell asleep, a thundering voice filled the entire auction house. Thank you for visiting our Hatchnold auction house inn. It came from the center of the auction house, seemingly the voice of the auctioneer. People began to shout Reynold. Reynold, like a chant. Haha. I guess some of you know me. I am the follower of God Hatchnold, the god of equality and fairness. Under the name of God Hatchnold, I swear that today's auction will be held 100% fairly and It seemed that the auction for the high-ranking part was going to start. Vicegerents and followers began to gather in the center of the auction house. They were mostly vicegerents with high-quality parts. Jaewon looked at them for a moment and then down at his naked body. And spoke or tried to. If you are lacking in spirit stones, don't worry. Jaewon stopped and turned as my ad continued, you don't need to pay any spirit stones. What do you mean? I will pay for you. You just need to bid. It was a strange offer. Jaewon couldn't understand what my ad was talking about. Was he trying to borrow Jaewon's name to bid? However, what he added made Jaewon even more confused. Oh, and if you really do acquire Machina through the auction, it's yours. What are you talking about? What about spirit stones that you lent me then? Lent? No, no. It's more of a sponsorship. Jaewon then understood my ad's offer. It was easy to understand actually, but it just didn't make sense, at all. His offer was the following. First, Jaewon would join the auction. Second, my ad would supply Jaewon with the needed spirit stones. Third, if Jaewon won, he would keep the Machina. It didn't make sense at all. The offer had no benefits for my ad at all. What do you want? Haha, nothing. I'll just say that I like you. It was a very suspicious reason and Jaewon frowned. Anderson. Are you listening? However, she did not respond, as if her switch was turned off. Her presence had disappeared from Jaewon completely. She said she was going to sleep, so she would wake up later, but... Ugh, why now? Anderson spoke a lot of nonsense, but she was once a high-ranking god. She had more experience in than Jaewon. What do you say? You can refuse if you don't like it. Jaewon felt some uneasiness as he looked at my ad's smile. From his experience, this kind of situation was usually a trap. But it was too tempting to just refuse just for the possibility of it being a trap. Jaewon also thought that if things went wrong, he would just destroy everything. Myad van Deklan. He's not in the record of the depth. Jaewon had been going through the record of the depth in search of information about Myad ever since he met him. But he couldn't find anything at all. Maybe Myad appeared after Malak wrote the record of the depth. Anyway, Jaewon had to decide by only relying on his instincts. To Jaewon, who acted on information gathered by using suspicion and understanding, it was a strange feeling. It was when the crowd disappeared towards the center of the auction house that Jaewan decided. Chapter 129, God and Follower, 9. If you say so, I will consider it. You will. Myad was excited. But, I won't bid right now. If the machina is as great as you say, it will come up at the end. You're correct. I believe the machina will be put last in the auction. I came here with a different purpose, so I'll look around first. If the central auction is not finished when I'm done, then I'll do as you say. It was the best decision he could make without asking for advice. It was the only way that would allow him to find Yunwan and get machina. Myad shrugged and nodded. You can do that. If machina is about to come up, I'll come over to you. Myad smiled and disappeared towards the center of the auction house. Jaewan and Ronald were now moving toward the north through a small road. The follower auction is this way. The Hatchnold auction house was dome-shaped, with the center auction house right in the center. To the south of it was where people traded with each other, and to the north was where people bidded on low to mid-grade parts. On the seventh small road to the north was where followers were put up for sale. It was because the north road was directly connected to the Caspian jailhouse. That was where spirits who were fished up from the public fishing spot were brought to be sold. As Jaewan moved, he glanced around at all the products on sale. The followers of Hatchnold were bringing in parts to put on auction, the place where the low to mid-high grade parts were on sale. There was a deep blue mid-high grade part on auction at the moment. Reinhold's long coat. We have the highest bid at 420. 420. Jaewan then found the blonde girl who came together with them into the auction house. Was her name Benya? It seemed that she did not stay together with Myad. 480. We have 480. Jaewan looked in her direction, then looked down at himself and moved on. Who cares? Jaewan and Ronald walked along the road and soon reached the seventh road. The heat of the auction house faltered and a dark, cold atmosphere surrounded the area. At the corner of the street, he could hear whispered moans from the people. NNGH. People from within glass walls looked at Jaewan. Some seemed desperate, while some were in despair. There were a lot who were biting their nails or drooling. Jaewan felt his heart grow cold. He had expected as much, but expecting it and seeing it was different. These were the people of. I hate this place. Ronald said, if I wasn't taken in by Anderson, I might have ended up in there. Ronald had complicated feelings. He felt relieved at being different from them, and at the same time, he was also disgusted at himself for being relieved. Jaewan looked at Ronald and thought, if I can take all of them as my followers. The thought then became a question that made him grow even colder. But will allowing them to be my followers make them happy? Jaewan realized one thing with the recent happenings. That he would never be an appropriate god. His thoughts became certain as he talked with Anderson or Myad. Your world is too dark and gloomy. People are having a hard time as it is. Do they really need to see yours? Jaewan thought that maybe Anderson was right. Maybe it wasn't the truth that those people needed. People were too weak to accept the truth. Ronald. Yes. You regret becoming my follower, right? Maybe it was fake comfort that those people needed. Warm comfort, not the cold truth. Even if it was fake, it was what kept them living. It's not like you to say such a thing. It felt weird to hear that from Ronald, as he hadn't known Ronald for long. But Jaewan asked back calmly. It's not like me. You didn't even ask if I am regretting it. You just assumed that I do. That's not even a question. Jaewan became surprised. Maybe he wasn't like himself after all. This boy was brilliant at catching on to things like this. Honestly, I do regret some parts. I mean, I like Goddess Anderson's world better. He spoke honestly and continued, I will continue to think that way. I will consider that Anderson's world is better, that it was a good time. Are you hurt? Your expression is. No. Hee, anyway yet. Your world has no flowers, no good scenery, and no naked girls, honestly, your world has nothing. But then. Ronald then looked up to the sky. Jaewan could see what Ronald didn't say. Ronald spoke again. But, even then, he was still looking at Jaewan's sky. Even when he fainted the first time he saw it, but Ronald could now confidently look up at it. The giant eye in the sky, with the vision that could rip the boy apart at any moment, was upon him, but Ronald still looked straight at it. When I'm in your world, I don't feel like I'm running away. I don't know what it is, but it feels like I'm standing against an enemy that I can never win without fear. Jaewan also looked up to the sky. The naked man and naked boy looked up at the same sky for a while. Ronald then wiped his sweat from his forehead and said, "It feels weird to talk like this when we're naked." Yeah, Jaewan nodded. Chapter 130, God and Follower, 10. As the two naked men had an awkward atmosphere between them, there was a woman watching them from a distance. What the hell are they doing? It was the blonde woman, Benya. She quietly approached the two of them. Hey! Ronald found her first. He pointed at her and spoke. Oh, it's the woman who peed on the ground. I didn't pee, Benya retorted and glanced toward Jaewan. She looked down when Jaewan looked back at her. She stood there silently and hesitated for a few seconds before she handed out a shopping bag. Here. What is this? Clothes, she said in a shaky voice. Clothes. It's called Reinhold's long coat. It was the part that Jaewan saw at the lower auction house area earlier. Jaewan reached into the bag and took it out. Reinhold's long coat. Description: long coat worn by vicegerents of high-ranking god Reinhold. It's durable and keeps the temperature of the wearer. It is said to wield Reinhold's setting high-speed flying. The hologram that contained the description popped up as soon as Jaewan touched it. He used to have no access to anything in the up until his third step, but a few of them came back once he reached the fourth step of awakening. It didn't mean he could use levels or status, but it allowed him to read descriptions or something similar. It was uncertain as to why the change happened, but Jaewan guessed it had something to do with him opening a creation. Jaewan looked down at the coat and felt some kind of déjà vu. Hey, what's the size? Size? Asking about the size when it was free? It seemed rude, but Jaewan did not care about manners. I have bad memories about getting the wrong size. Well, you don't need to worry about sizes. It changes to fit the wearer. Is that so? Jaewan was surprised as he looked down at the coat again. Mino once gave him clothes when he arrived in. Something bad happens when I get something like this. He ended up in a messy situation. I guess it should be alright this time. Jaewan decided to receive the gift. But why are you giving it to me? Benya thought the order of the questions was wrong, but she decided to not care. I felt sorry. She couldn't even bear to look at Jaewan. If it's about what happened earlier, don't worry about it. I've forgotten it already. Are you forgiving me? Jaewan nodded and Benya's face brightened. Jaewan then took the coat and wore it. The coat began to shrink on Jaewan and soon changed its shape to fit Jaewan's body. It didn't hinder his movements at all. It was truly a good part. Thank you. Jaewan showed his gratitude. It looks good on you. Benya also added. But the other man, the only follower of Jaewan, did not seem to share the idea. I'm disappointed, Jaewan. Ronald, who was now naked alone, looked at him with a disappointed expression. Why now? You have clothes. It's not beautiful. It's revolting to our naked way. Jaewan was about to object and refute the fact that he never wanted to uphold that ridiculous way, but Benya jumped in instead. She stood proudly in front of Ronald and looked down. Ha, little kid. You don't know anything, don't you? Ronald felt like he was being belittled by an older person, but he couldn't fight back. Benya scoffed, "A kid like you wouldn't know true beauty." "No way. True beauty." Benya then smiled arrogantly as she continued, "True beauty doesn't show when you're naked." "What?" Ronald was reminded of the following words from Andersen ever since he arrived at Depth. "True beauty lies in nakedness." He didn't care at first, but he soon didn't mind whether it was true or not. Then when he realized it, he was fully submerged in the idea. It was true. The goddess was right. The true beauty lies in, no. It was nakedness that was the definition of beauty. Yet, here was this woman, a powerful foe who directly opposed the idea. Ronald became angry. Who was she to talk about nakedness? It's the difference between art and pornography, but you're too young to understand. Surely, it was too difficult for Ronald to understand. He fired back, then, what is true beauty? It's only when you can barely see it that you can see true beauty. Barely? What did she mean? Ronald couldn't understand. No way. The true beauty of a human being lies within the nakedness. How about I put it this way, kid? A god is a mysterious being, right? Ronald was confused by the sudden subject change, but he decided to answer anyway. Yeah, I suppose so. Then why is it mysterious? Do you know why? What does that have to do with true beauty? Just answer me first. Ronald gave some thought to the question, but he couldn't find the answer. He became disappointed at himself and shook his head as he looked up to the lady. Benya smiled. It's because we can't see them. Chapter 131, God and Follower, 11. See. It's not that we just can't see. It feels like we can see them, but we can't. Ronald felt something beginning to puzzle together. To him, the gods were the voices and beings that showed the world, but they never revealed themselves. Ronald felt them, and he felt like he could see them, but he was never allowed to actually see. It was still not enough. Benya then placed her hand under her skirt and spoke. Well, it's something like this. She began to lift her skirt up very slowly, showing her clear, white skin. And Ronald swallowed as he watched. More. Just a bit more. Then, when it felt like something underneath it would show in a bit, Benya stopped. One felt like it could be seen, but couldn't. Ronald became confused. See? Do you get it now? Ronald felt as if he had been struck with lightning at that moment. This was the god. He had witnessed many naked women in Andersen's naked world. However, in front of him was a woman whose beauty exceeded that of any naked woman he had witnessed in the world. He felt his 17-year-old runny nose and realized his life had reached another stage. True beauty lies at the magical point of visible and not visible. This was the word that would later describe Ronald as the naked saint, throughout the. But for now, he was just a fool for getting a nosebleed after peeking at a pretty girl's underwear. Jaewon was amused. Perhaps it was because of his new eye-opening experience, but Ronald's body was shining with golden world power. The follower's world power was evolving. Becoming powerful after watching something like that? What the hell is going on here? It didn't seem like the surrounding world was normal at all. A point visible or not visible? Jaewon then glanced down at his bottom. If this was Earth, he would be considered much worse than just being naked with only a coat on him. He looked at Ronald for a second and then spoke to Benya. I don't know any about all that nonsense, but why didn't you get me a pair of pants too? Hey? Oh, I thought you were naked there on purpose. Why would I? I'll go some pants and a shirt right now. It's all right. Jaewon waved his hand and buttoned his coat from top to bottom. It felt weird as his shins were still exposed, but it was much better than his naked self moments ago. Benya then asked, Are you here to find a follower? I'm looking for someone. Jaewon then summarized why he was here to Benya. Oh, it would have made things much easier if you told us earlier. Benya quickly walked up to the guard standing at the corner of the street. After the guard exchanged a short conversation with Benya, he opened the search engine for her. After a while. No. No, ma'am. There's no one named Yunwan on the auction house today. It's not just Yunwan. It's Kim Yunwan. Did you search thoroughly? The guard looked at Jaewan, who just interrupted with a frown, and replied, apparently annoyed by the intrusion. I did search thoroughly. No. He even showed the result he found. These are all spirits we fished up from public fishing spots today. The spirit you mentioned is not on our list. Jaewan was disappointed, but he soon turned the suspicion at himself. Was I mistaken? But that was not possible. It was the face of a friend who had spent tens of years with him. How could he forget? It was Yunwan for sure. Benya noticed Jaewan's disappointment and quickly asked the guard. Is there a chance for a spirit to taken somewhere else rather than auction house? Oh, that's... The guard hesitated and Benya quickly handed over a spirit stone to him. He refused at first, but soon received it as he glanced around to check if anyone was around. He then waved at Jaewan and Benya clandestinely and whispered. There are gods that take spirits from the detention center from time to time. It's done to capture the quality spirits before anyone else has the chance to take them. Who are they? I don't have the names. That's all I know. It seemed like he really didn't know since he was just a guard after all. I guess there's no other way but to break in and find out myself. Jaewan turned at the Caspian jailhouse at the end of the street. As he tried to walk toward it, there was the sound of a whistle and a giant dome-style barrier appeared to block the way to the jailhouse. Jaewan tapped on the barrier with his hand. It was a powerful one, he wasn't sure if he could break it even when using his full power. The guard spoke up from behind. Oh, I guess today's best auction is up. How do you know? The guard then pointed at the barrier. That's the highest quality barrier by God Hatchnold. It's only activated when the best auction is being held. It's just a precautionary. Before he can finish, the voice of the auctioneer, Reynold, was heard from the central auction house. Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come. At once, powerful energies from various areas began to move. It was powerful energies that Jaewan would have a hard time fighting against. It felt like the energy was very familiar to Jaewan's as he clenched his sword's hilt. This energy. Hey, what the hell happened? It was then, when Anderson, who was thought to be disconnected, spoke. Before Jaewan could answer her, Anderson shouted. Why are they here? They. Run. You can't stay here. But as Jaewan asked Anderson, he was already activating the setting equipped in the long coat. Wait. Where are you going? That's the wrong way. With high-speed flying, Jaewan and Ronald flew quickly toward the central auction house. Wait for me. Benya's lone voice filled the area behind them. Chapter 132, Ancient God, 1. Recently, theories have been circulating that 3 ancient gods weren't all removed by it all. The crater with a diameter of 248 kilometers, located near the 8th site, is evidence that supports the theory. According to the local recordings, the crater was created about 210,000 years ago, around the time when the 3 ancient gods disappeared from. Some researchers claim that there was the 9th site upon this crater, and the crater is the trace of a fight between Dyaus and Gestalt, 2 of the 3 ancient gods. Few claim that the followers of Dyaus and Gestalt continue the fight that started 210,000 years ago even to this date at various places within, but there is no evidence that confirms this claim. Currently, this crater is called as the Great Forest and are considered one of the 8 forbidden areas of the depth. History of War of the Depth. Episode Ancient God. Within the 5th site Ragnarok, there are concentrated illegal site areas in the darkest corner of the site. It is nicknamed as the Moon's Shadow. It's the place where one trades for illegal parts or smuggled followers. It was illegal, but no high-ranking gods that resided in Ragnarok interfered with the moon land. The profit coming from the moon's shadow was just too great to have it removed. And in the center of the moon land, a beautiful woman and old man were standing there. It was the old man who spoke first. Damn it, this is damn hard to find. Are all your regional offices hard to find like this? Don't talk like you don't know. You were a part of this before, remember? Yusarha, the second captain of the Rupture, spoke. So, what came to this? Sirha recalled the memory of that day of 2 years ago. It was the day when Soul King catastrophe came down to, the day when hundreds of generals were killed and the path to the depth was opened. That day, Sirha stood in front of Jaewan and his friends to stop them. That was already 2 years ago. It felt like time had flown by so fast. Teacher, I have to remind you this again, but this doesn't mean I'm working with you people. Get it? Ha, I don't want you to work with us either. I'm staying with you all just until we find him. Better watch out. You watch out, girl. Unless you want to get stabbed while you're asleep. Ha, sure. The old man next to Sirha was Chungha, the Doctor of Despair. They were enemies 2 years ago, but were now traveling together as they had the same goal for the current moment. But can't you hide it better? It's too obvious. What? What are you talking about? That. Chungha looked up to where Sirha's finger was pointing. In the sky of Ragnarok, there was a giant structure barely visible through the floating clouds. Isn't it too crude for a creation from a nightmare? It was hidden by an optical illusion, but it was enough to notice that there were distortions if one looked hard enough. Shut up! I can hear you too. Ha, nightmares and their hearings. Sirha mumbled as she looked up to the flying ship, the Fall, hidden up in the sky. What kind of a name is a Fall? It's stupid. Hey! Will you shut up? Sirwen's voice thundered through the earpiece. Carlton's voice came after. Doctor, are you still looking for it? Our stealth is imperfect, so we will need to hurry. Be patient. And it's not me who's looking for it. It's this girl. Sirha sighed at Chungha, who was blaming her. She would have beaten him up if it was like before, but she couldn't do it anymore. A lot of things happened between the 2 years since they arrived in. He's gotten stronger. In those 2 years, Chungha had achieved quite a bit of growth in strength. He was now in his 4th step, and so he could now fight as an equal with Yusarha. He really is something, making teacher become this strong. Sirha's eyes, as she glanced at Chungha, met with his eyes as he turned to her side. They both looked at each other for a slight second. Hey, girl! I wanted to ask you something. Chungha started talking awkwardly and Sirha scoffed. Don't ask me out or something like that. Why are you after Jaewan? Chungha did not respond to the joke and asked seriously. He didn't miss Sirha's face growing heavy at the moment. No, let me rephrase it. Why did you let him go back then? Back then when? When do you think? It was an obvious question. There was only one time the word when applied to for them. I know you didn't fall behind in strength. You're the captain of Rupture. Or was Jaewan much stronger than I thought he was? Sirha then became angry at his words. Was he strong? I don't know. How should I put it? She frowned as she remembered the day when she fought against Jaewan. He was strong. No, he became stronger. Much stronger than when Rupture first found him. He was now strong enough to fight against the captains of the Rupture. And Yusarha was the second captain of Rupture. She was the one who killed many generals with her weapon, Thunder Demon. Her lightning rained hell as she moved her deathly scythe, and thus she got her the nickname, Early Dawn. She earned 5th place in the power rank within Rupture and was the fearmonger among the generals. That was Yusarha. She was to outpower Jaewan. Yet, 2 years ago, she couldn't stop him. It was Chungha who asked again as Sirha became hesitant about continuing. You saw something. You saw something, a potential that you can't find in anyone else, or any captains. Isn't that it? Sirha did not answer, but she bit her lips. There was a voice that came into her mind. Your ways will not change the world. The cultivation is only the outcome. It is the reason that needs to be dealt with. Jaewan spoke to her when she explained and offered Jaewan to join Rupture. It was an obvious point and she had no way to fight against it. Although it was true, it was equally impossible as well. But Jaewan told her the outcome of his impossible story. I will destroy this world. Chapter 133, Ancient God, 2. How can he speak like a typical villain so seriously? It was enough to laugh at, but Sirha couldn't laugh. Hey, what do you think a world is? What are you talking about all of a sudden? Just answer me. You mean the unique world? That is because of... No. I'm not talking about... Never mind. Sirha shook her head. She could see that Chungha did recognize what Sirha had asked, but the old man was just pretending that he didn't understand the question. She and Chungha were both fourth-stage awakener. There was one fact that all awakeners realized after reaching the fourth step. The world they saw until now was only part of an iceberg. The being that became a god went and found a new way to perceive things. Unlike the third step where you could just realize the truth of the fourth step, awakeners were allowed to face the world itself. Countless information came from all parts of the world. All this information filled their minds. Gods were excited by the flood of information that they had not known until then. They realize that become a god, and they feel that they are almighty, all-knowing. However, they soon feel despair toward the sea of information. It is because they realize that they can never control the information. Gods then are confused and become corrupt from the influx of information. Some go crazy while some choose to make the decision. They choose to close their eyes and ears, and refuse to take in the information. This was called seclusion. It wasn't considered bad since it was necessary to keep the ego. The gods who fall in seclusion give up on feeling the giant world. Instead, they choose to stay within the small world they created and live while growing the world. This small world that the gods created were called the following. Unique world. Sirha remembered the world full of corpses and the giant eye of Azura. Jaewan's unique world. It was a world that made her feel uneasy every time she thought about it. No other unique world contained such a hideous thing, especially the eye. She looked up to the sky. It was the eye that did not exist in her sky. She knew what that eye was supposed to mean. He can see. As far as Sirha knew, the only one who could S presence was only one existence out of the entire. The Master of Rupture. He had told her once before. Sirha, fight your seclusion. If you succeed, you will see the truth. But, Jaewan was able to see. It meant he also succeeded in fighting his seclusion. Sirha was curious. What was the world like after getting out of seclusion? The world that looked directly into the terrifying, was that world still one of many unique worlds out there? No. Maybe that world is. It was Chungha's voice that brought her back from her thoughts. Hey girl, isn't that the place? There was an old antique shop at the corner of the street that seemed to specialize in old parts that nobody visited. Oh. That's it. It's there. They walked over to the shop right away. As they opened the door, an old man with a long mustache appeared. What brings you here? Hey, it's me. I'm here for some information. What brings you here? It's me. Didn't you hear? Ugh, gosh. Sirha sighed and began speaking the following phrase, so, we will be the slaves of the freedom, the blade of the rights, and the measurement of the equality. With that, the light within the building went out and the windows were covered with blinds. Slave of the freedom. Blade of the rights. Measurement of the equality. These were the metaphors that symbolized the organization. Of course, there were other names that directed this organization. The Anti-Cultivation Group, or the worst terrorist group in history and such, but it was the name that was more famous than all of those nicknames. Rupture. This was the 5th regional office of the worst terrorist group, Rupture, of the. The old man who appeared through the darkness was not an ordinary old man. His face and shape had been changed entirely to that of a middle-aged man. It seemed he had the setting to change his physical appearance. Sirha ranted, "Hey, do we really need to go through this every time? It's the rule." "So, who's he?" "He's with me." "He's not with Rupture, but he's kind of Rupture? Or an ex-Rupture? Don't worry about him and just show me the list." "Here." The man then handed over a 10-inch sized machine. It was the machine that showed information that Rupture gathered recently, in order of importance. Sirha spoke as she scrolled down on the list. What's this? There are lost ones rampaging it. There's word that the followers of the ancient gods are gathering at the Lightnovel auction house. I heard that a part of an ancient god is up for bidding in the auction house." "What? Really?" Sirha frowned at the information. "Hamakina? There's no way that it can appear at an auction house. It smells fishy, but I'll pass on the information for now." "What else?" "Next is about an awakener." "Awakener?" Chungha and Sirha's face brightened. It just might be the information they were looking for. The man continued, "There's information about an old man with the nickname Perverted Guru making mess in the East. I think he killed a few vicegerents of middle-grade gods while leading a pirate group called Bringer of the Fall. It's a big issue out there." Sirha and Chungha's expressions turned weird at the news. "I heard the Perverted Guru uses a very unusual unique world. What was it called? Kang Ho, or was it Jung? Isn't it Murim?" Maybe it was." Sirha was barely holding back from laughing and Chungha's nose widened as he fought back the urge to laugh. "Anyway, you should watch out for him too. I heard he's quite the awakener. He's really interested in beautiful vicegerents apparently." "Perverted Guru, yeah of course. I will for sure," Sirha answered as she glanced at Chungha, in which he coughed uncomfortably. "So any other news?" "Nope." "I see." Sirha became disappointed, but that's when the machine sounded an alarm, followed by a new message. "Oh, I guess we have a new one. There's a fight happening in the Lightnovel auction house." "The place with the machina? What happened?" 5 vicegerents of a high-ranking god and 12 mid-ranking gods have been killed." "What? 5 from the high-rankers?" Vicegerents of high-ranking gods weren't easily matched. They were powerful individuals within. That's close to a war. "Did they fight against each other?" "No. They were killed by a man." What kind of madman does that in a?" In that moment, Sirha stopped speaking and Chungha also looked at Sirha. Sirha leaned closer to the table and asked. Do you have a video of it?" "Here." Soon, a hologram screen showed a man. The video quality was not good enough to see the face, but 2 things were certain. One was that the man was naked with only a coat on him, and another was that he was stabbing. Arg! Vicegerents were being flown away through the vicious world power storm. As they heard the sound, Chungha was making a face as if he had been waiting for that sound in a long time. Within the chaos of the video, there was a man, bare naked under his coat. It was certain. It was the madman. It was the madman that they were desperately looking for the past 2 years. Chungha and Sirha shook in excitement. The man they were looking for was in the video. "It's him, right?" "Yeah. I knew he'd do something like that." "Of course." Both of them quickly jumped out of the building. Because they were too excited, they did not realize who sent the information to the regional office. "Master of Rupture." The regional office master narrowed his eyes as he looked at who sent the video. "So, it's the master who sent this? Ha! I guess things aren't going to end quietly this time." Chapter 134, Ancient God, 3. The auction was at its peak when Jaewan arrived at the central auction house. Jaewan, you're late, Myad greeted Jaewan. Oh, you got some clothes? It fits you. Yeah. Jaewan nodded and sat down on the chair that Myad saved for him. Ronald also came next to Jaewan and sat down. He had flown down here anxiously, but the atmosphere was different than he expected. There were powerful individuals within the auction house, but none of them were unleashing the uncomfortable presence that Jaewan felt earlier. This is strange. I felt it for sure. In front was the giant hologram screen that showed the top price of the auction and auctioneer Reynold. Jaewan looked at the giant metal object crouched down in front of the screen. Is that the machina of Dias? The metal object was shaped like a man. It was probably over 10 meters just based on the sight. Myad answered, yes. It's the best gigantes of gigantes. Jaewan once read the information about it in the record of the depth. Those metal giants could be controlled from the inside, created in the days when ancient god Dias was in full power. It allowed the rider to increase their world power by 1.2 to 3 times when riding in it. It was the part that everyone from mid-ranking gods and up wanted to have. The machina was the best out of all the gigantes. Jaewan increased his suspicion up to the limit as he examined the machina. Surely it was a much better object than Reinhold's long coat which he was wearing. But he felt that the machina was lacking. Is that really it? Jaewan once faced one of the 3 parts before. No, he actually used it. He didn't know it was considered so highly before, but now he could see it. It's nothing like the Void Sword. That sword that turned every being into a dead man. It was, of course, Catastrophe himself who wielded the sword, and Jaewan only was the vessel to hold Catastrophe in, but Jaewan remembered how it felt to hold the sword. He remembered the sensation of wielding the blade. Even when he was the one wielding it, he felt like as if his spirit was being ripped apart by it. It didn't seem to be possible to control it. That was the power of such divine parts. Jaewan, we must go back. I don't feel good about this. Anderson shouted with a concerned voice. She too seemed to have sensed something. Anderson. Who are they? Hey. You mentioned that there are they here. That's. But in the next moment, Anderson's voice became disrupted and disappeared. It felt like something was interfering with Anderson and Jaewan's communication. Whoa! We've got the new highest bidder. 11,000 spirit stones. Reynolds' voice filled the area and Jaewan spoke to Myad. So, I just need to buy that. Yes. Did you make up your mind? What about spirit stones? Here you go. Jaewan took the bag of spirit stones from Myad. Ronald became pale as he peeked into the bag. What? There must be about 20,000 spirit stones in there at least. Is that a lot? Of course it is. It's too much. 1 spirit stone equaled 1 follower. Only 1 spirit stone could be acquired by processing a spirit. Of course, normal followers didn't have much value, and it was the fighter followers who would equal to 5 to 10 spirit stones that became valuable, but 20,000 was still a lot. It was enough to have a low-ranking god to rise up to the bottom of the high-ranking gods. Jaewan said, 20,000, it might not be enough. Not enough. You never know what might happen. This time, Myad became astonished at Jaewan being so calm while holding on to so many spirit stones. You really are something. How can you be so calm even with that many spirit stones? I don't think there's anyone even in the OR, that doesn't get carried away by the number. That's enough. So, do you have more? Or what? I think 20,000 is enough, but I'll give you this just in case. Myad then began writing something down and handed it over to Jaewan. It was a piece of paper created by the hologram. It was a personal check from the Myad Federation. The voice was heard again then. -12,000. Any more? 12,000. Jaewan looked down at the check for a while and turned to my ad again. You just met me for the first time today. Yes, I did. What is the meaning of all this? Meaning? Oh, you mean the check? Like I said. I like you and. Never mind. I was a fool to ask. Jaewan stood up and shouted toward the auctioneer. I will bid on it. People's eyes turned straight onto Jaewan. Reynold then turned to Jaewan and spoke. Oh? I haven't seen you around. In my experience, this is the sign of a strong bid. So, your name is? I'm Jaewan. I see. So how much will you? 100,000. Chapter 135, Ancient God, 4. People began to mumbling to each other. What? What did he say? 100,000. A few vicegerents turned to look at Jaewan curiously. Based on their strong world powers, they were from high-ranking gods. Jaewan checked their power and turned to Myad. Even when he spoke of such a large amount, Myad didn't seem to panic at all. Isn't this a lot? Jaewan wasn't sure about what the man was thinking. Jaewan felt like he wanted to make Myad panic. Reynold. Who is that man? There's no way that he can pay 100,000. A few vicegerents of mid-ranking gods stood up with rage. The one who was most outraged was the one who offered 12,000, the vicegerent of the middle-ranking god Belkan. It was then that someone stood up silently from the crowd. It was a man with a black hood over his head. After he glanced at Jaewan and Reynold, he spoke up with a loud voice. 200,000. The people became uneasy. 200. Reynold calmly updated the highest bidder. Minus 200,000. We just might have the highest record of bids today. Jaewan checked the name tag of the one who called for 200,000. But it was hard to see as clothes covered it. Jaewan then turned toward the hologram. Highest bidder x 200,000. X the was the name of the man. It's him. Jaewan looked at the hooded man again. It was the man who unleashed the energy earlier that Jaewan. So, he's your target. Myad flinched at the sudden voice. I beg your pardon. You used me to bring him out. Haha. I'm not sure what you are talking about. Jaewan thought there was a certain reason why Myad couldn't join the auction. He didn't want to be seen. Why? Jaewan thought the answer was because of that man named X. He wasn't sure why, but Myad was looking for him and he needed to lay low in order to find that man. Myad had now found him, so he had surely reached his goal. Well, if you insist. Insist on what? Haha. Jaewan then smiled, can I continue on with the auction then? As Myad felt something from Jaewan's smile, Jaewan shouted at Reynold. 500,000. 500,000? The amount increased more than double instantly. Wait. Jaewan. Myad now seemed to be surprised by the sudden increase. It was obvious, as Myad had no reason to continue with the auction house as he had met his goal. We have 500,000. Reynold spoke in an excited voice. X responded immediately. 600. Jaewan shouted again. 700. Wait Jaewan. We shouldn't. But poor Myad's voice was wiped away by cheer of the crowd and X spoke again. 750. 800. Jaewan spoke again and now X was seemingly hesitant. He paused for a while and spoke. 850,000. The record of the highest bid of the Hatchnold auction house had long been surpassed. Everyone now fell silent as they watched the fight go on. Minus 850,000. I've never even seen such a number in my life. Some vicegerents from middle-ranking gods were now glancing at Jaewan. To them, 850,000 spirit stones were worth much more than the machina itself. He looks weak. Vicegerent of a low-ranking god. I'll take him on. Jaewan then spoke again in a quiet and calm voice. 2 million. The entire crowd became silent. People couldn't even understand what the number meant. Vicegerents and the powerful ones now looked at Jaewan silently. Even Reynold couldn't speak at the amazing amount. Are you serious? 2 million spirit stones. 2 million wasn't just a number. It was amount that only top-ranking gods, or the 7 gods of could even think of paying. It was the amount for a high-ranking god to be allowed to join the 7 gods of, to make it 8 gods. The amount was enough to increase world power in such a way. 2 million spirit stones represented the power itself. But now, Jaewan just declared that he would pay that much to purchase only a part. People in the auction house were shaking just by hearing the number of 2 million as they knew what the number meant. Even Myad was looking at Jaewan suspiciously. Jaewan thought as he looked at everyone who was looking at him, so, opening a creation doesn't mean that it's out of the. They were people who lived within the system before they created their worlds to become gods. It was obvious that they were still a part of the system. Reynold spoke. Okay. Do we have any more? No? Then. Jaewan has won the Machina of Dias for 2 million spirit stones. Jaewan then walked up to the podium. As he was guided by Reynold, he took out the personal check that he got from Myad. But how can I use this? Can I just write down the number? He had never used a check before, so he had no way of knowing. As Jaewan became hesitant, someone from the crowd shouted, "This is nonsense. That fool can never pay 2 million spirit stones." It was Gerald, the vicegerent of the middle-ranking god Belkan. And that was the start. Right. This can't be true. We cannot accept this auction. Kill him. As vicegerents and followers of those middle-ranking gods charged in, Jaewan smiled bitterly at them. So, it comes down to this. It was the beginning of that would be recorded as one of the 5 incidents revolving around Jaewan in history. Chapter 136, Ancient God, 5. Through the fierce battle, a single man smiled between the battle of the gods. It was a vicegerent with fiery red hair. He was astonished by the black blades stabbing all over the place. Ignis. He's one of a kind. Look at the setting. It's crazy. It looked like if he was talking to himself, but there was no way vicegerents would talk to themselves. All of their conversations would be heard by their gods. There was no alone the moment a vicegerent decided to serve a god. Needless to say, a voice answered from nowhere. He's familiar. Wait, isn't it him? Him. You know, the product I tried to purchase before. Ugh, that damn cultivator. What was his name? Lane, something. Oh, did you? I don't remember. The man's name was Caravan. Caravan the Flame. He was one of the most popular vicegerents within the depth because his god was the one of 7 gods of. The god with worst temper, and owner of the best setting, was named the Hell of Flame. Every god of called the god with this name. Ignis, the god of flame. Ignis, was laughing maniacally within Caravan's head. Ha! Look! I searched and this popped up. I think it's him. After Caravan checked on the shared image from, he opened his eyes wide in shock and asked, "Wait, isn't he the one who butchered all those generals a while ago? The General Slayer? Yet. It's him. Whoa, I serve the best god and I'm still called a flame, but he's already a slayer. How unfair. Haha. You might get one for yourself if you kill him. I would like to be called like Slayer of the Flame or something." Caravan scratched his chin as he looked at Jaewan fighting in the distance. The ground tore apart at one stab and the followers of middle-ranking gods were being ripped apart and were swept up by it. However, it wasn't enough to be considered strong yet. What Caravan was focusing on was the setting he was using. God! His setting is really weird. What is that? The black blade stormed the air as the black aura from Jaewan's sword destroyed all the strength type settings of the other gods. What was weirder was that all those settings that were destroyed were losing power as they were destroyed. Ignis spoke. I think it's a setting that destroys settings. What? Is that possible? How can such a thing exist? But that's the only way to put it. Look. Ignis wasn't wrong. The vicegerents who were struck by Jaewan quickly lost their world powers, lost their linkage with their gods, and fainted. Unless there was a setting that destroyed a setting, there was no other way to describe what was happening, especially when the world power difference between the others and Jaewan was very small. I have never heard of such a setting in. And what type is that? It's a dual type. Dual? What were there others with dual type too? I thought we were only ones with it. Of course. Remember, the dark dragon from Droyan is also a dual type. Oh, right. I think it's based off the strength type, then mixed in with a physics type on top of it, but he make it. The Hell of Flame is also a dual type. Why are you so astonished? That was just coincidence. As they talked to each other, their astonishment just grew even further. Now, half the vicegerents had been wiped out already. Caravan said, I think he gets stronger the longer he fights. It seems so. His world power is growing as he fights. But how's that possible? Is he a scion or something? Saiyan. What's that? There's a thing like that, Caravan said as he remembered the comics from World 294 that he borrowed from a close nightmare friend. Ignis seemed to be uncomfortable for a second, but then continued. Anyway, so his world power grows as he destroys other settings. It can't be possible, but, wait. Is he? What? What is it? Is he killing gods? Killing gods and was close to impossible, especially if the god was above middle rank. It was because gods did not disappear as long they had at least one follower. And even if all followers were dead, there still was a bit time left. No way. Those are middle-ranking gods, and how is it possible for a god to die after losing a vicegerent? It's not just the increase in world power. Look at the setting he's using now. Caravan then focused on the setting that Jaewan was using. There were a lot of things that weren't normal. Jaewan first started out with a black blade, but he now had other strength type settings. It wasn't anything special as most high-ranking gods had all the settings that Jaewan was now using. The problem was that those settings were the ones that the vicegerents were using that Jaewan just killed. There was only one answer to this. He killed a god and stole the setting. What? It's impossible. Caravan spoke in outrage. As far as he knew, only two beings could be called God's Layers. Guardian of the system Big Brother. And the God's Layer himself Catastrophe. If what Caravan seeing was true, then he needed to add one more to the list. Caravan spoke with a tense voice. Should I jump in? If that man really has 2 million spirit stones, that will cause trouble down the road. Jaewan's current world power was about 1,000. It meant it equaled about 1,000 spirit power. He sometimes unleashed about 10,000 power, but even at 10,000, it was no match for Caravan. However, if Jaewan consumed 2 million spirit stones, it would be different. He used a setting that could destroy another setting. If he were to wield that powerful world power, then there was no stopping him. 2 million? Haha. But the god laughed it off. Are you dumb? Do you really think he has 2 million spirit stones? He's bluffing. Bluffing. Yet. If he had 2 million, he could have just consumed it all and ambushed the auction house. Why would you pay for a part? It was true. If the being had 2 million in world power, it was easier to just attack the auction house and take it away. There was no need to purchase it. He has a man behind him. I think the man ordered the others to cause trouble when he was about to pay it. There's no way that a man with such weak world power can bluff that he has 2 million. Oh, I see. You're right. So, who is behind him? I don't know. What's sure is that he will be by the Machina soon. It was true. The most important thing in this battle was of course, the Machina of Deus. That's when Caravan shouted, realizing something. Oh. Right. The man's going to try to steal Machina then. Hey. Yeah. That must be it. That's probably why he caused such a ruckus. Caravan shouted excitedly as if he felt like he just solved a puzzle. But Ignis didn't seem to be enthusiastic at all. Well, it can be true, but unless the man's a fool, he's not after the Machina. What are you talking about? You still don't get it yet. Hey? What do you mean? Ignis then answered in disappointment. You dumbass, that Machina is fake. Chapter 137, Ancient God, 6. It's fake. Jaewan realized it as soon as he saw the Machina. He hadn't been sure when he saw it from a distance, but he was sure when he saw it close up. It was well made, but it was fake. How dare you do this in Hatchnold's auction house? Reynold and the other auctioneers were now jumping in to quell the fight. It wasn't easy, as all the vicegerents and followers were already in a huge brawl. Jaewan was in the center. Jaewan frowned as he deflected storming blades from all sides. He wasn't sure why he had to go through all this for a fake product. No, maybe it wasn't because of that. I see. It's for the spirit stones. Jaewan then remembered the check he still held. Maybe Myad had guessed this situation would occur. If so, his goal was still far from being achieved. Jaewan looked around for Myad, but he wasn't around anymore. Give me the spirit stones. It was Gerald, the Belkin's vicegerent, who shouted as he attacked. Belkin had 10,000 world power, which was equal to normal high-ranking gods. Jaewan's heightened suspicion read through his setting. Vicious Claw. It's a strength type. Low to middle-ranking gods mostly used simple strength type settings. It focused on using brute force. Destroy the world. All of it. Bring it down. Countless Jaewans shouted from within Jaewan. He didn't know why, but this happened often after he opened the creation. Everyone shut up. It's me who's fighting. It confused him, but it helped his fights as the voices instantly multiplied Jaewan's world power. Fall. Powerful energy, not even comparable to when he stabbed with his world power, was unleashed from his sword. His world that destroyed other worlds filled the air. It tore apart Vicious Claw like paper, and Gerald was swept away. Arg. Who are you? Middle-ranking god Belkin also seemed to be in shock at what happened. And without having a way to fight it, his world was soon swept away by Jaewan's fall and disappeared. All of his followers instantly became lost ones. I can fight middle-ranking god vicegerents at least. Jaewan confirmed that his setting was effective in. He wasn't sure why, but it worked especially well against gods. But it takes way too much energy. He used all his might, but a single strike made him fatigued. Jaewan knew why. I need more followers. He had only one follower. In the god's calculation, his world power was only at 2. In that case, unleashing 1,000 to 10,000 world power was already something that was impossible. Jaewan only could guess that him being an awakener was the reason he could do this. Fight together. As a few vicegerents died, the other vicegerents began to work together to fight Jaewan. Jaewan felt that he was running out of time. Without enough world power, his fall wasn't working correctly. The speed of the opponent's world regenerating was much faster than the speed of his fall destroying their world. However, it was then that a large amount of world power was transferred from the dead Gerald. It wasn't the entire amount he had when he was alive, but it was enough to recharge Jaewan completely. Using all of his recharged power, Jaewan blew away a middle-ranked vicegerent. Arg. And right after, Jaewan's world power regenerated again in a similar manner. Jaewan realized, I can steal world power from the gods I kill. Moreover, Jaewan felt that his movements had gotten much lighter and easier. The settings that other vicegerents were using had now transferred over to him. He could now easily dodge attacks that were hard to avoid before. The vicegerents' faces darkened. They weren't sure what Jaewan's setting was, and yet he was now stealing settings from those that he killed. This is mad. What is going on? This is impossible. The tide began to turn, and as Jaewan's total world power increased, his strikes grew more powerful. Now, one strike meant one vicegerent's death, adding another setting for Jaewan. This can't be. Losing to a no-name like this? It was already shameful as it was. But Jaewan's body turned and began to fly off towards some place. The vicegerents turned toward that direction. Machina of Deus. He's after the Machina. However, Jaewan wasn't after the Machina. Him. In front of the Machina, there was a hooded man, X. He was swinging his metal arm at someone. It was the man who had been sitting next to Jaewan. Myad van Deklan, the Star Seeker. He and X were fighting. Jaewan dodged the attacks at him from the vicegerents and watched Myad and X fight. The unique world power being used by X reminded Jaewan of a certain memory. That power. The energy that Jaewan felt. It was more familiar than uncomfortable as he studied it. It was like the weird world power that the overseers of the Void Factory used. It was similar to that. What is he? His thoughts were abruptly interrupted as he felt a shockwave from behind. What? It was a strike that his new setting, hardened carapace, couldn't even withstand. His body was thrown meters away towards the billboard of the auction house. Commander, or stronger? Jaewan brushed aside the debris and stood. The damage he received from the strike was quite severe. He was bruised and some ribs were broken. Was there someone with such world power? Jaewan remembered a few vicegerents of the high-ranking gods, but he wasn't sure which one could do this much damage. However, he had no time to think. As he stood up, he had to get out of where he was right away. The area he stood in was destroyed as if a bomb had gone off. As the dust clouds settled, there was an 8-meter-long giant spear stuck in the ground. It wasn't a weapon that could be used by a human. After seeing that, Jaewan knew what was behind the attack. I see. He saw silver giants through the dust clouds. They were crude and old, but their presence was still outstanding. Ha ha ha. Bring it on. We should have done this earlier. Gigantes. The parts that filled the battlefield of the... An army of gigantes was approaching Jaewan. Chapter 138, Ancient God, 7. Wow, that's too much, Caravan commented as he saw Jaewan being cornered by many gigantes. Ignis, should I jump in? Even if Jaewan was strong, there was no way he could fight his way through that many gigantes. The man only had 10,000 world power after all. Jump in and do what? Who are you trying to help? Oh. Caravan was surprised. He didn't really care if Jaewan was going to lose. His focus was to find the man behind the ruckus. It was better for him that Jaewan, who seemed to have some kind of connection to the man behind this, to be in a pinch. Why was I trying to help him? If Ignis did not point it out, he would not have even realized it. He had gotten absorbed in watching Jaewan fight. Haha. I guess you've come to like him. Well. What do you like about him? Naked man, with a coat. Wait. Are you? Hey, I'm not interested in men. Ignis cackled, but Caravan was confused. He wasn't sure what he was feeling towards Jaewan. He barely knew the man named Jaewan, but he had heard some rumors. General Slayer. Pioneer of the impossible. Destroyer of the tower. They were all unconfirmed rumors. Meaning, Caravan did not know anything about this man named Jaewan. But why? What was with this feeling? It's hard to explain, but I want to cheer for him. Caravan glanced at Jaewan facing his enemies. It was a clean and simple battle form, but the world power being unleashed was abnormal. It was a power that threatened to sweep away the entire world. A madness that could not be weakened by any enemy. Caravan thought, how should he explain it? It was as if he's fighting like a madman. Haha, right. Though he might die soon. Caravan felt like he and his god were having the same thought after a long time. Ignis spoke. No, it's too early for us to jump in. Look, he's not even done yet. As Jaewan stared at the Gigantes, he recalled information from the record of the depth. War machines of Gigantes. As far as everyone knew, Gigantes were created by Dyaus. He was the god of all machines, with an almighty power in terms of creating parts. The Gigantes represented his masterpiece and legacy. When he was gone from the, people were concerned if it was even possible for them to create new Gigantes. Fortunately, 7 of the masters who worked under Dyaus began creating new Gigantes, and thanks to them, the Gigantes were now a vital part of the. Ha ha ha, he's nothing. Jaewan gripped his sword as he watched the Gigantes. There were more than 5 of them, and they were being ridden by vicegerents who had almost died to Jaewan. Multiplying power. It's mad. All the Gigantes came with a setting to increase world power. Only the Gigantes had such power. The Gigantes fired upon Jaewan, and each shot created a crater. Each strike contained a powerful world power. It felt like Jaewan was now facing a man that had become 3 times more powerful. The problem didn't stop there. Fall is not working. Jaewan realized this as he faced one of the Gigantes. Under normal circumstances, a vicegerent would have to retreat with serious injuries when faced with his sword, but the Gigantes didn't seem to be damaged. Jaewan wasn't sure if he was weak, or it was the power of the Gigantes, but there was no way for him to win here. I see. So, your setting doesn't work against parts. I was wondering what penalty it had. The voice came from behind him. It was Myad who had been fighting behind him. Not to mention the fatigue when you use it each time. If you know so much, how about you help me out? Jaewan spoke sarcastically, but Myad continued without stopping. Also, your setting can only be used by you. I don't think your followers can share that setting with you. Jaewan felt it was strange. How would Myad know that when Jaewan himself didn't? Myad seemed to have realized that Jaewan was curious and pointed somewhere as he dodged X's attack. Jaewan looked in that direction. It was Ronald. Damn it! Ronald, who had been swept by an explosion from a Gigantes, had fallen on the ground. But he was too far away for Jaewan to save him. Also, if he jumped in to save Ronald, there was no way for him to dodge the explosions from the Gigantes. I need more world power. He needed something more powerful that could destroy the Gigantes in one strike. That's when something swept in his mind. Powerful world power. He had in him. He couldn't use the check, but he still had 20,000 world power. *T, let's just see how it goes. Chapter 139, Ancient God, 8. Jaewan jumped toward Ronald as he took out spirit stones from the bag to consume him. He felt the uncomfortable feeling of the stones being swallowed and what? A powerful storm of world power was unleashed from within Jaewan. He then charged straight into the Gigantes in front of him. The Gigantes was flung back as Jaewan collided into it. What in the world? A Gigantes being pushed away by a man? The vicegerents were dumbfounded. But Jaewan wasn't satisfied. Still not enough. 20,000 world power was rushing within him, but it wasn't his own yet. The enemy he was facing had also over 20,000 world power and was immune to his fall. Then how? Jaewan. Take your clothes off. What? Take it off. Listen to me. Anderson's voice urgently filled Jaewan's head. Come on. We don't have time. Jaewan gave up on thinking and threw away his long coat. He stared with disappointed eyes at the coat as he threw it. It was a coat that he had just gotten. Why do you want me to take off my clothes? So you can use my setting. The naked setting. Anderson then calmly responded. The naked setting was originally made to use against gigantes. It was something he did not expect. Then, a bright light covered Jaewan's entire body. His body now shone so brightly in gold that it was hard to even look at him directly. It worked. Yes. I think you can complete up until the first verse with this world power. He wasn't sure what she was excited about, but Jaewan knew something was going to happen soon. Look. This is the true power of the naked setting. And with her voice, Jaewan's body flew high up into the sky. What's up with him? The vicegerents riding the gigantes were shocked. The man threw away his clothes and soon began to shine brightly, but the vicegerents felt untold fear. They didn't know what he was doing, but there was something definitely wrong there. He's an idiot. Kill him. He's just mad. And in the next moment, the words of a song were heard. A long, long time ago, a naked god lived. He hated clothes. So, he lived naked for his entire life. No one was sure who was singing or where the song was coming from, but time was slowing down and the space was being distorted. The vicegerents looked at Jaewan. Jaewan, but naked, was walking slowly toward them, a light-footed god with an innocent voice. Just like an old fairytale, as if they had all been pulled into, they looked at Jaewan. Yet, they didn't know what kind of finale was waiting for them. One day, a naked god walked. He was bored and walked outside. And he met his first friend. The page of the fairytale turned, and the riders of gigantes now realized that they were part of the cast of this fairytale. They tried to clear their mind of this eerie terror. It's okay. This is an illusion. It's nothing. He's human. But the man in front of them wasn't human. God. A giant, naked god was watching them. A naked god was talking to them. Let's play. As they heard the voice, their minds became blank. Things that were possible and not possible began to get mixed up in their heads. Nothing was done to them, but the gigantes were backing away. What is that? What the hell is that? They reassured themselves. It's okay. I'm inside this machine. He can't hurt me here. The naked god was now smiling in front of him. Hey you, what is that? Say, it's not clothes, is it? The gigantes flinched. It was as if the giant metal armor was shaking in fear. The vicegerent inside began to shake as if he was having a seizure and fell. Nobody was there to hear it, but the vicegerent lost his mind and was mumbling something. No, these aren't clothes. These aren't clothes. Ha! Ha ha! Go away, go away! Go away! And soon, a voice came from the naked god. Lies! Everyone turned silent. All the fights in the auction house stopped. Myad and X. The vicegerents who were fighting each other. Hatchnold and the auctioneers who were trying to stop the fight. The giant body of a gigantes was ripped apart like a piece of paper. Caravan, the vicegerent of Ignis, who had been watching from a distance spoke. God! That's not fair. It's crazy. What the hell is that thing? God, say something, will you? What kind of setting makes you become that strong just being naked and singing like some lunatic? That setting still remained. I didn't even guess. I don't think he is still alive. Is it preserved through another god? Hey? Do you know of such a setting? I've never seen it. Of course you've never seen it. It's a setting that was created 210,000 years ago. 210,000 years ago. 210,000 years ago was the time when the three ancient gods were active. Who created such a setting during that time? The naked god was still busy with his act. The setting unleashed a ridiculous amount of power only when facing gigantes. The third and fourth gigantes were ripped apart by Jaewan's bare hands, and Ignis spoke in a bitter voice. It was created by a mad god who hated Deists. Chapter 140, Ancient God, 9. Caravan was shocked. A god who hates Deists. Yet, 210,000 years ago. It was long before Caravan was born, but he had heard about the legends of the three ancient gods many times. However, it was actually strange for Caravan, who had lived barely 5,000 years, to know about the stories that happened 210,000 years ago. Those legends were not often told within the since they were too old. Most of the gods who had lived in that era had perished. If a rumor spread within during the age of the three ancient gods that a part of the three ancient gods was on auction, everyone would have scoffed and said, "No way! There's no way their parts would be up on the auction house. That's for high-ranking gods. It's probably a hoax." It was only speculation and things might have turned out differently, but it was probably different than what was happening right now. People would try to see if the hoax was real, but there was no way that the fools from the middle rank would dish out their entire savings of 12,000 soul stones to try and purchase the part. Who was that god? Who fought Deists? Caravan wasn't like those foolish gods. He was a vicegerent, but he knew about the legends of the three ancient gods more than any high-ranking god. It was all because of Ignis. The god of the seven gods, Ignis the Flame, was one of the few gods who existed in the age of the three ancient gods. Ignis also loved to boast about his past deeds in that era. However, this wasn't like him. He seemed to be hesitant, as if there was a bad memory linked to the question. This wasn't like his usual boasting self. Caravan became more curious. What could make this hot-tempered god of flame be this hesitant? It was only after a while that Ignis spoke. Only beings that can face the three ancient gods are themselves. There was this saying 210,000 years ago, but it's all history now though. Rip it off. And take it off. The naked Jaewan only seemed to exist for those two purposes. A Gigante's arm was pulled out like a rag doll and its armor was torn apart like paper. The vicegerents of middle-ranking gods were powerless against Jaewan. Their Gigantes were ripped away, and they became naked. The instant the vicegerents were brought out of their Gigantes, they were butt naked. They did not take any damage or have wounds on them, but many fell unconscious with the frothing at their mouths. No one knew if it was caused by shame or another reason, but one thing was for sure. They would not be the same as before. Those vicegerents had hollow looks on their faces. They were naked, but their eyes seemed to indicate that they had lost everything. Let me live. Their screams weren't directed at Jaewan, however. They were afraid of something invisible, as if familiar things to them had suddenly become symbols of fear. What are they? The vicegerents of the high-ranking gods were confused. They had heard about the naked setting, but it was the first time they had truly witnessed its power. However, only a few among them realized exactly what those middle-ranking vicegerents had faced. That can't be. The Gigantes were the best protection for any god or vicegerent. If one was within a Gigantes, it was always guaranteed that one would avoid sudden death, no matter how powerful the attack was. Yet Jaewan ripped them apart as if they were nothing. He did it as if there was no such protection in this world. The safety they felt was that weak. Destroying the Gigantes was more than just the destruction of a part. As the Gigantes were ripped apart, the vicegerents inside felt something in them being ripped apart. And a few gods had heard about this symptom before. World collapse. World collapse. It was the disease that made one feel distant from their god's world and they would lose the world power. It was also called the Gestalt destruction. But that's impossible. Even when they saw the vicegerents falling apart in front of them, they couldn't believe it. The ancient god that could cause Gestalt destruction had long disappeared. The one they were seeing was a vicegerent of about 20,000 world power, at best. So, instead of believing their own crude guesses, they decided to rely on their experience. Then, it was followed by humiliation. There was a being defiling their holy crusade. There was the one who destroyed gigantes as if they were toys and unclothed vicegerents. This act that the man Jaewan was doing, wasn't going to end with just the middle-ranking vicegerents. This is madness, what are you trying to do? One of the high-ranking gods' vicegerents shouted angrily. However, it was also what Jaewan actually wanted to ask. No, he wanted to ask Anderson. Tell me before doing something like this. For a short 3 minutes, it was Anderson who controlled Jaewan's body as he wasn't familiar enough with the naked setting to use it to its full potential. There was no way that Jaewan would know such a humiliating song either. Don't worry. I had to sing it. The setting doesn't fully activate unless I finish singing. But I didn't make you sing it, did I? It's me who sang, so don't be too. You sang it through me, so it's the same thing. Haha. I think you have a good voice. Anderson spoke with an awkward laugh. Anyway. Why didn't you kill them? Jaewan asked as he turned to glance at the vicegerents on the ground. I thought you hated them. As Jaewan was connected to Anderson, he felt her hatred toward the other gods. The high-ranking goddess, who had lost all of her followers due to her friend's betrayal, and fell to the lowest ranking of the gods. The goddess who hated the other gods. That was Naked Anderson. I can't kill them. Chapter 141, Ancient God, 10. What? They are naked. If the enemy is naked, the naked setting cannot be used against them. What do you mean? Anderson then briefly explained and Jaewan understood what was going on. The naked setting only worked against enemies who had clothes on. Although Jaewan felt intrigued that having a gigantes equipped was considered the same as having clothes on, the power worked better the more clothes an enemy had on. While it meant that no armor could withstand the naked setting after only getting ripped apart because of it, but it also meant that there was no way to kill an enemy when they were naked. By the way, the song ends like this: finally, all friends are naked. The naked god became happy and went back home. Without killing anyone. Without killing anyone. Jaewan's lips trembled with rage. What is that? It was a weird setting. It was invincible while an enemy had clothes on, but it was powerless when the enemy was naked. It was so twisted that it even seemed to be some kind of weird fetish. Jaewan felt a headache at his fate for having to fight with this setting. Wait, I killed that follower of Belkin with the naked setting before. They probably didn't die back then. I think it was Ronald who finished them off. Jaewan then turned to Ronald in the distance. He first thought Ronald was too young to do such a thing, but soon realized that it was possible. Ronald already had years of experience in. His brilliance and way of doing things were probably the result of that. I see. Anyway, thanks for helping me out this time. Whoa. I never thought you could say such a thing. Anderson seemed happy anyway. The battle was calming down after Jaewan destroyed a total of 5 gigantes. The vicegerents and auctioneers were now backing off each other. However, it didn't mean that the fight was over, and Anderson and Jaewan were well aware of that. Don't let down your guard. It's only the beginning. You mentioning 2 million soul stones made them go mad. Were you listening? Of course, I was. I just couldn't say anything because the communication was unstable. I thought I was going nuts at what you did back there. Speaking of which, what made you do such a thing in the first place? Jaewan then glanced toward my ad. I just wanted to shock him. Gosh. I am not sure if you are cold or hot-headed. Anderson felt something superhuman about Jaewan when she first saw him, an awakener who killed generals. She thought such a being would have the perception and judgment that exceeded that of a god. However, as more time she spent with Jaewan, she had to rethink her original impression of him. Jaewan wasn't perfect. He had the foresight of a god, but the heart of a human. He had thousands of years' experience, but he was still swept away by what happened in the past and sometimes failed to do as planned because of his emotions. Even after living for thousands of years, he was still human. Oh well. I guess that's why you have such an impossible goal. Cut the nonsense. What should we do now? Jaewon went up to Ronald and picked him up. He was able to see through it instinctively. The peace around the auction house was only temporary. He was in the eye of the storm right now. I used too much world power too. Unlike Fall, Naked didn't allow Jaewon to recover his world power. He didn't kill any vicegerents, so he couldn't absorb their world powers. Fortunately, the vicegerents of the middle-ranking gods were backing away due to the shock from the previous fight, but the vicegerents of the high-ranking gods were different. They realized that Jaewon's world power was waning. If given a chance, they would jump on Jaewon. Jaewon made a decision. It was the best choice he could make at the moment. His body quickly moved toward where the largest world powers were moving about. Hey, you should help me. Myad and X were still fighting against each other. Myad smiled and answered, You really do get powerful quickly. A setting that destroys other settings, and a setting that destroys parts? There will be no other like you throughout the entire. Myad spoke casually even though he was intensely fighting X. Drop the flattery. Oh, yet. But as you can see, I'm in quite of a pinch myself. Don't lie. You're not using any power yet. Oops, you knew. As his world power increased, Jaewon saw Myad in a new light. He first thought that he could fight Myad on equal grounds, but it changed his mind. Myad had much more power than he realized at first. He was the leader of the Third World Federation after all. If Myad were to act, there was no way the vicegerents and high-ranking gods would object. But I'm not lying. He's really something. Jaewon then turned to X, who was fighting against Myad. Myad wasn't wrong. In terms of world power rating, X was unleashing about 150,000 world power from his body. It was much higher than any high-ranking god vicegerents who were eyeing Jaewon from nearby. And there are some monsters that I can't see through either. Jaewon also knew of a few who were watching over everything. Those were the beings that Jaewon could barely just feel that they existed. Sure was different from the place where the best of came to and barely returned alive. Jaewon now realized the power of. You should run. Let's not stay here. Anderson came to a conclusion. Jaewon was also thinking of running away. What was happening in the auction house didn't matter to him anyway. Didn't Reinhold's long coat have a high-speed flying setting? You should run away with that. No vicegerents will be able to follow you if you use that setting. Jaewon had already picked up the coat, just in case. What are you doing? We don't have time to waste. Go. Jaewon knew this already as he had already felt the vicegerents closing in on him. However, before he ran, there was one thing he wanted to find out. He turned to Myad and asked, Myad, it's you who put that machina on the auction, right? Chapter 142, Ancient God, 11. Silence descended for a while. It wasn't too quiet as Myad was still fighting X, but he was momentarily speechless. How did you know? For the first time, Myad seemed to be genuinely surprised. Jaewon moved closer to Myad as he kept an eye on the vicegerents closing in. Myad asked again, how did you find out that it's me who sold the machina to the auction? It's only natural if you think logically. Logically. Jaewon did not answer right away. The vicegerents of the high-ranking gods weren't closing in any further as Jaewon stood next to Myad. The man was stronger than any of them. They were probably trying to guess the relationship between Myad and Jaewon. Jaewon calmed his breathing and spoke again. If it's apart from the three ancient gods, anyone would be interested. However, you didn't seem to be interested at all. Well, that's not enough to come to that conclusion. What's more suspicious is that you gave away 2 million spirit stones to give that machina to a complete stranger. My ad smiled. Well, I'm rich. No, you had ways to get back the money that you gave away from the beginning. Even if the method required you to do illegal things. The cold and accurate analysis was making my ad's smile disappear, little by little. Even if that's correct, it's not important, right? My ad tried to speak but quickly stopped. Something came into his mind. He calculated the distance between the vicegerents and Jaewan, between Jaewan and himself, and smiled. I see. So, that's why you thought I was the one who sold the machina to the auction house. It was as if he knew what Jaewan was trying to do. I mean, if it's me who's selling it, I will get back my money even if I have to pay some fees. Right. The two of them were now back to back as they spoke. Just like close friends. The vicegerents couldn't do anything other than stop attacking. A few of them had realized who my ad was, the master of the Third World Federation. He was someone that should not be easily messed with. However, your method had a problem. A problem? Which is? The seller cannot join the bidding. Jaewan spoke as he recalled the rules of the Hatchnold auction house. So, what you are saying is that I asked you to bid on my auctioned item. Something like that. I see. It is a very fascinating assumption. Assumption? No. It's a fact. My ad smiled. I can see many flaws, but even if I let go of all that, there's still one critical point that you missed. What is that? Even if your assumption is correct, there's one thing that's not coming back to me. The fees. No. The object that I sold. That was true. If my ad sold the machina and repurchased it, it was only through Jaewan being a bidder. No matter what happens, I promise to let you keep the machina, right? That will be a loss for me. Jaewan then scoffed, that machina is fake. You think I would not know? My ad didn't think that Jaewan would know that much and frowned. Jaewan continued. What is your purpose? I think it's about time you tell me. And who is that X? My ad did not answer, and Jaewan thought he would not answer anyway. There were certain types of people that never revealed their true selves. My ad was like the embodiment of those types. I guess you won't tell me. He was curious, but didn't need to hear it. He had achieved his goal. That was brilliant. Anderson was astonished. You used him to recover your world power. Jaewan's world power had recovered to a certain amount. It was enough to use Fall maybe 2 or 3 more times. It was still lacking, but it was enough to fend off any followers as he ran. Let's go. Jaewan carried Ronald on his back and activated high-speed flying using the long coat. No, he tried to activate it, but right as he was about to, my ad's words made him stop. If you help me, I will help you find that Yunwan person. The vicegerents were closing in and Anderson's frantic voice filled his head. But Jaewan couldn't think of anything else. What did just my ad say? The person you're looking for is probably not here, but I know where he might be, my ad continued before Jaewan could respond. It's not important how I know. What's important is the choice you make. The situation had changed in seconds. Jaewan bit his lip as he looked at the vicegerents in front of him charging toward him. In the skies over the 8th site. Between the roads to Hatchnold, there was a giant flying ship. It looked like pink cotton candy, which was the direct result of the creator's taste, but it was named Fall, which did not fit the ship at all. We have to go faster. Can't you speed up? It's at full speed already, Sir Wen responded in annoyance to Sir Ha. Sir Wen then shouted at Carlton who was on the quay. Hey! Justice boy! Put in more world power. We're losing speed. I'm doing my best. What? Weak sauce. You think being handsome is enough? Chungha then interrupted, he hasn't even unlocked his unique world yet. What do you expect? Ugh. Everyone else is on creation and theory and crap. What were you doing all this time? Carlton had already reached the fourth step, but he still hadn't unlocked his unique world. That was why Sir Wen didn't consider him much help here. Sir Wen sighed and mumbled, "We finally got to, and the only men I have with me is an old man and a sissy. I miss Jaewan." Chenghe became angry and tried to respond, but Sir Ha interrupted. "Are you close to him?" Chapter 143, Ancient God, 12. "Of course, I am." Chenghe finally exploded. "What? Don't lie. You've only known him for a few days, at best. You were never close with." "I am. Jaewan and I are connected spiritually, you see." They quarreled for a while and Carlton spoke a bit after. "But why are you in such a hurry, Sir Ha? As you know, the master is not someone who will be struck down." Sir Ha couldn't answer the question as someone else intercepted it. "Ooh, Justice Boy. Do you really need to ask that question? Do you know why, Sir Wen?" "Of course." Sir Wen shrugged and continued, "Jaewan is naked." Carlton ignored her and turned back to Sir Ha. She spoke calmly. "Something doesn't feel right. So, we have to go fast because something doesn't feel right." "Yes. It's enough of a reason. It would not make sense at all, but for the fact that Sir Ha had a special ability that would deem that was perfectly reasonable." Chenghe asked, "Are you sure? You don't feel good about it?" "No. On a scale of 1 to 10, how bad is it?" 10. "Really? Really?" If Sir Ha didn't feel good, it was highly likely that something bad was really going to happen, because she had the law type setting of premonition. As they drew closer to Hatchnold, she felt her premonition coming true. There were strong world powers in multiple places around Hatchnold. She knew the masters of each world power. After all, they were members from her own organization. Rupture is on the move. But why? No, it wasn't only Rupture. Who would have such world power? An unbelievably huge amount of world power, that Sir Ha herself wasn't sure she could fight off, was moving towards Hatchnold Gate. It was X who fired first. As Jaewan and Myad fell back from the fight, X immediately started firing at Myad. His elbow cracked open and missiles fired from the opening. It seemed that X was some kind of construct, and his entire body concealed terrifying weapons. Soon, his chest also opened and a powerful energy wave was unleashed. Jaewan wasn't sure what setting it was, but the series of attacks by those weapons with tremendous world power was hard for Myad to fend off. Also, the vicegerents and auctioneers had started making their moves. Most of them were targeted at Jaewan. It was beginning of the second fight. Jaewan silently unleashed Fall. He didn't have enough world power yet, but if he somehow managed to kill a vicegerent, he would fully recover his world power. He could then kill them one by one, and get out of the auction house. However, the vicegerents of high-ranking gods weren't that easy. Keep your distance from him. Surprisingly, they didn't charge in towards Jaewan right away. He grimaced. "I see, so you all are high-ranking gods." World power-wise, high-ranking gods did not fall behind Jaewan at all. Their power was double, or even up to 5 times greater than Jaewan's. They could have just charged in at Jaewan, but it seemed that they were more cautious. His setting won't work from a distance. Fire! Along with the shout from a vicegerent, world powers were fired at Jaewan. Anderson spoke. "They know about your setting now." Jaewan's fall was meant for close combat. It required for him to get close to a setting to be able to destroy it. There was no way his setting could work against projectiles. You should be more careful. See? They're not even taking out their gigantes. What are you trying to? Anderson was right. It seemed they were aware of the naked setting, so none of them were bringing out their gigantes. Jaewan was left alone, and his fall and naked settings rendered useless. It was the vicegerent's plan to reduce Jaewan's world power while not letting him use any of his settings. What are you going to do now? Are you really going to do what he told you? I guess so. There's no other way. Jaewan had backed away while he avoided the continuous attacks from the high-ranking gods. After a while, he had nowhere left to go, and now Myad was right behind him. Both men had their backs against each other. As the two world powers met each other, strong sparks flared from them. Two men against both world powers with a goal that no other world powers had besides each other, had met for the first time. Myad spoke. Let's switch. Yet. With that, both traded places. The vicegerents were shocked by the sudden change. What? They just traded places, but the tide of the battle turned. The vicegerents that Jaewan was facing now had to face Myad. And X now faced Jaewan. Good luck. Myad charged at the vicegerents of the high-ranking gods, and Jaewan turned to his new opponent. X. X was still focusing on the Deus Machina. Jaewan recalled what he discussed with Myad earlier. Please fight off X. That is my condition for this deal. Jaewan thought he had misheard when Myad said it the first time. It was a being that Myad himself couldn't fight off. How could he fight it off? You certainly can do it. To be honest, you're the only one who can right now. Myad then glanced down at Jaewan's naked body and grinned as he added. That X is a Gigantes. Chapter 144, Ancient God, 13. It's a Gigantes. However, before Jaewan could think about his question, guided missiles fired from X's elbow streaked towards him. Jaewan barely dodged a few of its missiles, which exploded behind him, as he used the shockwave to push him forward so he could close in on X. I have to fight him up close. All of his settings were weak against ranged attacks as his fighting style was designed for close combat. Fortunately for him, unlike the vicegerents of the high-ranking gods, X quickly changed its stance to fight in close range. The crack in the elbow closed, and instead, a blade popped out. Soon, the blade clashed against Jaewan's sword. It was just a clash between blades, but something similar to an explosion occurred and Jaewan almost lost his grip on his sword. It was just one exchange, but it dealt him damage. It's strong. Jaewan retreated, but X continuously attacked as it moved towards him and closed the distance. It continuously attacked as if it already knew how Jaewan would move. Be careful. The movement isn't like any other. It had been a while since Jaewan fought this close to an enemy. He had been pushed back ever since the first attack. The blade from X's elbow was sharper than any blade he had seen before. Jaewan's ability to dodge blades was one of a kind, but the X that kept up with Jaewan's movement was much more than that. Its reflexes were beyond that of a human. So, it's not human after all. The strikes were executed in the most efficient ways. The battle kept worsening for Jaewan the more time passed. His fighting habits had already been analyzed by X, and it was using more suitable attack patterns against Jaewan as it had analyzed all of Jaewan's movements. Jaewan had seen a similar kind of fighting before. Overseers of the Void Factory. Jaewan then understood what Myad had said. Gigantes itself. This X was probably connected to the Deus, one of the three ancient gods in some way. Like the Overseers, it was one of Deus's old followers. Arg! Karg! There were screams in the direction where Myad had charged towards. As Jaewan dodged X's attack, he glanced towards where Myad was moving about between the vicegerents. The vicegerents had been blown back on all sides. The attacks that didn't work well against X were now extremely effective against the vicegerents. Jaewan even wondered for a second if they were the same enemies that he had a hard time fending off. The auction house was chaotic as time went on with powerful vicegerents increasing in numbers. However, none of them were able to fight off Myad. Myad van Deklan, the Star Seeker, was one of the strongest vicegerents of all the high-ranking gods. Why did he have such a hard time against X? Jaewan became confused. Myad and X. Even with all things considered, they were far from equal. Jaewan thought as he looked at X in front of him. This X doesn't have more than 150,000 world power. 150,000 world power was enough to defeat any high-ranking god. It was surely a very high rating, but if Jaewan guessed right, Myad's real power exceeded than that. At least 2 million. It was only a guess, but if Jaewan was correct, that was only the bare minimum. Jaewan had learned one truth during the accusation. The limit of spirit stones one could pay usually equaled the limit of a vicegerent's own world power. And Myad had the power to pay 2 million spirit stones. That meant that Myad had a world power at least 2 million. Jaewan couldn't even guess what kind of strength 2 million world power held. However, Myad couldn't defeat X. That was very strange. Fight pattern analyzed. Activating system DS. Just then, a kind of strange machine-like voice came from X. Its entire body was surrounded by a bluish aura and enormous world power radiated from it. Ex Machina Phase 1. Jaewan suddenly felt the most danger he'd ever felt since he came to. An attack that he couldn't even see was launched against him. A long, long time ago. The naked pervert god lived. It was then that Jaewan took off the coat almost instinctively. He hated wearing clothes. So he lived naked for his entire life. Jaewan's naked body collided against X's cold body. The blue world power of X was destroyed and Jaewan barely managed to push back X's fist. With mechanical alert sounds, X jumped back quickly and Jaewan sighed in relief. I almost died there, if the activation was slow. He felt his back drenched in sweat. Jaewan had managed to quickly activate the naked setting at the last moment. If this setting was working, X was definitely a Gigantes for sure. It was much smaller than a normal Gigantes, but it was definitely one. Whoa, you've learned well! Anderson exclaimed with pride. She seemed really happy that Jaewan had managed to activate the naked setting without her help. But you've got the lyrics wrong. You should do it right. What did I get wrong? There's no pervert in the lyrics. It's just naked God. Wait, did you do that on purpose? It still worked, didn't it? Anderson began to protest, but Jaewan ignored her. There wasn't time to joke around. X and its terrifying world power was in front of him. Its world power has increased almost 10 times. X's attack just now was around 1.5 million world power. If it wasn't for the naked setting that was made to specifically counter Gigantes, Jaewan would have been ripped apart. What is going on? Its average world power didn't come close to Myad's, but when it activated that phase 1 or something, its world power increased tenfold. A Gigantes that could unleash a world power of 1.5 million. It was disastrous enough to decimate middle-sized sites. Anderson, do you know something about it? I think. What is it? I can't say it for sure. I've never seen it before, but if I'm right, it's bad. What? Tell me. Let's just say that I think it's a Gigantes with a mind. A Gigantes with a mind. It was the same thing all over again. It, itself, was a Gigantes with a mind, it all seemed similar. Jaewan decided to just simplify it. That was a Gigantes, but it talked and had thoughts. That's when something occurred to Jaewan. That body itself is a Gigantes, right? Yeah. So, doesn't it mean that it's not wearing a Gigantes? The naked setting only worked against enemies wearing clothes. In that setting, a Gigantes was considered the most powerful type of clothes there was. But if what Anderson said was true, X was the clothes itself, and it wasn't wearing anything. Then, Jaewan's naked would have a conflict with that. Could that be considered clothing? Hey! The setting is being shaken. Cut out your unneeded thoughts. That thing is still clothing. It's a living piece of clothing, but yet. She was right. There was no time to think about such matters. I'll give you the details later, just focus for now. As its first attack failed, the blue aura from X became denser. It then projected a coarse mechanical voice. That setting. It seemed it had a calculation malfunction or error, as its words weren't coming out in order. Gestalt. Chapter 145, Ancient God, 14. Gestalt. 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 What the? Gestalt. 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 With a sound, white steam started coming out from X's head. It didn't look good. Watch out. However, before Anderson's warning even ended, Jaewan was swept away by an explosion of world power. 1.5 million world power was unleashed on Jaewan. Even with his naked setting, it wasn't easy to stand against X's powerful attack. Ugh! Jaewan's world power usage sped up. At that rate, his naked setting would stop functioning at any second. Jaewan made a decision. The naked god walked over the hill. And finally met his third friend. As if its calculations had been turned off, X's attacks seemed to no longer follow any patterns. It was unleashing its world power, but it allowed Jaewan an opening in between its attacks. Now, thoughtless attacks were a waste of world power. With the power of naked, Jaewan charged in and struck X's body. The durable metal skin began to crack. With another strike, the entire armor began cracking. However, it was surely more durable than any other gigantes. Jaewan unleashed all of his world power. It was his last attack. With the last bit of power he had, Jaewan struck X's core and a powerful wave exploded from X's body. Ex Machina Phase 2. It was a counter by X meant for this final moment. A wave of world power that felt like it would pull all one's skin off. The power was something different than the world power that X used. It didn't hurt the body itself, but there was a kind of noise. Jaewan had heard that before. Anderson. Anderson's voice had been cut off. It was a more definite disconnection than he had felt before. It felt as if Anderson had been erased from within him for good. The light from X blinked out. It seemed that the core had lost its power from the strike, and along with the machine powering down, X's body fell to the ground. Jaewan also felt his world power waning and slumped. X then looked at Jaewan's arm and mumbled. Seal of our kind, but setting of Gestalt, who are you? And with those words, X stopped moving. However, Jaewan felt something wasn't going right. Something felt eerie and strange. Everywhere was silent. Why? Jaewan stood up and looked around. All the vicegerents were slumped on the ground, confused. They all seemed to have lost their world powers as well. God! 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 Where are you? Jaewan realized that the vicegerents had lost their link to their gods. Just like how Jaewan lost contact with Anderson, they too had lost their connection. It was a power similar to Jaewan's fall, but it had more range. Jaewan decided it had something to do with X's Phase 2. Dia's destruction of linkage temporarily disconnects the links to the gods. It's an amazing power. It's more than the legend itself. Myad's voice drifted over to Jaewan. The vicegerents, without their god's power and setting, were rendered helpless. Myad swung his sword and cut down countless vicegerents' heads. Myad had not lost any of his power. You. Jaewan's instinct told him that the man was dangerous. He was more dangerous than any enemy he had ever fought until now. He then felt regret for the first time in his life. Why didn't he listen to Anderson? Oh, I guess you still have the power to stand. He had lost his link to Anderson, but he had no link to be disconnected from himself since he was also a god. That was why he still had his setting. The only problem was that he didn't have any world power. It's better that you sit down if you want to see something interesting. He just pushed Jaewan lightly on his shoulder, but Jaewan was thrown back, rolling multiple times on the ground. World power in the millions shook him. When he barely got back up, with his hands on the ground, he witnessed Myad pull something out from X's body. Ha! I finally got my hands on this. To think how far I had to go to get this. It's all thanks to you. Jaewan's focus then turned to the fist-sized core in Myad's hand. It was a blue core that had X written on it. It was the heart of X. Myad then began to walk off. Jaewan didn't know why, but he knew he needed to stop Myad. However, he couldn't even stand properly. Damn it! There were no more powerful individuals around. All of them just had lost their link to their gods from X's attack. You don't know how excited I was when I found out that you had the naked setting. Myad whistled while he passed by Jaewan and stood in front of his destination. It was the fake Machina. Jaewan became confused. Why? Myad then turned to Jaewan and smiled. Oh, there was one thing that you got wrong with your guesses just now. What was it? This is fake. Myad then jumped up onto the fake Machina's left shoulder. On the shoulder, the word Deus was inscribed. With the sound of decompression, the cockpit of the machine opened and Myad pushed the core of X into it. This isn't fake. At least starting from now. When the cockpit closed, world power began to flow from the fake Machina's giant body. The world power that came from X, but much more than before. Jaewan then saw the writing on the shoulder and the cockpit started shining in bright blue light. Machina of Deus. The machine then stood up, destroying everything around it. Everything began to explode. The vicegerents were running away, and the auctioneers tried to defend the place to the end. Everyone was destroyed like insects. Jaewan's body shook. That power! That presence! He had faced such a thing before. The master of, who squished generals like insects. Soul King Catastrophe. The power coming from this Gigantes was the same as that of Catastrophe. Just then, he heard a voice from behind. Jaewan turned. Jaewan! Jaewan! Can you hear me? X's body, which had laid powerless without its core, was moving about. Jaewan flinched and stepped back. He gripped his sword tightly, as he quickly grabbed and picked up Ronald's body. It's me. Me. It was a familiar voice. It was just unusual to hear it coming from X. Are you Anders? But he couldn't continue as the Machina's world power exploded, swallowing everything in its path. Watch out! In the collapsing auction house, X's body covered Jaewan and Ronald as everything turned dark. That day, Hatchnold auction house in Caspian disappeared from. 3 days later, rumors spread that the Machina of Deus from the legend had appeared in, with the new ancient 3 gods in place. Chapter 146, The Great Forest, 1. 210,000 years ago, when the 3 ancient gods perished, spirits became lost ones and had to find a way to survive on their own. Some searched for a new god to follow, while others chose to die in order to follow their former gods. Some were even given a second chance to assist. However, most of them stayed without doing anything. They had no will to follow, nor did they want to seek out a new god, but they also didn't choose to die. They moved into the great forest and became monsters without minds. This was the story in the legends. But from my own experience, this legend was different from the truth. Within the great forest, there were followers who still stood by the world even after losing their god. They were followers who watched their world fall with their own eyes but still hung onto it. When I saw them, I felt something wasn't right. Why? Those who had lost their gods seemed so happy. Malak Armalt Record of the Depths. Episode The Great Forest. Jaewan was panting in the middle of a hill. He felt bitter. It had been a while since he had trouble breathing like this. It meant that his spirit had been severely damaged. He took in a long, deep breath and continued climbing again. It became steeper from time to time, and sometimes even hard to climb without any tools, but Jaewan did not stop. Jaewan, are we there yet? Ronald asked from behind. He, too, was panting heavily. Jaewon did not answer and kept moving. He then felt the ground shaking, it meant the entrance was near. Jaewon then positioned himself by a close hiding spot. It was a signal to rendezvous. Ronald then asked again as he reached Jaewon. Are you really going into the great forest? Yet. But why? That place is the most dangerous. That was her last wish. Jaewon quickly responded as he did not want to prolong the conversation. However, he soon realized that he had made a mistake. Ronald shook at the words last wish. It seemed he was thinking about the authenticity of what Jaewon said. Jaewon regretted blurting that out. That was real. Jaewon never thought that the word real would have such cruelty when spoken out loud. She's really. Jaewon did not know how to calm a crying child. He did not know how to weep together either. Don't cry. He used suspicion on everyone and understood everything. But he couldn't sympathize with this child's feeling. He couldn't even guess the gravity of the loss the boy faced. To Jaewon, Ronald was even more difficult than Catastrophe. All he could do was watch him shed tears. So, in you, she's. Jaewon looked up to the sky. It was a clear blue sky, not knowing one bit of the disaster that had befallen them. Jaewon regretted saying what he had heard. Just like then, and now. Regret always came after. Hey! Get it together! It was minutes after the first attack from Machina, that Jaewon came back to his senses. He felt pain all over his body and found that he was covered by dirt, holding a small boy. It was Ronald. What is going on? Heavy stones were pushing down on him. He tried to move, but he couldn't. The damage his spirit had sustained was too severe for him to use his world power. And then... Hey! Wake up! With that voice, light shone through the rocks. Jaewon felt a force pulling him and Ronald out of the dirt. With the feeling of the cold ground beneath him, he was pulled out back into the world. We have to run now. Get up! The voice was coming from the small gigante's body. Jaewon asked, Anderson. As he heard Anderson's voice coming from X's body, Jaewon quickly remembered what had happened. Yet, I was attacked by him. X unleashed the destruction of linkage and the vicegerents all collapsing as their links to the gods were forcefully disconnected. Then, Myad subdued all the vicegerents and Jaewon, before pulling out the core from X. He then walked up to the machina of Deus powered it with the core. After that came the giant explosion. Jaewon felt his head spin from everything that happened. Then, the anger kicked in. Myad, that bastard! It was because he was swept by Yunwan. Everything had been very suspicious from the beginning, but he trusted Myad. No, he did not trust him. It wasn't due to Jaewon trusting Myad that led to this event. He lacked information and everything was against him. And the result was the worst possible outcome. But why are you in there? Jaewon asked and Anderson shrugged. Jaewon could actually see Anderson shrugging as she was inside X's body. I think this happened when the Link Destroy was activated. Wasn't it supposed to cut the link between gods and vicegerents? Jaewon asked as he thought about what he heard before he fainted. Frankly, Jaewon and Anderson relationship wasn't of a god and vicegerent. Anderson was absorbed into Jaewon's world with her mind intact, and was a bit of a part after all. Yeah, that's what I thought it was also. But I don't know what happened there. There was no way to know what exactly the power did, other than the dead Deus at this point. Whatever the case, the power had divided Jaewon and Anderson, and she was removed from Jaewon. This guy was lying around at that point so. And then Anderson went into the empty X's body. Jaewon decided to leave it at that for the moment. The explosions were still happening around, but increasing in scale. The Third World Federation is fighting against the forces of high-ranking gods. It seemed easy to understand what had happened then. The followers of those high-ranking gods had also come in large numbers. There was no way that the high-ranking gods would stay put when their vicegerents were killed. They sent their followers to the place and now the war had begun. But Myad wasn't alone either. Chapter 147, The Great Forest, 2. The Third World Federation. Jaewan didn't really give much thought to the name, but now he was getting an idea of what it was supposed to be. Anderson, what is the Third World? It refers to gods who are not registered with. Why couldn't he think of this when he first saw Myad? No, Jaewan expected it but he didn't have proof to confirm it. Jaewan knew these people. He even fought one of them when he was on the way into the to begin with. The Third World was Rupture. Gods with their own world, but they were not registered with. And with such gloomy worlds. Ha ha ha. Kill them all. I'll get more world power thanks to the master. They didn't have as many followers as the high-ranking gods, but each of them had power close to that of commanders. The organization that had the woman named Usurha as their second captain, or the Myad Federation, was called Rupture. Then is Myad the master of Rupture? Jaewan began to understand the strength of Myad. 2 million world power was beyond the power of the commanders that Jaewan had a hard time dealing with. The only beings with such power were the lords of the... No, he's probably stronger than them now. As the Machina moved, tens of Gigantes was destroyed with just one swing. It was a terrifying power. Hey, you! When did he approach? Jaewan realized someone was right behind him. He quickly gripped his sword to stand up, but the man backed away as he waved his hands. Oh! Calm down. I'm not your enemy. I'm on your side. It was a man with fiery red hair. He had strong features, with scars all over his body. But he didn't seem to be hostile. The man glanced at the Machina and spoke. Can't you do something about him? Like by using the setting that you used to destroy those Gigantes, while you were dangling your thing. It was Anderson who interrupted the man's question. You. Aren't you Caravan of Flame, Vicegerent of Ignis? Oh? I never realized someone would recognize me. But what's going on? Weren't you guys fighting each other a while ago? Caravan seemed confused as he did not know Anderson was now inside. Jaewan said, It's complicated. But what do you want? It doesn't seem like you've come to fight me. Oh, that. Caravan was hesitant as Anderson asked. Did your link to your god also disconnect? How did you know? I see, so the power of the ancient gods is that powerful. Didn't think that cutting the link to a top-grade god was possible. Do you know something? Do you know what happened to me? You won't recover for a while. You will have to live a few months like this, at least. Is that for real? Caravan was shocked. He was the vicegerent of one of the highest-ranking gods, but even he didn't know much about the settings of the legendary three ancient gods. Yet this Gigantes was now talking about Machina all of a sudden, so it was natural for Caravan to grow wary. Who are you and how can I believe? Wait, are you? Anderson quickly waved her hand, stopping Caravan from saying something unnecessary. You want to know how to recover the connection? Yeah. There is a way. We can't do it here though. She glanced at the fighting scene. Caravan realized what she meant. They had to go through the battlefield to get to where they needed to go. Let's look for a chance to move. But she couldn't finish as Jaewan began unleashing world energy. Jaewan was walking towards the battlefield. Anderson looked at him dumbfoundedly for a few seconds and ran out to grab his shoulder. Hey, don't you dare! That Machina thing is a Gigantes after all, right? Anderson bit her lip. No, she thought she bit her lip, but the Gigantes she was now inhabiting did not have lips. She had expected Jaewan to do such a thing, but she was frustrated at him for doing such a thing at this time. In this situation, you still... Her voice stopped and Jaewan's memories flashed within her. It was a certain feeling that only she, who knew Jaewan the best, could feel. It was very like him. This choice was definitely something that Jaewan would make. But I knew this all along, but you're reckless. Jaewan did not answer and instead turned to look at somewhere far away. Anderson then saw a small boy within Jaewan, an innocent boy who still had not given up on his dream. He did not know what was possible or not, so he kept on trying to achieve his goal. Anderson was then struck with a thought. Ever since she had abandoned presence to become a goddess, it was the first time she felt such a thing. Then she accepted her realization. This innocent man. Yes. Maybe it was good to have this kind of man around. Maybe everything would eventually. A golden light began to shine from Jaewan. I will fight. I need to get at least one smack on his face. Yet. Right. That is you. Why? For the first time, Anderson answered something entirely different from her will. I'm counting on you. With those words, Jaewan charged toward Machina. Coming back to this decision, he made the right choice. Because of this, Jaewan and others eventually were allowed to get out of the Hatchnold disaster. However, Jaewan did not know what he would lose as a result of his choice. Sometimes, innocence required the help of others to be protected. When someone needed innocence, there had to be someone who could withstand the bottom of innocence. It would be a very long time later that Jaewan would realize this. Chapter 148, The Great Forest, 3. The fight ended in seconds. Jaewan didn't even know what struck him. Even when that world power exploded in front of him, Jaewan was trying his hardest to comprehend what had happened. How? He couldn't understand. Even though he wasn't assisted by Anderson, he still had the naked setting activated, and my ad was on the Machina. The setting was supposed to work against Gigantes. Jaewan, you really are the same person from what I've heard. I wasn't so sure when I first heard it from Sirha. It seemed like he had said this. No. Maybe he said this too. Naked. That is a really good setting. It's good especially since using Gigantes is like a requirement these days, but have you ever given it some thought? If that setting was so good, why did it die out? Why did the gods who succeeded in creating that setting eventually fall? He felt a chill down his spine. Maybe he needed to get away right then. He should have accepted that something was wrong, that it was not his chance. However, Jaewan did not have such an intention. Running away, backing off, that was something that Jaewan did not do. That's why he couldn't run this time. He felt his heightened senses getting distorted and his strengthened muscles through the naked setting disappearing in an instant. Then came a punch from Myad's Gigantes. And he was blown away while Myad spoke to him for the last time. That setting, it's really easy to break if you think it through. Jaewan wasn't sure which came first. He was only certain of the world power that grasped him at that critical moment. It wasn't there to protect him as it still covered his entire body, which had taken severe damage. This. Jaewan moaned as he focused on the world power that covered him. Then came the realization. Clothes. Yes. That was the reason why his naked setting had disappeared. He was covered in a green rag. His memory particles from Record of the Depths moved and a setting name came to Jaewan's mind. Augmented reality. With that, Jaewan realized what just happened. It was an unbelievable idea. This is impossible. What Myad did was that he simply used the basic setting to clothe Jaewan. The setting required one to be naked, that was its weakness. Jaewan's body struck the ground and rolled several meters away. Debris and particles on the ground penetrated his body and Jaewan spat out silver powder. Jaewan, if a setting disappeared from, then there's a reason for it. Myad's voice got closer as he walked towards Jaewan. I didn't go that hard on you back there. Don't say you died. Jaewan spat out the dust in his mouth, he couldn't even guess the damage he had taken. He had no trace of world power left in him. Jaewon. Hey, are you okay? Anderson and Caravan quickly ran up to Jaewon and supported him up. Jaewon felt hard metal and human flesh hoisting him up. Jaewon then freed himself from both of them and stood upright. He knew the enemy was strong, but he still underestimated him. He thought of catastrophe, but he didn't think the enemy would really be as powerful as him. Now he thought he needed to change his mindset. Is he really strong as him? Jaewon couldn't even guess what would allow him to defeat Myad. Hey, master, hold on. It was then that a big-bodied man standing next to Myad spoke. The man, with a giant axe strapped to his back, glanced between Myad and Jaewon and asked, "Is he the one Sirha spoke of before?" "What? That's the one Sirha was talking about." It was a smaller, sly-looking man who responded. He had long katana at his waist. He drew his sword and pointed it toward Jaewon as he demanded, "Hey, is that true? Did you sweet-talk our cute Sirha?" "Imay, what are you talking about?" "What? Didn't you just say he's the one Sirha was talking about?" "Yeah, but I don't get what you're saying." "What I meant was that Sirha wanted to bring him into rupture." "That's the same thing, you mindless oaf." There was a very famous incident that most of the important members of Rupture knew about these days. Yu Sirha, one of the 5 captains of Rupture, had been traveling for the last 2 years to all parts of the in search of a man. The rumors had a lot of variations, but it was mostly about Sirha looking for a man to join Rupture. The big man spoke again. "But how does it mean that he did that? Or else, why would Sirha want that piece of crap in Rupture?" Ime Kazuki, the 3rd captain, shouted furiously as he pointed at Jaewon. The 4th captain, Kashim, dumbfoundedly turned to the man. The man was scratching his naked body. It was impossible to see it from the outside, but he was doing that to try to take off the clothes. Augmented reality was only an illusion on the target, so the others couldn't see the green rags on Jaewon. Kashim scanned Jaewon from top to bottom and stopped at one point on his body. "So, he made out with Sirha?" He. Him. Ime was shaking furiously. No one could tell what he was thinking, but his eyes were red. **T, I forgot that Ime had a crush on Sirha." Kashim shook his head. At this rate, Ime was going to smack that man down and beat him up. If Sirha found out, she would go crazy and blame Kashim for not stopping him. It was highly likely that Kashim would be the one to get all the blame in the end. He then asked, "Master, how about you pass him to me?" "No. Me. I'll take care of him." Ime also jumped in. Kashim tried to speak again, but Myad spoke instead. "No, sorry, but I'm taking care of him." Chapter 149, The Great Forest, 4. It was a polite but solemn voice. With that, Kashim, who had been quiet for the most part, Ime, who had been noisy, and all the other captains immediately stopped talking. They were all strong people. Each of them had the world power of a commander of the, and each alone had the power to put the entire into turmoil. That was the power of the captains of Rupture. Yet, they became silent at just a single statement. They had to. The world power seeping out from the machina of Dias pressured the entire Hatchnold region. This was the master of Rupture. Myad van Deklan. It was a power fitting for Link Destroy. Even without using any of the machina's settings, Myad was unmatched in his power alone. Even Jaewon felt faint despair seeping into his consciousness. He didn't back down against catastrophe, but he couldn't keep his calm this time. It had been different with catastrophe. He had the belief that he could pull it off and had the confidence that he could make it through. However, this time, there seemed to be no other way. Even so, he needed to fight. Jaewon gave up on removing the green rags. His spirit was in bad shape and there was no way to resist. Actually, there was one way. The only possible way that he might be able to find Myad equally. However, he couldn't use it right now. It had a clear limit to how many times he could use it, and there was no telling how many powerful enemies he might meet in the future like Myad. And above all, Jaewan knew that he couldn't withstand the procedure in his current state. But Jaewan had to make a decision. His consciousness was fading. If he didn't make a choice now, then he was going to lose the chance to even make a choice. But he never thought he would ask for help right after he came to catastrophe. Jaewan called the name. He called and called. Catastrophe. There was no answer. Soul King Catastrophe didn't respond. It didn't seem that he was ignoring Jaewan, and there seemed to be another problem. It was as if the link between Jaewan and Catastrophe had been damaged. Jaewan then realized. Wait, when that link destroy was used. He remembered that Machina's link destroy had destroyed the links of all the vicegerents, and Jaewan's link to Anderson, and even the link to Catastrophe. Damn it! Jaewan became desperate. There was no other way now. What choice did he have? Then, someone walked past Jaewan. Let him go. The voice wasn't solemn or pressuring like Myad's. It had a lot of noise mixed in because of the broken parts, and the world power within it seemed petty at best. Even then, the voice seemed determined and ready. You will fight with me. It was Anderson, the naked god. What are you? Jaewan could barely move and tried to walk to her, but Caravan held on to him. Jaewan turned and it seemed that Caravan seemed to have already discussed it with Anderson. Caravan shook his head. Don't go. That's her decision. Decision? What are you? And then her voice came. Jaewan, I know you can't understand my decision. But you know what? I don't understand you either. It was Anderson, with her same usual voice. We will never understand each other. That's what you first learn when you become a god. Isn't it ironic? You are an all-knowing god who understands and acquires all kinds of knowledge, but you can't even understand just one spirit. God? Spirit? Understanding? He wasn't sure what she was trying to say. But even if we can't understand each other, we can still feel something from each other. Even if it's just one-sided or not. I mean what I'm saying from that. Jaewan then felt his heart sink. Why? He couldn't understand, but he too had felt. All of his questions in his mind were losing power at Anderson's voice. It was because there was a real one there. I know you hate me. You will never accept me as I was once a cultivator. And you might think my feelings toward Ronald is hypocrisy because I was a cultivator. Anderson continued. But can you still do me one last favor? Jaewan thought he needed to answer, but his voice couldn't come out. His body was now slowly being paralyzed, and his senses dying. Jaewan barely was able to nod. Go to the great forest. And find the god of madness there. His sight grew dark, and he couldn't see Anderson's face anymore. Even if it wasn't her face, he had to see. He had to see what face she was making, but he couldn't. And the faint voice that came after was swept away by explosions. It was probably, take care of Ronald. In his blurry sight, he saw Anderson turning her back. All right then. Let's go, all you rupture trash. Caravan, who had Jaewan in one arm and Ronald in another, began to run. With his sight being quickly becoming dark, Jaewan felt his consciousness slipping away. Haha! This is most entertaining. A naked god in a gigantes? I can't even. In the next moment, Anderson unleashed her world power and made Myad take her seriously. It wasn't huge, but it was a fierce attack made by a certain god with all of her power. It was an attack that couldn't be considered lightly. Loud explosions broke out, with huge shockwaves crashing through. Jaewan saw the last sight as he closed his eyes. He knew that it was a sight that he would never see again in his entire life. The sight he saw was the last memory of one who had lived an age, who was once a being. Another explosion broke out and hot air gushed from it. As Jaewan felt the hot air against his cheek, he felt the days Anderson had lived. A god who had lived over tens of thousands of years. What did death mean to that god? How valuable a relationship that was formed in just a few days. Jaewan couldn't understand anything, and couldn't say anything. But when he understood that fact, he felt he came to know what Anderson's last words were. The hot air, the naked world, was telling him this. You will become a good god. Yes. Jaewan closed his eyes quietly. Chapter 150, The Great Forest, 5. Jaewan. Jaewan. It took a while for Jaewan to realize that he had been lost deep in his thoughts. Ronald had already stopped crying. As he looked at Ronald, he felt like he could hear Anderson's voice from within. You don't look good. Is it because of the wounds? No. Weren't you crying just now? I can't cry for so long, I'm not a kid. Jaewan tried to say something to Ronald, but he continued, so don't be so gloomy. It's not like you at all. Not like you? They were merely together for days. It wasn't long enough to say what he was like or not. What am I like then? That is a difficult question to answer, actually. Ronald mused, but quickly continued, you're better off when you act like a stubborn 5-year-old kid. You know, those persistent ones always bent on doing what they want. It felt weird to hear this from an actual kid. Jaewan regretted even asking, but Ronald continued in a sad tone. Anderson was like that too, now I think about it. He sounded so sad, Jaewan realized that this boy wanted to speak about her all along. Anderson. She always did what others said no to. I guess you learned it too since you shared her world for a few days. Anderson never shared her stories, and Jaewan never asked. But as Anderson read Jaewan's memory, Jaewan was able to read hers too. Everyone abandoned the naked setting, but she was the only one who kept it until the end. She said if there's at least one follower who believed in that world, then the god needed to stay for that world. As Ronald continued, Jaewan remembered the first day when he met Anderson. She made complaints and comments about Jaewan's barren world, but she never expressed that his world was wrong. She always had a bit of concern in her words. Maybe she knew it all along. Because she walked a lonely path, she didn't want Jaewan to do the same. Anderson then. Ronald kept on talking about Anderson. He acted as if he was okay, but it seemed like he couldn't shake it off. Jaewan thought, could he be a better god to Ronald than Anderson? He wasn't so sure. He wasn't the type to lead people. It was the same when he led the team back in the Tower of Nightmares, and when he became the master of Fortress Inn. He did everything alone and just made everyone else follow him afterward. It caused a lot of opposition, and some even betrayed him. But he didn't care. Even without anyone's help, he always did it alone. His life had been a one-way street. He ran and ran. He always challenged the impossible and eventually succeeded in overcoming it. He achieved great feats. The people who opposed him became awestruck, feared and distanced themselves from him. Yet he still ran and ran. And then he came here. And, at this moment, after Anderson had died, he finally realized something. He had miserably failed this time. Maybe the path he had taken was wrong. Ronald was still talking. Oh, I think I got off topic. So, what I'm trying to say is that it's not like you to make that kind of face. Especially that regretful face you're making right now. Come back to your reckless and stubborn face. Please. At those words, Jaewan felt as if he had doused in ice-cold water. It was weird. He was the one to sympathize with the boy, but Ronald was comforting him. Yes, Ronald's statement that Jaewan was not like himself was correct. It wasn't like Jaewan at all. Even when he was facing many truths, there were still facts that did not change within him. The fact that he would not change even then. The fact that he would still run recklessly. The fact that he would still be alone. and be lonely. Jaewon knew all of these facts. He then remembered Anderson's last words, expecting Jaewon to be a good god. Maybe Anderson was wrong about that. Jaewon looked at Ronald and called him, Ronald. Yet. I'm not Anderson. Ronald's eyes grew wide. He then looked down and responded in a sad voice. I know. Not only that, but it might not be a good idea for you to come with me. I can assure you that it will be really bad. It was a declaration. Ronald's eye turned to that of a puppy expecting to be abandoned. People will look down on you and even hate you. Even when you don't do anything, some will try to kill you for being my follower. Will you still come with me? Ronald looked up with reddened, teary eyes. It seemed that he didn't want to show his tears as he covered his eyes with his hand and smiled as he answered. I will. His voice sounded like he had been waiting to say it for a long time. Then let's go. Jaewon placed his hand on Ronald's head for a moment and then turned around to walk. Ronald reached for the spot on his head where Jaewon's hand had been moments ago and began following Jaewon. Wait for me. Jaewon thought as he glanced over at Ronald who was following him. Anderson was wrong. There was no way for Jaewon to become a good god. But maybe, just maybe, he might become a faithful god at least. A man and a boy, both who shared the only world, began walking toward the great forest. It had to be the site of determination, but it was a bit weird if other people saw it from a distance. Caravan, the vicegerent of Ignis, who had been scouting, saw both of them heading toward him and mumbled with a weird expression, "What's with all the fuss? Whatever it is, it doesn't look good while you're naked." Caravan shook his head in disbelief.